Zia,
That nigga Bob.
the whole gang.
That's right. Hey, Al, let's break down this picture right now, Bob.
This?
Yeah, Bob's picture. What do you think about Jose? That's Jose right there, Jose de Jesus.
Yeah, I see him, man. I see he's got a big forehead, man. He's got that forehead happening.
But he got that hard look going, man. He got that, you know.
He's got it, man. He's got it.
Shit.
He's trying too
Hey, tell
hard,
me,
man.
Maybe you
hey, tell
want
me
to do that.
why.
Maybe you want to do that Tyra Banks thing with the big forehead. You shave it a
Oh
little.
my God,
Jose never talks for some reason, man.
bro.
Jose, you there?
If he was a UFC fighter, his signature move would be like a headbutt or something, bro.
Sure, man.
And Jose's the only person I know who has his ears attached to his neck and shit, like the side of his neck and shit. And what's up with those fingers, Jose? What the fuck?
How did he get his fingers like that, man?
I don't know, bro. He got like them baby fingers, but they're like, he got those like retarded midget hands and shit. Look at his pointing finger. What do you think about his pointing finger?
It's crooked, bro.
Jose, keep your hat on. Hey, fucking Al, how old are you, brother?
27.
27. That's what's up. How do you think I am? What the fuck?
It's fucking quiet in here, man. Maybe I should play some music.
No, copyrighted, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know.
Listen, what Rolly tell you, bro?
That bitch, bro. She's fucked. He,
What,
she,
what,
what? I don't know what she is, bro.
what did she tell you today?
Today, fuck. You were there, bro. You saw it.
So some of it.
Same old shit, bro. You know how she is. Fuck. I love roasting her ass, but she's fucking.
She gets real demonic, bro.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. She's fucking. She's not all there.
Mm.
Did you see her old pic? Did you see a pic of her, big girl?
Which one?
The one, the pic of her,
Which picture are you talking about?
probably. Have you seen a pic before?
Uh, yeah, but which one?
But she's cross-eyed.
Oh yeah.
Bro, if that's her, she's fucking hot, bro. Oh, I think she's a catfish.
You think she's what?
Catfish.
She's came in here before, bro.
Yeah, but has she just shown her face?
No.
That's the thing, man. She has that same pic she's had for the last 2 years.
Oh, has she?
I don't know. That
I
same
think that's
picture's
her.
had that and some other one.
I think that's her.
Better fucking,
What's up,
better slide in
Flamingo?
the DMs.
Motherfucking Tim Osmond in the house.
They do
Listen.
Flamingo, boy.
Yo, check it out. I went to the barbershop and got the trunk.
Hey, Flamingo, say something. I want to know if my shit work, man.
Yeah, see, look. I got the trunk.
Flamingo, say something.
You like that, don't you? That's the new
That's
hairstyle,
right.
man.
That's still better than Jose's. Yo, Flamingo, what do you think about Jose's picture over here? The one Bob has.
Who's Jose?
Just go to Bob's picture. This kid is too young to be having a receding hairline. Look at this guy. It's a Bob guy.
Man, don't be hating on big foreheads, man. Big
Hey, well, you got
foreheads
you got an
are
excuse,
beautiful.
man. This kid does not have an excuse. Shit. Hey, Al.
Yeah, brother.
When I imagine Australia, bro, all I imagine is kangaroos running around, bro. Is it really like that?
Nah, man.
Or am I
Only
just?
in the bush, bro. Not in the
Back,
city.
bitches.
Have you ever seen one in person?
Hey, what'd you guys think
Yeah.
about my profile pic?
That shit was awesome, bro.
Snakes, everything, man. Snakes, spiders,
Oh yeah, bro. There's a lot of deadly animals
sharks,
out there,
crocodiles.
bro. I'll fuck a crocodile up, bro.
Not the Australian ones, man.
Nigga,
Fucking
fuck
huge.
Big L. Fuck Big L.
Nigga, Bob though.
Hey, Big L, why you gotta act like a bitch?
That nigga writing Mark Taylor love letters right now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. Hey, Al, you ever met a?
The Aussie girls,
Uh,
the Aussie girls, they on hate 24/7, bro.
what happened?
They're on hate 24/7.
That's right.
I mean, the girls that put out, I see the Aussie girls. I don't know the American girls.
Mm. Yo, have you ever met a Hispanic? Al, have you ever met anybody who speaks Spanish?
Yeah, Spanish people.
What, in Australia?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, there's a big Spanish community here, man.
For real?
Yeah.
Mostly from where?
Argentina, I'm sure.
Chile, a lot of Chile, South America.
Oh, that's awesome. Just make sure you
But
stay away
not
from.
much not much Dominican and
Oh, word? We got Dominicans out there?
What about Puerto Ricans?
what's that?
We got Dominicans out in Australia.
No, not much Dominicans in Australia, man.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, what
And
the
the
fuck?
A lot of
Philippines,
Mexicans, South Americans, a lot of South Americans.
Yeah, just make sure you stay away from the Ecuadorians. They're pieces of shit.
Shut the hell up, nigga.
Them niggas like Mark Taylor's too much, bro. She gets annoying.
Ecuadorians
A lot of Africans.
And they'll rob you.
Ecuadorians are the most sensible South Americans, nigga.
Fuck off.
We don't believe in the flat earth.
The
Nigga, I bet you there's a big flat earth population
African.
in Ecuador.
No one in Ecuador believes in the flat earth, nigga. Stop lying.
Nigga, why you lying, bro? I bet you the leader of flat earth is Ecuadorian, bro. That nigga Eric Dubé's Ecuadorian. Hey, Al.
Yeah, brother.
So how'd you run into these hangouts? Or like
This
Newsmax,
one here?
for example. Yeah.
I used to come on Newsmax from ages ago, man. From last year. In and out.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, so that's how I found out. I used to troll Amanda. I used to troll him hard.
I started with I joined the flat Earth debates and shit.
Yeah, exactly, nigga.
Hey, Bob, don't act like you did. You didn't join.
This nigga.
That's why I met your ass, nigga.
Yeah, right, nigga.
I used to
Bob,
the troll, bro.
are you bullshitting, Bob?
Nigga, I went in there to debunk the flat Earth, nigga. Get out of here.
Nigga, why you lying, bro?
You actually went in there to find fucking like truth in the flat Earth, nigga. You crazy?
I went in there to troll at first, nigga.
Yeah, right.
But
You
then I
actually
started getting
believed everything, nigga. I was like, what?
I
Where are you going, Big
I
L?
started getting some truth in there.
Bro, I was about this close to distancing myself from you, nigga.
Fuck off.
Sensitive, huh?
Hey, he's just trying to act like he wasn't in the flat Earth debate room debating and shit.
Yeah, I was debating against it. You fucking
Nah, fuck off.
get out of here.
He's a flat Earth apologist. He just won't admit it.
Tell me why I was on the opposite side of you. You were for the flat Earth, nigga.
Yeah, I was for it because I want to see the underdog win. Bob, so what you gonna say if this flat Earth shit comes true? What you gonna say then?
Damn, there's a huge Dominican flat Earth movement. Holy shit.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
Bro, it says 4 million members in the movement. How many Dominicans are there, bro? There's like 5 million. 80% of your population believes in the flat Earth.
Get the fuck out of here.
Holy shit, nigga.
I think it said 80% of the population.
Yeah, you guys are definitely regressed in fucking Dominican.
Fuck off. Where are you getting these stats from?
FlatEarthSociety.com.
Fuck off. Let me see this shit.
.org, my bad, .org.
That nigga Owl's a flat
Debek,
earther.
is there? Yo, Debek. What's up with the shape, man? Everyone's asking. I just want to know what's up with the shape.
Shape of what?
Subliminal.
Is it your pet?
Oh, the sheep. Not my
Sheep.
That's a comedian off TV.
Oh,
Where does it
Did you
tell you
eat it?
that, Bob? You lying piece of shit.
What?
Where does it tell you that? You're a liar.
Just Google Ramsey Nisbet.
You're a paid liar. You're a paid liar.
You're all shills in here.
Tell lies anymore. No point.
Motherfucker, why you lying? There's no fucking Dominican flat earthers, bro.
Yeah, it's a shame that you are one.
We on an island, nigga. We don't see fucking.
It's a shame that you're a flat earther. You're putting the Dominicans to shame, nigga.
Fuck off. I ain't no damn flat earther.
Dominicans are prideful in the fact that they believe in the globe Earth, and you're over here fucking trying to taint that shit.
I'm just trying to.
Bro, let me tell one of my Dominican friends that I have another friend that's in the family. Bro, he'll say that nigga's not Dominican.
say the Greek there.
Yeah, that nigga Armando straight removed me. Seen that shit?
Damn, dude, that name fucks with me, dog, because it's an unknown that be sniping people, and it's not you.
You see that shit? You seen that shit?
I didn't do it on purpose, though.
You see it? Trying to suppress free speech, huh?
So what you do is you add yourself. That's what you're doing, right? 'Cause I don't have an unknown. I didn't even look at the hangout, my nigga. I saw that shit through the email.
In himself.
Do I sound clear or something, dog? Because I think my speakers are fucked up.
Nah, you sound clear. Hey, Armando Vargas. Another word for an unknown is gringo.
I only sniped it, though, my nigga. You can put it back on there. I got enemies, dog. Got a lot of enemies.
This nigga. Hey Bob, so what you gonna say when that flat earth shit comes to light, nigga? You gonna apologize to all the flat earthers or what?
Hell no. Bro, if the flat earth comes out to be real, nigga, I'm gonna go hibernate.
With that nigga Mark Taylor, huh? Good.
Yeah.
Damn, Bob.
Yeah.
I'd rather be with the 99% of the world that believes in the globe Earth right now, and be ashamed later than be ashamed now believing in the flat Earth.
Listen,
Imagine if I told your family and friends that you believe in the flat Earth.
well, you would have to prove I was a flat earther.
What would they say, bro? There's plenty of tapes to show that you are.
How? Name one.
I just have to go back into the archives, Nick.
When did I say I was a flat earther?
You're borderline flat Earth, nigga.
Niggas in borderline. Hey, I'm borderline. Prove which one is true. How's that? I just want to see who's lying and who's
Does your
not.
girl know that you question the globe?
That's my business, all right?
Yeah, she would think that's suspect as hell.
Hey, bro, some people just want to understand. What do you want me to say?
If you're not brave enough to do it in front of your girl, you ain't brave, nigga.
Nigga, I ain't gonna bring up the flat earth. What the fuck?
Nigga, you ain't brave. That's it. Just be
Yeah,
real.
I'm
with
brave. But I'll bring it up if she asks me what I think about the globe. If she asks me, then maybe I'll tell her. I ain't gonna bring it up.
Be like, baby, I don't think we live on a globe. It's like, what the fuck?
I'm gonna ask her just to fuck with her. I'm gonna see what happens. I'll be like, hey, have you ever heard about the flat earth?
Don't do that to yourself.
I think you should look into it. Hey, if that shit ain't real, why is them flat earthers whooping Mark Taylor's ass in the debate? It's getting scary, Bob. I don't know.
Martel's not getting his ass whooped. That's your perception.
Bro, I've never heard him win a debate. Ever. Never.
Nigga, you probably believe in the hollow earth, nigga.
I'm a cell earther, right? Steven has all the answers. Fuck y'all. Sell Earth. You can call me a flat Earth apologist. I'll take that. I don't mind having that one. But the reason you can't call me a flat earther is because I don't know enough about it to really say. For example,
You're a soft landing flat earther.
for example, and I'm an apologist. I'll ask the questions from a flat earth perspective.
You're doubting the globe Earth. That's
Well, I don't believe in the globe no more, so I'm really neither, to be honest. If you want my honest opinion,
very good.
I gotta see it to believe it. Take me to space and show me which one's real. Bob, do you know for certain we live on a globe?
Nigga, I'm joining the mission to Mars, nigga. I'm going to go to Mars.
Do you know for certain we live on a globe, Bob?
Yes.
How?
Baba, you really want to go to Mars?
Yep.
No, myself, no, I'm not interested in that at all. I just no.
Bob, Mars is not real, bro. It's a CGI. Pete told me.
Yeah, nigga. I can't even, bro.
Bro, when has Pete ever lied?
You're far down the rabbit hole now, nigga. Get out of here.
When has Pete lied? Mars is a hologram.
Rodin, I want to be a part of the group of the first people on Mars.
Oh, tomorrow?
For how long would you like to be there?
Well, we essentially the plan is to create a livable environment.
Yeah, that's a lot of work and a long time.
Right.
Terraforming.
Well, how about, like intimacy? Are you gonna, like, are there women gonna be there that you can be like intimate with?
Well, yeah, it's going to be its own like not country, but like its own new civilization. Make your own rules, govern yourselves.
Yeah, I understand that, but okay, that's one aspect of it. Yes, colonization, so on and so forth. But are you like, well, obviously you're a young man, so the idea would that be that you reproduce,
right?
So okay, I really don't know the percentage difference right now. I mean, I could look it up, but obviously there's a percentage difference in gravitational pull on Mars. So you do realize that the children are going to come out different, right, over time. Right?
Not necessarily if we develop some form of environment where we can mimic gravity on Earth.
Well, yeah, but see, you would, for example, if let's just say, for example, in the future, science and NASA technology decided, okay, man, we're going to head for the star, whatever star that is, pick one, right? So over time, obviously because we're humans, we're going to have to reproduce in, the time that it takes to go from Earth to that star or whatever planetary system, right? So the children, because there is no gravity per se, are going to really change within 2 generations, right? So the only way to basically compensate for that is for the inside of the actual spaceship, the vessel, to spin at
For
a rate,
centrifugal force, yes.
to spin on the inside, right, via centrifugal force, to basically recreate the same gravitational pull on Earth, that's thereby guaranteeing that offspring will obviously be born looking like the parent.
But I'm
You think?
sure there would still, there would still be some minor changes over time.
Well, yeah. Well, obviously you don't have any direct sunlight, for example. Even if they're trying to mimic it, it'd be basically impossible to mimic actual direct sunlight.
So the explorers might become more white over time, don't you think?
Well, yeah, that would change. But like I said, morphology would change. They would morph differently. So it's like the children are going to come out, different. Obviously that's hard to predict.
Lighter
Because,
color eyes.
Well, yeah, the only way I can imagine doing it is to try to send a spacecraft up there with some plant life, with normal so-called plant life, and with obviously cameras, right, to send back images over, a time, at least, 20, 30 years, and, obviously let those plants self-pollinate and stuff, and then we could see, what kind of changes are possible.
The eyes will be a lot more dilated and wider because there's no sunlight hitting the eye.
Okay, yeah, that would make sense. Then again, it's like, well, since there's no gravity, technically you would need the life form. The life form would need less food. So obviously, because there's no real so-called tension there, gravity. Right, so obviously, every succeeding generation would become thinner, lighter, maybe shorter, maybe taller. That's hard to predict, also. So it's like, man, having my kids come out like big old eyes and no hair and no tan. It's like, I don't know, man. It's like, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not interested in it because, like, I'm all terrestrial and stuff. But I mean, I agree with the idea of explanation.
See, but that's a evolved form of human.
Well, yeah, but then obviously they would speciate over time, and if they were able to come back to Earth, they wouldn't be able to get onto Earth. I mean, gravity would crush them. I mean, literally crush, unless they can simulate, the same gravitational forces we experience now. You get what I mean? They could go but not come back, and over that many generations, even if we flew someone up to the space station to meet them to reproduce, it wouldn't work.
No, I don't think we wouldn't be able to come back. I think we could come back. We just couldn't stay here and habit and live here unless we mimic the conditions needed.
Yeah, because obviously if they did go away for that long and had X number of generations and coming back, if they wanted to visit Earth, they'd have to literally have an exoskeleton.
Some type of something to mimic their livable conditions.
Well, that's highly unlikely. Like I said, that's highly unlikely. So they'd have to put like an exoskeleton suit, right?
And
So
how is that unlikely with the
no, because, well, did they mimic? Okay, now, time out. Maybe I'm missing a point here. Did they mimic the gravitational force throughout the space travel and back?
It's a possibility.
No. Obviously, we can reason this out. We're not talking to a flat earther here, okay? I'm picking on Muhammad. We're not talking to Fox G1. See, that's that's
that's all. Yeah, that's true.
That's distant. That's beyond the horizon. We can't see it, so it's not important.
Yeah, Fox G1 is otherworldly. You could say he's one of these people.
Well, no, it can't be. Well, it'd be extraterrestrial, not otherworldly, because they'd have to have.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop labeling me a flat earther right this moment, right?
Nigga,
Fuck y'all up.
you're a flat earther, nigga.
No, but okay. Let's put up. Let's set up the conditions, parameters here. Okay, let's say, for example, that yes, they can mimic the gravitational force throughout the trip. When they come back, right, what would be different? Obviously, like you said, the eyes would get bigger because they need to absorb more light, and they'd be lighter complected. Yes, and see, but like I said, if they do mimic it, would it be that separated in terms of time over time that that humans could not breed with them to produce offspring. Yeah, I mean, if it's really way out there, yeah, it wouldn't happen. We wouldn't be able to reproduce.
It's a possibility. It's like saying, can we breed with monkeys? Obviously, the answer is no.
Yeah, we're too far separated. No, that wouldn't happen. But it could be like the classic. Let's see, what you get a mule and a horse together that it produces a donkey or some combination like that, but that would be come out infertile, right? It basically can't reproduce. A bunch of, what is it? Mules, I think, are the offspring between a horse and a donkey. I think I can look that up, but either way, whatever combination, whatever comes out, it's just going to be infertile, right? That's what happens. So they can't reproduce. So I'm thinking, well, if we separate that much and they come back and they do have offspring, those offspring cannot reproduce. I mean, that's been proven using the horse, mule, donkey combination. Right, like I said, I know it's a horse and I think it's a donkey that produces a mule, and the mule is like like weak. Well, obviously infertile, and they cannot reproduce. So that possibility there, and well, like I said, if it's really distant, right, they wouldn't be able to reproduce at all. That just, I mean, that's just science. So like I said, over time and on Mars, it's like, I'm thinking, well, no, I don't think that would be a very large structure, right? Because it would have to spin, one way or the other to produce equal gravity that's on Earth.
I don't see that being a problem with the technology that we develop in the future.
Well, no, I don't know. I don't know if the plan is for those space.
Well, we got to get to the moon first.
No, I don't know if those space offspring, right, are planned to come back to test to see if they can reproduce.
Bob, have we been to the moon?
Nigga, you don't want to go
to,
there, nigga.
Have we been to the moon, Bob? Answer the question, Bob.
I haven't seen it myself, but
exactly right.
I haven't seen it myself.
So what's wrong with me questioning? What's wrong with me questioning the globe?
Excuse me. There is evidence, right? The moon lander itself is on the moon, and what they did was take photographs from outer space, right? High power camera, and it is out there. I found it on Google.
That's all CGI.
We do. Okay, it's all CGI. I mean, you're leaning more flat Earth every moment.
I'm just saying that's what it looks like to me.
This comes out straight out of NASA, right? It comes straight.
I don't trust NASA.
Well, put it this way: you might not be able to accept it, but all of the scientists out there and the general community does accept that because there is evidence. They have, like people who look. Oh, okay. Let me see what you do, and then they obviously moderate the whole thing when it happens, and they got evidence. But if you're just going with, opinion, well, that's your opinion. I mean, fine. But I do accept the fact that, yes, they have pictures of the lunar.
I don't think we went to the moon.
Okay.
I'm going to say that right now.
Okay.
I don't think we went to the moon because.
Okay.
Because a lot of, what do you call those people who do movies?
Yeah.
Not the special effects people.
Yeah.
They said they could replicate that right now.
Well, right now, but in the days of the actual, launch, we didn't have that technology. That's the difference, right?
Well,
the technology did not exist then.
Do you know that for sure?
Well, yeah, I know for sure.
How do you know that for sure?
Yeah, well, I've studied film history, and CGI stuff didn't come till way later. I think it started in the, what was it, late 80s, I believe, something like that, or early 80s. Either way, it was in the 80s, around there, when they started to develop. I mean, it wasn't obviously widely available, but put it this way. Okay, fine. Okay, let's take that.
CGI started in 1982.
Okay, Big L Shabazz Muhammad, would you agree that there was a launch?
Yeah, I'll go with you there.
Okay. If there was a launch, obviously there was jet aircraft out there taking pictures and cameras from the ground and stuff. So if it didn't go into outer space, where did it land? Because international.
People speculate it went into the water.
Okay, but where in the water? Like I said, multiple.
I don't know.
Multiple countries were observing this, and obviously
Sure.
Russia had a keen eye on this. And Russia, if the space vessel went up and landed in the water, they would have been the first to report it. Hey, you lost. Where is that? I mean, where is that report? See, that's like I said. If you look at it one way, yeah,
Well, it benefited both Russia and America because
no. It was a space race at the time. It was. I don't know if you know about Sputnik. Sputnik was the first one up there, and then America took its turn, and then Kennedy said, "We're going to the moon. We're gonna be just knock everybody out and beat them there to the moon." And that's the difference. Like I said, if Russia and America are in a space race, right?
You mean
Russia
Nixon.
would have been
You meant
keen.
Nixon, right?
Would have been keen. Russia would have been keen on it, and if they saw where it fell into the water or landed somewhere, they'd have been the first to report it, man. Hey, look, you failed. You failed. You don't think Russia would rub it in America's face? Is that what you're saying?
Who knows, man? You never know.
No, they can't be together because obviously it was two people who trying to win the space, or two countries. My apologies.
This world is a stage, Ronan. Anything's possible.
Well, yes, but in those days it was a competition, like Olympic competition, right? Everybody's looking at this, and like I said, that's where like I said, look, I didn't say they got to the moon, right? But I'm saying, okay, based on your scenario, if it didn't go into outer space, it landed somewhere. You'd have to agree with that. And Russia, being in the race against America, would be observing. They'd be keen on it. I'm sure China was looking, Sweden, all countries that have so-called, scientists and programs, right? Everybody's looking at it. I was looking at it, right? But if it landed, and did not go into outer space, somebody would have seen it and somebody would have reported it, especially the Russians. See, that's the point. Especially the Russians, because they are so-called Cold War enemies at the time. So how do you reconcile that? I guess is the question, Micah.
Well, like I said, anything's possible. The world's a stage.
Yes, and we're merely actors upon it. But
That's right.
What does each actor do? Right? We acted, and the other actors are witnessing it, and obviously the audience, right? The audience is watching because everybody was interested. It was like global. Everybody wanted to know. Everybody wanted to know. I agree. Everybody wanted to know. And obviously there's two sides, fighting to win, and the loser is not going to say, "Oh yeah, it fell into the water," but we're not going to say anything. That's highly unlikely. Like I said, how do you reconcile that now?
Once again, anything's possible. The world is a stage.
No, that's evasive, like a flat earther.
That's not evasive.
That is a flat earth response if I ever heard one.
What I'm saying is anything's possible.
That is flat earth. That is a flat earth statement.
Straight from the flat earther's mouth.
It's like the whole Al Qaeda 9/11 thing.
What about Al Qaeda 9/11?
We were given the story of these terrorists that were against America, when we then found out that America was the same people funding these people. So it was just like a boogeyman that was created. So who knows?
No.
Who knows if Russia and America haven't been in cahoots for a while?
No, it's been a Cold War. It's spy versus spy, like the old comic book series. It's spy versus spy. They're not in cahoots. They can't be. Because
what makes you say they can be?
If one loses, they're going to point a finger at the other and try to blame something on the other. Right? Like I said, if Russia and America were in a space race and America failed, Russia would have been the first to point that out. Look, they're cheating. They're cheating. They're lying. That's obvious. That's obvious. Like I said, if you want to get onto 9/11, I'll give you my bits and pieces of that information. but that's another topic. If you want to switch to that, we can go to that. But like I said,
Yeah, stick to topic, flat earther.
I ain't a flat earther, nigga. Don't be trying to paint me with that brush.
okay, this is how 9/11 happened. Okay, in the early 20th century,
That should be good.
oil companies found oil, okay, in Saudi Arabia, and they drilled near the holy site, Medina. Okay, that's further south than Mecca, right? That's another holy site to Islam. And the extremists, the Wahhabis and all those guys, right? Right, they held that grudge, right? Because hey, look, we don't want it there, and they drilled anyway because of the money. Well, the Saudi royals said, yeah, go ahead, go ahead. We don't care. We're in power, right? And that's where, like I said, that basically started the tension, and then over time, right? We had the USS Cole bombing, right? The first Trade Center bombing, and then 9/11. Okay, that's how that happened, right? And the actual terrorists were Saudi, right? Right?
No, sir.
Yes, sir, they were.
Nope.
Yes, sir, they were. The hijackers were Saudi. Well, there's Saudi sponsored. Okay, and even on the
that's
day,
better.
even on that day, 9/11, there was a no-fly zone for everybody. Yet the Bin Laden family was flown out via
That's
government airline. So that's no conspiracy. It's a grudge over time. That's what it is. A grudge over time. Now, obviously, there's conspiracies, and from your flat Earth position, what were they?
What do you mean from a flat Earth? That didn't make any sense.
Hey, man, like you say, you started with we're all actors and stuff. That was a flat Earth statement. That was a flat Earth statement. And I'm gonna have fun with it because obviously, it's just fun because it's like unless you could actually offer some information or evidence, it's just as good as a flat earther. It's not getting anywhere. You're just giving me some pretty line. We're all actors. The world is a stage, and we're merely actors upon it. Okay, that's a pretty line, but it doesn't really address the issue. It doesn't reconcile the situation. Because there's a lot of contradictions there, and that's what I was asking about.
What's the issue?
9/11?
9/11?
No. Well, the issue started with the space race and how the Russians would report that the actual spaceship did not go into space, and like I said, all you said was, "Hey, we're actors." Okay, like I said, that's a flat Earth statement.
Like I said, I don't claim to know. That's the thing.
Make a statement that we can go verify independently, or it makes sense to us now. But you're talking like a flat earther. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying you're talking like a flat earther by telling me, well, we're just actors. Well, yeah, but you needed to explain something, not give me some beautiful line from the past.
That's right. Y'all some demons, bro.
That's right.
I can't be a demon because I don't believe in that. I just okay. From your vantage point, I can be whatever you call me, but I don't really fit the description based on how you describe a demon.
What's a demon in your opinion?
A demon is a word, a made-up word to describe something imaginary to condemn others. It's like the old witch trials. I mean, the Salem witch trials. There's been witch trials all over the place, way back when, man, in Dark Ages, even before that, right? Just because a woman disagreed or spoke her mind, they used the excuse of calling her a witch, right? Another demon, right? Another type demon, and that justified killing her because she wouldn't agree with the majority, and it was male dominated. That's the difference.
Okay.
And it was carried forward, and nowadays they just call them something else with a B instead of a W.
Big L Shabazz Muhammad.
That's right.
Pardon me.
You say things only a flat earther would say.
Like,
What do you mean, like?
name one example.
Nigga, you just said two things in the last 20 minutes.
Well, name them.
That you don't trust NASA.
People that aren't flat earthers don't trust NASA.
Yeah, but the things that you say align with what flat earthers say.
Okay. And no shame.
Gravity doesn't exist.
I never said gravity doesn't exist. I said, can you prove it? Can you prove it exists? That's all I want. Proof.
So you're denying the fact that it exists.
I'm not denying it. I'm saying, can you prove it?
Why do you want proof?
Well, I mean, if flat earthers are asking this question all the time, what is gravity? How does it work? I think they have a valid. They deserve a response.
No, actually, I explained the idea of static, right? And that is what causes gravity. Like I said, you take out clothes from a dryer, they stick together because of friction. You know, all of the planets and stars, they're all traveling through space, and that creates friction, which creates static, and things stick together in a static field. That's gravity. See, I figured it out. It's not that it's written in a book, because Deebeck, I have to thank Deebeck for this. He made one simple statement. He said, I like magnets. And it got me to thinking, and that's where I came up with the concept. Like I said, there are a lot more things that I explained to Deebeck based on my idea. And you can reason it out. Yes, it's based on static. And well, okay, I'll go further. In a field, right, 1 square meter, doesn't matter how you shape it, right? It's up and down, left and right, like a flat earth, up and down, left and right, right? And if you create enough static in that field, right, a bolt of electricity will come out perpendicular to the field, okay? And that proves F equals ma, okay? That's what that proves, right? And the mass is actual photons, light itself. So that just proves right there, right, that a magnetic field is created via static. And if you've ever been shocked by electricity, man, you'll stick right to it if you're not holding your hand right, man. It'll pop you. And there's a lot of people that grab hold of a live wire, man, and it sticks right to it. So it goes positive and or negative. That's the way that works. Like I said, I expressed it. It's not in a book. I made it up because Deebeck made a simple statement, and I figured it out. And I said, okay, this is an idea. Like I said, it's an observation, yes, but I have no written hypothesis yet. I have to come up with a few tests, come up with obviously standard theories, and obviously I just explained a couple. But that is how a static field is created. That's why there's gravity on Earth. It's like we're traveling through space, and that creates static. And that's why things stick together, which is called gravity. Mike out.
That's right.
Yeah, the bugger's got me watching documentaries on planetary and magnetic fields now. Magnetic fields.
Big L denies all those things.
I don't deny anything. I question it.
Well, put it this way. I just gave you the example. If you ever use an actual dryer, right, and things cling together, that proves, static. It's like they stick together. Okay, that's what happens, and that's basically the basis of gravity. Okay, that's another way. In other words, it's never been said before. I said it. I said it. I put it together, right? How a magnetic field is created, right? I still have to test it. Obviously, it makes sense. People agree. Yeah, it makes sense. But me saying it doesn't prove anything. I have to show examples. I have to come up with the so-called theorems and stuff. And yeah. But I'm working on that. But right now, to me, it makes sense because I can just explain it to you with using a simple dryer. And well, the car example, right? I just explained that to you, so it's undeniable. Things do stick together if you put them in a dryer, right? And you take it out, they all stick together. And if you separate them, you got that crack. You got that crack sound. That's breaking the field. That's what that is. So, like I said, it's undeniable because I've just given you an example on how to prove it yourself. It's observable. It's observable. That's the difference. You can observe it, right? So if flat earthers want to come back, and I'll give them the same examples, they're going to obviously say the same thing. Oh, you were just actors. Okay, fine, but prove me wrong. That's it. You got to prove me wrong because I came up with this concept. So I'm only one person. I'm only one person until other people look into it and they say, "Hey, Ronan Canusha is right. That's the basis of magnetism." Yeah. And he pointed out F equals ma. He pointed out, the static field, 1 square meter up, down, left, and right produces a bolt of electricity perpendicular to that field, right? And that bolt of electricity is mass because that's what it is. Mass. Photon is mass, like that's what makes you tan in sunlight, or some people tan in sunlight. But like I said, I just explained it to you. But if you still want to say, well, we're actors, fine, we're actors. This your views. I'm not discounting your views. I just need evidence for your side, right? Your side of the thing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I need evidence on your side too.
Well, I just gave it to you. I just need evidence for a flat
I would need
Earth.
to test it.
Well, no, you need to test it because I'm asking you to test it because that's how science works.
That's right.
Right, a simple claim, right? Like there's a flat Earth, and like I asked Mr. What's his name? Something that gentleman I was chatting to recently, Mr. Something.
Hank?
What?
Talking about Hank?
No, that Aussie gentleman that I spoke to recently. His name
Pancho Pete.
Mr. Pancho Pete. Thank you kindly. Mr. Pancho Pete, he was talking along, and over time, because of the way he chats, I got him to agree with everything that I pointed out. Everything. Proving a globe Earth by cutting out papers.
I doubt it. You did not do that, Ronan.
Yes, I did.
Pancho's really into that flat Earth shit. He'll fight you to the death.
I proved it to him with that umbrella behind him, but he wanted to deny it. He's denying it. Obviously, he's denying it. But I gave solid examples of it all. Then he switched over, and then I pointed out theories. And then if you listen to it, at one point he says, well, if you listen to it, I explained, okay, and he was putting his cigarette up through that disc, and I said, from there to the edge. Where is the edge? He said, I don't know. Quote, I don't know. And that ended it right there. In other words, he had to agree with me. Then we moved on to theories, and I pointed out theories, multiple theories, right, that help develop the computer you and I are chatting through. And everybody else knows it, and that's all based on scientific theories. He had to agree on that, right? And it goes on. And then he put out the ashtray. And I said, well, I can prove thermodynamics there. I can prove it. How? Well, because it takes X number of energy, and you're going to lose some energy in the process of making the ashtray. But he wanted to keep denying it. But he had to basically admit it in so many words. He just didn't say, you're right. Obviously, he's not going to. But he has to face it. But he had no counter argument to the points I had made.
Well, we don't know everything, Ronan.
I don't know everything. I'm trying to figure it out. But that side of the issue is just making claims without evidence. See, that's the difference. Science does make direct observation and test it, where that side of the issue just makes a claim with no test, no hypothesis, no. I call it a calculus. Yeah, I mean, I want their equation written out. I asked them to post it in the chat, then I could check it, and verify it. And then, okay, if I agree with it, I'm going to hand it off to another person to check it and verify it. And then everybody else, if everybody agrees, 1 + 1 = 2, boom, you got it.
That's
Boom.
right.
But but they can't prove 1 or equals or 2. They can't do that. They just make a claim, right? There's no supporting data. There's no evidence. There's no independent test that science or someone like me, right? Can test independently. If they just make a claim, okay, it's a claim. Got evidence? No. Okay. Thank you for your time. Can you show me the edge? I don't know. Okay. Thank you for your time. They can go on believing what they want, but it's not going to change. It's not going to change what established science can prove. Like I said, there's more than one theory that goes to making our computers, right? And we can prove it because I can go buy a computer and they were, basically developed using the foundations of theories and science. And that's evidence, right? You got evidence. That's a fact. But see, a claim is not a fact in science, right? It's not a fact. We can't observe it, right? Now, if a flat earther comes out there, oh, here's the computer, it's made of noodles. Oh, really? Really? How did you do that? Well, we did it this way and this way and this way. Okay, just show us your evidence, give us your science, and let us look at it independent of you. But they won't do that. They won't do that. They can't do that. I know that, but I'm being polite with them. That's the difference. I'm being polite with them. Versus somebody like Liza, it's called them right out liars and whatever, Hey, I'm a little more diplomatic than that. But like I said, I lie with women. I cheat because I don't get them pregnant, and I steal a kiss whenever I can. I lie, cheat, and steal. Go ahead, Big L, Shabazz Muhammad, or bring someone in. Bring, Bob High can chat with him. Uncle May can chat with him. I'll chat with him. I'm willing to do that versus just dismiss it out of hand. Sure, I can jump to the conclusion and tell them, no, you don't know what you're talking about. But at least I'm going to have them say what their claim is, and then we can ask, not me, we can ask them for evidence, some supporting data, an equation we can look at, because they're trying to come into the field of science and claim something that cannot be proven scientifically, because I can go over there and make stuff up too, like I can make anything up. But it's not going to work, if it's tested. Science is rigorous, man. It's hard. It's hard, very, very hard. Like me coming up with the explanation of magnetism that proves, that that's why the Earth is round, because it's based on static fields and F = ma, established science. But like I said, flat earthers just say, I don't know. Okay, that ends the conversation. Mike out.
That's right.
For example, I can prove Fox G1. Would you agree with that? Chromosome 14, we can prove that.
Well, see, the difference between that and the globe is we can observe Armando's fucking intelligence. We can't observe the planet yet. I can't, at least. I just gotta see with my own eyes. That's all I'm saying.
Fox G1 gives us all the variables we need. Fox G1 is a dependent variable.
That's right.
Big O, we know you. We know where you're headed, bro. Like just the way you speak, we know you're headed towards the flat Earth community.
Nigga, I would have got into that already if I was there. But so what? Even if I would have get into that, then what if we're right? Let's say I was a flat earther. What if we're right? Then what, Bob?
The thing is you're most likely wrong.
There's always that it's always that percentage that flat earthers could be right. You just admit it right now, Bob. You don't know for certain. No, wait, you did say that, but how do you know for certain we live on a globe without seeing it with your own eyes? How do you know for sure?
I've seen
Go
NASA's
ahead.
feed, NASA's
Oh, there we go.
live feeds, nigga.
There we go.
Big El Shabazz Muhammad, what if you win like a lucky lotto from NASA, right? And you get to fly up into the space station and you see a globe Earth. Would you agree then?
Of course. That's the only way.
Okay. In other words, you have to observe it yourself versus,
Well, to know for 100% certainty, yes.
Well, I can guarantee if you fly up there, you're going to see a globe Earth. But like I said, there's a live feed, like was pointed out to you earlier, right? There's a live feed. And if you can prove that live feed wrong, you'd be a billionaire with a B.
But you always say that, but no, you wouldn't.
Well, put it this way: there's other flat earthers who claim to be so smart. Why don't they all get together? Put up the money, contact NASA, and say, well, this is a flat Earth representative. He's speaking for all of us, and we're paying you to fly him up there. And if he comes back and says it's round, would you agree then?
No, he would call them a paid shill.
It really depends.
So in other words, they just want to stick to their idea so they can avoid the reality of it all. Okay.
Right.
Oh, okay. I mean, conversation's over. Mic out.
See, Big O makes the claim that he needs to see to believe, but he believes in the creator.
You don't?
You're the one saying you need to see to believe? Have you seen the creator?
Yes, I have actually.
Really? What's his name? What does he look like?
In my dreams. He came to me in my dreams.
There you go. In your dreams.
There's no way to verify it independently. That's the difference. Once it can be verified independent of the claim, then we can start to test it. Like I said, science is rigorous, man. It's not as easy as just saying 2-3 words. No, it doesn't work that way. Like if you have it in a dream, okay, that's you, but it can't be independently verified. That's the difference. Once you get past that point, then we can, not we, but science will start talking to you. But it won't, because it can't be observed, and science is based on observation to begin with, right? Okay, fine. That's why science never says there is no God. Well, we can't say anything because we can't observe it in the first place. So, no, that's not our focus. Thank you for your time. But science never says there is no God. No, it just says it can be observed, yes or no, and that's when we can start talking. If the answer is yes. So okay, mic out.
So Big O can't bring up the topic of observation if we can't even observe God.
Well, that's a different story, though. If NASA can prove the Earth is a globe, we would have had pictures of it by now, real pictures. Because we compare the pictures they took in the 60s and today, they always change. Why is that?
The cameras were not as sophisticated then. We didn't have the technology at that time. We have it now.
Ronan, but how do you know we didn't have that?
They would have bragged it and shown it all over the place then. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, it was in the early stages of development. Yes, yes, but obviously they hadn't tested it enough to get it out there as something they can use, a tool, right, to observe things. Right? It's not like a light switch. It took time for the technology to develop. I can't. Like I don't know what's going to come next, but I don't know. Put it this way, it's the same thing as saying there was early 8-track tape before you were alive. They were called 8-track. Well, before that, there was the old so-called phonograph, the phonograph needle. And then they started with 8-track tapes. Then the cassette came. Then CDs. Now it's Blu-ray. I don't know what's next, right? But that is over time, right? It evolved. The technology evolved over time. And the same thing, right, with optics then and optics now. It's like way different, man. We got HD right now. In the early days, you can barely, polish the lens properly. Everything was off and goofy. But that developed over time. Like I said, it's one of those things. Man is very proud to show the cutting edge. Very proud to show the cutting edge. If it lasts, well, yeah, it's accepted and implemented and it develops from there. But they're not going to hide it from anyone if they've got something that, I mean, dramatic, really dramatic. Otherwise they would have, had computers like this back in the 60s. They didn't. Go ahead, D-Beck, mic out.
Anything, Jose just said hello to Bob on the text. I'm recovering from a hangover.
Show me the pictures, Bob. No NASA pictures.
Shut your flat Earth mouth up.
Show me the real pictures. Can't. There's a popularity contest with you. Going with the masses.
You're a liar.
Open your mind.
You're a liar, Big L. You're a paid shill.
Come on, Bob. Open your mind.
Ronan, you see this? He's trying to convert me to a flat earther.
Now I'm trying to convert you to a true earther. Observe. I have to see it to believe it. Why is there so many flat earthers if there's no validity in what they're saying? If it was all bullshit, there wouldn't be so many of them.
Lots of people easily conned.
That's true. But who knows? Who's right and who's wrong? That's why I need to see it to believe it.
That's right.
So until I see one or the other, then I don't accept either one.
time has come. 12 years still young. Oh, you please come true. So happy for you. Sick. Hey, for God's sake, leave Campbell alone. The guy hasn't said anything yet, Dave, for God's sake. I would trust you with a pair of pliers, Dave. Calm down with them Spanish boys. Hell, John Campbell's a Californian, otherwise known as Emily. Speaking Scots, Puchmahan. He's kissed my ass. Yeah, Campbell's okay. You know when you said to me before you got the car, how many pints have I had? Wasn't it? You were fucking 6. I just found it quite funny. You saying, "Oh, she can drive at home. She's got driving glasses now. She can find her glasses." She needs a pair of glasses to find her glasses. Mm. You've got to look out there and get a 5 litre. Maybe that polish just to see what it tastes like. It might be for any more. Unless you get it down, we can look at the way back. That shouldn't want to go somewhere in town. Train. We often want all day. You look out the screen. She's a bit nosy, isn't she? Turn that thing up full. The lights are on off any heat. I'll fill it that in. In the thermostat. Got to that 3, that stroke 3, I think.
Flamingo Boot, you there, bro?
Yeah, I'm here, man. I was just playing the game.
Well, can you chat or you want to play your game?
No, I can chat, man. What's up?
Yes, I'd like to know. Yeah, obviously there's different species of trees there. Are there any like species of trees that like you can keep like to use for cookout? Well, we call it barbecue here, but is there any trees like that there?
Well, like the specific wood that is better for barbecuing or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, oak. There's
Okay, so you have a lot of oak.
around here as far as Charlotte goes.
Like would the customer? I guess would the customer say haul it off or could they keep it?
Oh, yeah. No, some of us have them. Like when we cut the trunk down, some of us have. We'll leave a few pieces aside for them. Other than that, we set it out in front of the gate at the shop and give away free firewood. But they got to cut it up though. We'll just put what we hauled off there. I mean, we won't cut it into firewood,
Right.
wood or anything like that. We'll just throw logs out there on the side of the road, and then people come by and pick them up, and they bring chainsaws and make their own cuts. Same thing with the guy at the house. We'll cut his tree down. If he wants some firewood, we'll throw it over there to the side, but we won't cut it up for him. But yeah, we do that all the time.
No, I was just wondering if your employer, would try to like so-called recycle it, and have your company cut it up and then you can sell it off. But obviously, they just want to give it away because I guess there's so much of it.
Yeah, we don't sell none of. We don't even sell the mulch that we make. We give that away as well.
Pretty
It's not really mulch. It's wood chip. Wood chips. It only turns to mulch when you hammer it a few times. We only run it through the chipper once, and then we give that away for free. Usually, we don't give it away like people can just roll up into our shop and fill their truck up. But like when we're selling a job, like when the landscapers are going out and they're mulching a lady's yard, we'll say, well, okay, you could buy the expensive mulch and make it look pretty, or we'll give you some free wood chips and you can save some money.
Oh, okay, that's pretty cool.
So yeah, everything's recycled, but we don't recycle the wood, the firewood. Like that doesn't go into, planning a job or we don't try to sell firewood to a lady. Whether we give it away or not, we don't add it. Nobody's ever said, oh, can you come over and bring some firewood over with you or something like that? No. But wood chips, though, we recycle them all the time and use them on different jobs.
Oh, okay. No, I just wanted to get an idea because, like, I mean, I've never experienced it. Like, I mean, yes, I've seen people cut trees down, but I've never, inquired, like, hey, what happens afterward to you? Like what you do, you just leave it out there. Hey, you want to cut it up, take it, go ahead. That's pretty cool. One of my neighbors had this huge mesquite tree. Well, mesquite's a big thing here for barbecuing. And well, one time we had some real hard winds and it knocked down a big piece of it, right? And so myself and a couple of other gentlemen, neighbors, right, because it falling onto the road, right? So we got together and stuff. One of them had a chainsaw. I got my gloves. We just cut it up and we just asked the lady, hey, could we have some? We'll cut up. We'll cut it up for you. But could we have some? And she said, sure. Okay. So we got together and boom, there we go. We got it. Do you strictly use that truck there with the basket, or do you actually climb up into it because it's like so high or difficult to get to?
Well, the truck is for easy access trees, such as near the road or near their driveway. But obviously, you can't drive the truck into some people's backyards. So when it's like that, we'll have to free climb. But usually we'll use the truck anytime that we can. That's the first option. But if we can't get the truck to the tree, then we'll climb it. Like we worked on a golf course where we had free reign, or we just drove the truck around everywhere because they just repair the grass after we leave. Because the truck does leave pretty big ruts in the ground.
Yeah, I imagine. I mean, golf courses are kind
If
of
we
like,
do get permission to drive onto someone's backyard with the truck, it's on us to repair the grass afterwards.
oh, okay. So that might come at additional cost. I imagine that's negotiated.
Yeah, well, that's additional cost for us, really. It's not, it's something we give the customer away, give to the customers. So if we tear up his grass because we wanted to get the tree down quicker, we save money on getting the tree down. I didn't have to spend 8 hours climbing the damn thing. We could just go up there with the crane and cut it down, or the bucket truck and cut it down. But the backside of that is you got to fix the grass, which usually results in reseeding and maybe some soil brought in, stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah. So I imagine like the main hazard is that, like, well, in that image you have there, is that power line.
Well, no, that it looks like it would have been a problem, but that power line was actually not even close to where we were working. And if there is power lines close, then it's not our job. It automatically becomes a Duke Energy job, and we won't touch it. It's just if it's near
Okay.
the power line, you have to go through the city and the Duke Energy to get it done.
So if the customer, for example, wanted the tree cut down, they would have to call Duke Energy. They would basically clear, away from the line, and then you could finish the rest of the job. That's the way it would work, I imagine.
Yeah. Well, usually when there's a tree growing up into a power line, we just don't even go out to it. We just tell them, well, you got to call Duke Energy, and then that's it. That's the last we'll go. Duke Energy won't clean it up, and then we'll come out and fix it up. No, Duke Energy will just do the whole tree.
Oh, okay. So they're obligated to do the whole tree. Okay. No, because here we have, man, I forget the name of the company, right? But like I live near like a state highway, right? And well, the Espundus or something like that. I forget how it's pronounced, right? What they do is come about every 6 months, maybe a year, right? And well, there's power lines, right? Just paralleling the road on the side, and then I live on the residential side, and they'll come by, right, and then they'll just trim it off, right? They have to clear it up. They clear it back. I'm imagining about maybe 3-4 meters, right away from the power lines, and well, they haul off, the branches because they don't actually. There's no trees right along that line, but the trees are adjacent to it on the properties, so they'll just cut it off right there, and they'll just take the branches away, and that's it. But they won't cut down trees.
Yeah, that's the same people that work here at Splenda. They do the same thing here. But when Duke Power gets called out, then Duke pays for it if it's deemed a hazard. If it's not deemed a hazard, they'll get Splenda to come out, and the homeowner has to pay for it.
Right. Because
what I'm saying is, my company don't even fuck with power lines. Like we
cool.
won't even acknowledge that whatever you got to call Duke. We won't even play around with them.
Oh, excellent. So it's safer.
I imagine we could, but we don't.
Yeah, no, but it's safer for your corporation and personnel, all the way around.
Yeah, and I imagine there's more insurance that's involved. If you start messing around with power lines and stuff like that, you probably have to pay a higher premium or whatever.
Right. Yeah, based on probability. Yeah. That's what the insurance is for. Yeah, pretty cool.
I was wondering where everybody went, but then I looked up and saw it was 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they just dropped out. I guess conversation, ended. There might be somebody to show up. We don't know. Happened all the time.
Hello. Yep. Testing. Sound. Sound. We want the sound speakers. Okay. All right. Sound. Oop, let's close him. Exit. Okay. I want that one. Audio devices, maybe. Speakers. Sound. Communications. All right. Am I coming through? Testing. Hello. 1, 2, 3. Testing. I'm up with testing, man. Okay, well, let's try this button. How about that one? Sound manager. Run mic. Digital output. That's max. All right, well. All right then. What about this one? That's all max. All right then. What's that? Microphone boost. Let's boost it. Halo. Eh? I don't know. How about that one?
Yeah, much better.
Much better?
Yes, now you're actually, audible.
Oops, let me turn down my echo here. Okay. All right. See, I had to reset a bunch of crap on the computer, and it's like, yeah, crazy. All right, I think I finally got us. Okay, one more test. All right. Okay. All right. All right, how you doing, Ronan?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Oh, good.
How's the weather there in Kiwi land?
Oh, good. It started off shitty, but it got good just in time to have good work happen. Now I'm absolutely knackered. Just like it was last night.
Weather changes often there, or do you have like steady windows of weather?
Oh, that's icy. Okay. Let's just say we're famous for one thing. You will literally could get 4 seasons in a single day.
So it happens often then?
Yeah.
Oh, no, here we have windows of like drought, it's like 2-3 months of no rain whatsoever. It's just scorching heat. We're talking 98 degrees and up,
Yeah.
And then intermittently, it cools down after that.
Yeah. Too late, people. I'm closed. So even in the summertime, like you'll get a stretch of maybe like 3 weeks straight with no rain. But then you get like the rain and then the clouds and then the sun and then the rain and then the clouds and then in wintertime, you're more likely to get rain nonstop. But then like when it is sunny, you better enjoy it quick because you might get the rain back.
So there's hardly snow unless, I don't know if you have, mountains high enough to get snow, but.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
South Island. South Island is all about snow. Have you ever seen Lord of the Rings?
No.
Oh. Okay. Well, if you see Lord of the Rings, it basically has like every kind of scenery used imaginable, which is all filmed here. But most of the film will be in South Island because that's where all the like the big time mountains and the snow and yeah. And in the summer, it's quite beautiful, they say, in the South Island. I'm like, yeah, but it's colder. So almost all that Lord of the Rings and Hobbit and everything, most of that will be filmed from like the middle of the North Island, southbound. A lot of it in the South Island, because of the vastness of the mountains and the forestry and especially for the snowy bits.
No, I've seen like film clips, promotional film clips.
Yeah.
You know, of Lord of the Rings, and yeah, I noticed there's a bunch of snow there, and well, obviously they all dressed up in heavier clothing. So I figured, yeah, it's kind of cool there, but yeah, I've never seen the movies now.
Yeah. They still have Hobbiton, man, as a tourist attraction. That, like, the first Hobbiton, they did it, and when they did it, it was like built with like kind of a softer materials shit that was a lot more like disposable kind of, I guess. So it didn't quite stack up to weather too well. But then when they decided to do the Hobbit trilogy, or 3 movies telling the story of the Hobbit anyway, Hollywood wanted the Kiwis to go over there and do it over there, and originally it was supposed to be some other director, but then he kind of flaked out and wanted to do his Pacific Rim project because the movie studios was battling Peter Jackson, who was supposed to be just the producer and on-hands advisor to the director to keep it and part of the mythology of his original trilogy, the Lord of the Rings trilogy. So there was a big stink up that Hollywood wanted the film to be produced and filmed over there and other parts of the world as opposed to here. But then the Prime Minister steps in and says, fuck you and your Hollywood bullshit. There's going to be nowhere else it'll be filmed except for in New Zealand. So kiss my ass. We're funded ourselves if it need be. And then Hollywood gave in and said, okay, you guys film it over there in little New Zealand land. So that was pretty cool with John Keyes. He was like, nah, fuck you, Hollywood.
Way to go, Mr. Prime Minister.
Yeah, that was about one of the few things I like about our Prime Minister. But yeah, he was like, nah, fuck it. We're as a country, we're funded ourselves just to, stick up your ass because we like telling Americans, go fuck yourself. Like we did with your fucking Navy ships. Because originally they wanted to, we got a nuclear ban, so you can't bring any nuclear vessels near the oceans of New Zealand, or use any kind of nuclear generators or any of that. So that was kind of a big stink up to fight the U.S. for a while politically over that. They're like, you go to Australia anyway. But hey, last year was a big deal because Obama sent down one of his little piddly ships from the U.S. Navy. So we all got a little excited for that. We're like, oh, sweet. A U.S. Navy ship. One of them dinky ones without the nuclear power. But yeah, that was cool. So we got the Hobbit. So when they down at a place called Matamata, I think is where it's at, the Hobbiton. So they actually rebuilt it. It's on a farmer's land, I think. And when they rebuilt it, they kind of used proper timber and stuff so that they could keep it there as a tourist attraction.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah. So instead of like making it out of styrofoam and all the, the cheapy bits that will eventually over time with weathering will just kind of disintegrate over time, they decided, yeah, fuck it. We're actually properly build it so it actually lasts so that people can go and, all the what's his name? J.R. Tolkien. All the Tolkien fans can, when they go visit New Zealand, they can literally go to Little Hobbiton, the actual village where they filmed it all, and some of the walkways, like from what I understand, they kept like some of the elfy, like they had these elfy sculptures, like the wood elves and stuff, where they have these little arches, and they decided to go ahead and properly build them up so that they'll always be there.
That's good. You have another tourist attraction.
Yeah. Just one of those fancy, because they filmed that what's his name is over here filming something. The British action guy. What's his name? Because my missus just told me about it today. That Jason Statham dude's over here filming something. But another movie I really liked was The Last Samurai with Tom Cruise. They filmed that over here.
Oh, that was in
pretty
New. I've seen that movie.
Yeah, they filmed out here.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. So what I was looking at when I saw the backdrop, it was Kiwi Land, huh?
Yeah. Because I think
Same-
most of Japan now is so populated, it's all like skyscrapers, man. So over here, they're like, oh, well, let's go, simulate medieval Japan over there in New Zealand. Well, I suppose not medieval, but you know what I mean. Old school Japan.
Yeah.
With that, what was he? Wasn't he American Soldier?
Well,
Yeah, I have to rewatch that movie. It's been a long time, but it was cool, man. So
yeah,
I think
he
that was back in the Black Power, the musket rifle days.
Yes.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
it was transitioning over to the automatic. That's where that Gatling gun was introduced.
Oh, that's right. And they mowed down all the samurai guys, and
Yeah.
that's right, because they were starting to kick their ass.
Oh yeah.
That's right. And then yeah, but then the machine gun kind of turned the tide, and yeah, that was a cool movie. I forgot that was filmed here. There's been a lot of other stuff filmed here, but I forget. It's not that big a deal, really.
I think it is because I thought that the land, right? The topography was beautiful.
Yeah.
You know. Well, I saw it on TV, so they run the credits so fast. I couldn't read what filmed in New Zealand. They just, it's on TV, so it's just they run it so fast. I don't know, but it's a treat to find out that it was filmed in New Zealand. Amazing.
Yeah, well, especially back in those days, because the American dollar was really good, really strong back then versus the New Zealand dollar. So that's why a lot of Hollywood started coming over here, like when they did all the Star Wars. I guess you call them prequel Star Wars, the ones that not many people liked about the birth of the birth of Darth Vader and his rise to becoming Darth Vader shows. That was mostly filmed over here as well. But that was basically to save money. Like a lot of Hollywood started bouncing over here because the American dollar was pretty much really good back then. And the taxation was a lot different, which saved a lot of money. And also it was a little cheaper to hire over here, employees, which is why they have that I think it's called Wetaworks, the special effects company that mainly did Lord of the Rings and some other stuff. Like I've got a friend of mine, his wife, her brother is one of the dudes that makes that new Thunderbird series. I forgot what he does though. I think which I kind of like the Thunderbirds anyway. So I used to like the old puppet I think they called it Marionation Thunderbirds, but now they have like the new computer CGI cartoony mix in with the models and shit. And Thunderbirds go! But, yeah, no, actually, it's surprising how many films were actually filmed in Utah. Like Halloween, and I can't remember. There was a lot of films though back in the day that was filmed in Utah. But I was like, really? That film was done over there in Mormonville?
Yeah, that sounds odd.
Yeah, we saw many movies though. Like, I suppose it works out because they got the mountain range, the Rocky Mountains, and then the desert, so you don't have to travel that far from one extreme to another.
Oh, okay. So it's just convenience.
Well, yeah. Because in Utah, like half the state, well, Salt Lake City itself would be surrounded by 3 mountain ranges, literally. And then if you drive out the city, you have a lot of like nice forestry and stuff with mountain backdrops. And then if you drive like towards Arizona, Vegas way, you can drive out to where everything is just flat as fuck, like a good old western cacti deserty. So it makes sense that if you need both kind of, that you would minimize your helicopter flight times and your buses and your actors. 10 tomorrow. Okay. Actually, that works out well. Yeah, so I suppose that those filmmakers, they got to keep that in consideration of budgeting. Is well, how many how throughout the scenes and the movies and shit, how many scenery locations are we going to have to look for, and what are we looking for, and blah blah blah. All right. What about Benji? Did you let him back in? Oh. Yes, he's guarding me. What did you do? Get in a fight? All right. So, did you get any debates today or funny things? Any a-holes? Any news?
A-holes. Kind of, sort of.
Seems like chat box is going loopy today. I heard.
Yeah. Yeah, it moves around. It let's see. The most recent conversation was with Big L, Shabazz Muhammad, and he was going to the idea of kind of he's talking like a flat earther, you know.
Oh yeah, he's becoming a flat Earth guy, eh?
Yeah, it's like
well, that's cool. I mean, each to his own.
Well, yeah, but it's like I suggested. Well, why not? Get with the flat Earth guys, have them, get their monies together, vote in a representative, contact, NASA,
Yeah.
and fly up there, and you have a representative to actually, observe it. He can come back and say, hey, it's round, okay, and that resolves the issues. But he doesn't want to do that. And then they got into the gravity thing, and then I came up with I'd come up with an idea because that gentleman Debeck made a simple statement. He said, "I like magnets," and that kind of like sparked an idea in my mind. And I said, "Well, like science cannot explain how a magnetic field is created." Okay, that's it. That's basically it. It can't explain. Right. So
actually, I'm get a notepad and write down all this shit. So the next time I talk to my brother, I'll sit here and drill his brain.
Yeah. Okay.
His 6-digit fucking brain.
Well, yeah. Okay.
He's got 2 master's degrees in 2 different fields: engineering, electrical, and some other damn thing.
Okay, so you'd understand. Okay. Like this is my idea. It's my concept. Okay. After Debeck said that, I like magnets. Right. It just came to my mind, and it's called brainstorming. Right. So then I came back and I told Debeck, do you know what a dryer is? Like the conventional dryer for clothes. And I guess he said yes. He was just listening. And it said, well, when you pull clothing out of the dryer, you can tell that there's static electricity created because clothes stick together, and when you tear it apart, it makes it's an audible sound, crack, right? Right?
Yeah, the static electricity.
Right, static electricity. And I said, okay, now that happened, right? So, I'm condensing all of this because it was a longer conversation.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's hard to...
because everything is going through space, because the universe is expanding. It's been proven. Hubble, right? Hubble has proven, the earth is expanding, the redshift, right? Because everything is moving through space, you get friction, right? So that basically will create static. And the moon, since it does not rotate, right, it doesn't matter because it's also moving, and basically as it expands, it's not necessarily a circle, right? It's more of an ellipse, right? Because it's moving, right? So that's the gravitational pull. So the charges are basically, there, and they kind of attract and repel each other simultaneously, right? Because the field varies. And that's what keeps, one object in orbit to the other. That's that part of it, right? And so the idea being, like say, electrical engineering, so he understands this part. In a square meter, in a flat plane, up, down, left, right, 2 axes, right? Once there is 1 million volts right? In that square meter, it doesn't matter how you shape it. It could be square, triangle, doesn't matter. So long as it's 1 square meter. Okay. Once enough static charge is built there, a electricity will exit perpendicular to the field. So that proves F equals ma, force equals mass times acceleration, because the mass is actually the photons, the electrical charge, heading out perpendicular from that plane. Okay, so basically that would show that proves F equals ma, right? But like the idea of the static going through space, right, is what basically creates a magnetic field, which proves that gravity exists because the globe it sticks together, right? It comes together. So that would prove that gravity exists. That's the way that. Well, see, like I say, it's just my idea. I haven't tested it enough, but I'm using established theories. So I'm just putting them together to basically try to make this point. It still needs to be tested and obviously peer reviewed, so on and so forth, because it's just a concept based on a simple statement. So the fact is, the example is like the mass traveling through space, it's going to create the static. And that static, well, obviously, clings things together. That's why the globe stays together and doesn't, split apart in so many different pieces going through space, because of the static, right? And that keeps it together. Another example I came up with a vehicle traveling a long distance. And if you ever experienced it, you get out of the vehicle to pump gas or something, and you put your finger on the vehicle, the charge comes right through you, right?
Yeah, because the static energy keeps charging up, it has nowhere to go. So
right. So
until it has a current to discharge, it's going to continue to build up. So when it does that, it creates that little pop sound, and so you have your positive neutrons and your negative neutrons, and so they're waiting for a conductor basically, and that's what happened. Yeah. Basically, what you're describing, you touch the steering wheel and you get a little zap.
Right. So I've proven that the static field is created, right, and so things stick together, and that's why the vehicle sticks together, and that's why the Earth globe sticks together. And if there's something obviously outside of that, and a person touches it, boom, there it is. You conduct it away from the field. However, another example is if two vehicles are traveling, and you park them side by side, right? That field would increase proportionately based on a combination of static charges, right? And they would want to either come together or repel each other based on the approach angle, because you don't know, it changes. So like I said, it could repel, it could attract, or just stay neutral, orbit. That would prove orbit, right? So that's basically the idea right there. And well, like I said, I was condensing it because I got other ideas, but like I said, it's like just an idea right now. I mean, I still have to come up with experiments, all the.
Gravity is relevant to electromagnetism.
Right. See, but how is the magnetic?
And most
field?
people don't realize that either. So.
Right. See, so I was just trying to explain the magnetic field, and well, in conjunction with that, right, I basically realized that, wait a minute, if we have that static field, the mass going through space, that's what would basically support the idea of gravitational energy, right? Because where would it go? Obviously, if you have the static, it stays within the field. So the globe would have to stay within the field. I mean, you got your macro, your micro, and I'm talking more nano, right? Because obviously, molecules, right? If you're talking molecules, atoms, right? They stay within their own field unless obviously you combine them and make something else. And I thought to myself, well, okay, that could be an idea. But like I said, I just based it on a simple statement. And then, like I said, the concept of, wait a minute, a dryer, clothing. And then, well, obviously I expanded it to a larger mass, the globe. And I'm saying, okay, that would support the idea of gravity.
Yeah, man. All scientific questions are good questions. That's
yeah.
awesome.
Oh yeah.
Sounds like it'd be a great experiment.
Well, yeah, because we could put it this way: we could test it, and obviously, I just gave examples of being able to test it. I
Yeah.
just gave a simple, a simple test. Simple test. Okay. This is something else, right? I came up with this other concept, right, myself, right, after studying electromagnetism. I call it Principia Infinitus, the infinity principle. And that basically, it's not like, brand new or something. It's just basically something that supports the idea of relativity and other things, right? Between two masses in space, there is no visible light. There is none whatsoever. Okay?
Wait, can you explain that again? Sorry, yeah, I got distracted for a sec. There's no visible light.
There is no visible light between 2 points in space. And the example of one of the tests or simple experiments is you take a simple small flashlight, right, in a lit room.
Okay.
In a lit room, you take this flashlight, you turn on the flashlight, right? You bring it up to the wall, to the floor, whatever your choice is. As long as it's just a flat plane, it doesn't matter, right? And what you do is bring the flash up, light up, to about an inch, and you'll see that spot of light in a lit room, okay? And without changing the angle of that flashlight, and you see that spot, you basically back away from the plane, and then that spot disappears. Where did the light go? So the only reason that could happen is that the photons accumulate in a short distance, and anything we see is basically refraction off of that surface. For example, I can stand outside, I can see the tree, and I can kind of like glance at the sun, because obviously you can't look directly at the sun unless you have some cobalt filter, right? So between the sun and that tree, there is no visible light. And that goes back to the quantum theory, which is basically if you imagine
visible to us per se.
Right, no visible light, but in
to the
quantum,
human eye, because like there is infrared, but we can't see that. There is ultraviolet, but we can't see that.
Right. That's why I said visible light.
Oh,
right.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
That's why I used that clause there. Visible light. There is no visible light between 2 points in space. That's the point. Okay. Now in quantum mechanics, just imagine a square and a diagonal line. You don't go one corner to the other, and the way it's expressed in quantum mechanics, it's like a ladder. Right. It's like a ladder. That diagonal line is a ladder. Right. And that. Well, the side that you face is what you see, and the flat side you don't see, right? That, like I said, that deals with photons, and that's the way it goes, because there's a video out there where light can go faster than light, because at one point the photon opens up and closes well, put it this way: if you double the classic bell curve, positive up, and down. That's what the drawing is. I forget the gentleman. I think it was King Crocoduck who expressed it to a non-believer, right? And he expressed how it speeds up within that bubble, right? Because that's where the photon travels, and then it keeps traveling. So it moves up and down, which goes back to that quantum mechanics example I just shared with you, whereby that diagonal line is really like a staircase, right? And on one side of it, one facet, right, or the horizontal facet, right, you can't see light. But in the vertical facet, you do see light, because it changes, positive to negative, positive to negative. I mean, incredibly fast at the speed of light. Okay, so that explains that part of it, right? That explains that part of it. And if you go forward, right, because it's one way or the other, and apply it to what I was sharing, right? Like I said, if I look at that tree, I can see where the photons have accumulated, right? Refraction, and I can see the tree because it goes into my eye, to the optic nerve, to my brain, and that creates an image. But if I look out, right, between the tree and the sun, there is no light there, right?
Light's projected, though. It's a constant moving energy, like photons.
Right, but see,
which means light can be, well, technically can be a solid. Because light can physically exert pressure.
Yes, it can. Yes, you
Yeah.
are absolutely right. But between
I remember that because I argued about that with my brother, and that was one thing they were testing was lasers, and it a lot of it has to do. Well, it was like, well, what watt range are we talking about? Because different watts and different power of that can make light do lots of different things, and the spectrum of range that you're blah 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 blah, and all of a sudden it's all over my head. I'm thinking, fuck you, my bro. Almost used his name just now. Because he would always do that. I was sitting there thinking, yeah, I'm pretty smart, man. I'm a pretty smart guy. He's like, yeah, you think you're smart? Okay, freebie, here's one. And then it just always cut me down because, well, that's what he went to school for, was all sorts of this nerdly shit.
Yeah, but it's cool. It's cool.
But it was cool. No, he was saying like you can definitely, like he was saying, that's how sometimes they can, like a lot of people don't know this, but NASA can literally cause asteroids to like faster and shit because they use light to change the pressure.
Right.
Which I never knew that. He was like, yeah, I mean, technically you can reflect, I don't know, more geek talk shit. But yeah, apparently they can manipulate things based on the pressure because it exerts a pressure.
Right, because it's like if you're standing in the shade on a sunny day, you might feel the heat, obviously, because the ground heated the air. But
that's right.
If you stand outside of the shade, right, you'll feel, the photons hitting you, and that's pressure because the skin starts to heat up, and man, it's hot out here.
Actually,
that's
it's
simple example.
It's too bad. Like once a year in Laurel, because like in University of Utah, they used to have like to get his master's. I think he was a teacher's aide, but he was also, I don't know, I can't remember what he's called, but that's how he got his foot in the door when they were called Laurel. I don't know what the company's called now, but at the time they had like these spy planes, right? And they looked like model Condor things, these really long, skinny ass wings,
right?
And they were known, I think at the time, I forgot what the plane's called, but they were known for being like the highest flying plane in existence at the time. I don't know what they're called though, but they're really funny looking with these really long, skinny ass fucking wings. And at the time, they were working on like camera stuff for this fucking plane that could like switch lenses and shit to use different optic ranges to, look at. It's basically a spy plane. And then that's when they were talking about having to seeing if they could like bounce like light or basically lasers that would try to do different things and from such high altitude. Because at that altitude too, you could almost see into space basically. And it's too bad that I couldn't remember. Like I didn't know anything about. Wow, people are actually flat earthers to this day and age, or else I would be like, man, it's too bad I didn't take more notice at some of these photographs that these planes were able to take, because it was amazing how they were taking license plate numbers from like thousands of feet in the air. It was almost like, the best way to be a satellite without actually being in orbit with these planes. But the images they were able to capture on camera was like, oh my God. He's like, hey, check this one out. This is like, I forget what they call it. When you're looking at heat and like things appear like more red and yellow and
infrared.
Yeah.
Spectrography. Yeah.
Well, it's not infrared. It's well, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. And like the cold things would appear blue to black.
Yeah.
And then we got to walk in front of these things, and I'd be like, hey, you wear glasses. All right, put these glasses on then. I was like, okay, sweet. Holy shit, it's black. He's like, yeah, man, put these sunglasses on. Same. Hey, yeah. But it was cool, all this fascinating shit, getting to go through his lab once a year. But God, I wish I remembered to look. Hey, man, remember those photos that those weird-looking, funny-looking spy planes could capture? So I'm sure they probably would have been. Actually, I'll have to ask him that. How high would you need to be to get a photograph of the curvature of an Earth? And he'd probably calculate it right then and there. And then, yeah, he's got a few patents on some of the satellite shit they did. And yeah, I don't know. Half the shit that he talks is geek talk that goes over my head. But I still retain some stuff, but it's kind of random. Because like I said, he used to always debunk everything. Like when I try to come up with a theory, he's like, well, the problem with that is, I was like, I'm all bullshit. He's like, okay, let me explain it to you this way. Rah, rah, rah. Okay, fuck you. And he's like, well, if you do want to do that, I'll help you out. Oh, okay. And he's like, well, the problem, we used to ask him shit like, okay, if we're going camping, dude, and we wanted to dig a ditch and lay some plastic down and make kind of like a hot tub in the middle of a fucking forest, how many fucking gallons of fucking water are we going to have to take? Well, hold on. Let me get a calculator and fucking figure that out. And this is how deep you want to dig. And so he'd have all this shit ready to go. He was one of those two kind of geeky guys that you could ask him those kind of crazy questions and he could figure it out. And he's like, well, he could tell you like, okay, well, you're going to want a fire this big for this long underneath the pit from this distance. And you're going to need this many gallons of water. And all this weird shit. We're like, yeah, you're Brainiac. That's why you're always around. He was a cool dude, though. Yeah. Yeah, I like it when you have experiments because it's not like you're taking somebody else's word. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, which it's like
you're not pulling like statistics from the internet and acting like you're a fucking genius.
Right. Yeah. No, I can make them up. Yeah, I can make it up. But in like, well, obviously they're very simple. Anyone can understand. Everyone can do it, and that's like my angle with things, right? I don't want to talk over people's heads, and use all sorts of technical jargon because it's like there's other people listening maybe, and they won't get it. Like you and I chatting, right? You're dropping words that other people might not understand, right? So
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, my thing is to try to simplify it and then just come up with simple experiments like, well, the flashlight against the wall, for example.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's a cool idea. I like that.
Yeah, and like, where did the light go? Where did it go?
And you're not pulling stats out like, oh, the sunlight moves at fucking 45 million miles per hour or some fucking whatever.
Right.
See, from the internet, using that as your basis of argument, even though we're not allowed to argue back with our own internet research. Apparently.
Right. Yeah.
That's pretty hypocritical, I thought. Well, okay, so you're going to tell me how fast sunlight actually moves. So how do you know that shit? But yet you know this other shit. But then when I fire back off shit I've researched, it's all fakey from NASA. So where are you getting your information about the sunlight? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hijack that subject. But no, you're right. That's why I like homegrown fucking science, man, where you're going to get a flashlight and do it. But at the same token, I'm going to take it into scale. I'm not going to call it debunking the world's fucking
Right.
Yeah. Now I'm starting to ramble about different many subjects and being confusing, and I'm tired. I did a lot of work today. Yeah.
Oh, okay, great. It was productive. Excellent.
Yeah. Them clients, man, they get you working sometimes. Like, just trying to research some of these topics you're talking about, I also didn't realize that light is actually part of the electromagnetic spectrum of visible light. So electromagnetics has a lot to do with light.
Right.
I had no idea until I talked to you, Ronan.
Oh, cool. No, like I said, I had I'd researched it early on, and then ta-da, I got the internet. Okay, I don't have to go to the library, for hours on end. I could just ask it a question, and okay. Then I ask it another question. Okay, and then it's got links, right? And then I followed those things. I kept following. And like I said, I wouldn't have been able to come up with a simple experiment, right? I call it principia infinitus, right? The infinity principle, right? And I wouldn't have been able to come up with it. After I finished all of that, well, I got it written down here, right? But anyway, after I finished, I was walking around. I said, okay, I need a simple experiment. What is it? And in my pocket, I carry it's called a Maglite. It's solitaire, it's called. It's about, I imagine, 3 inches long. It's a simple, AAA battery, but it's got a flashlight. It's a flashlight. Right, and I'm walking around 2 or 3 days. I'm running all of this information through my head. And I said, I got to come up with a simple experiment to prove my point. Right, and that was one of them. I just put it against the wall, close to, you can see the dot. Yeah, okay, back straight up, and then it'll disappear. Where did it go? Where did it go? And then people have to think, right? It's like, oh, wait, yeah. And I told them, you can do it too. I mean, you don't have to get like a super superior, super powerful flashlight because you'd have to back up too far. but with just a simple flashlight, a simple experiment. Oh, like I said, using a dryer to prove static electricity. It's just a simple experiment. Anyone can do it. You can do it at home without adult supervision.
Yeah, man.
And that's the idea. That's the idea, to be able to express a real complex idea in simple terms. I mean, I'm in design and engineering, well, my career was. And so talking to this new employee, I couldn't talk to them at that level. So I had to devise other ways of explaining something in simple terms. And then, well, later on, well, yeah, okay, here's the math, and here's how this is explained, here's how that is explained, and that's why I explained it the way I did to you. And then they get it. They get it versus, going super technical like your brother, right? Like, wait a minute, I don't know those words. It's foreign to me, so people usually shut off, right? Because it's like too much at one time. Not that they don't want to learn it, it's just too much at one time.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, how do we link Bob, man? I think I just read that Bob wants a link in. I don't know what the hell how to do that shit.
Wait a minute, he was in here earlier.
Oh, well, never mind.
I'm sure you can get it through his I get it through my Google page. That's how I figured it out. So.
Oh, okay, all right.
Maybe he's just trying to, troll.
yeah, maybe they talking about some other website or something, maybe. Oh well. Yeah, good stuff. So you had a good day, basically. It sounds like.
Oh yeah. It's like, this is like, actually, it's fascinating to listen to different people with different perspectives, especially the fact that they're from all over the world, right? And it's like, oh, really? And then, I mean, I enjoy being on mute, and I laugh a lot often, but it's like very interesting to hear what they're saying. And a lot, some of it makes sense, some of it doesn't make sense, some of it makes me ponder things, and some, obviously, we can dismiss outright because it's just, no, it just doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to have a few Snickers moments here. Just sit back, listen to people arguing on subjects, and I just have to shake my head and go, okay, man, you think about that. All right, I'll let you ride with that one in your head. No, I'll let you, that's your belief. Hey, I just read about how Trump has just announced that he will not repeal Obamacare.
Yes, I saw that earlier, and I brought it up to the panel, and it was like, wait a minute here. What about promises made and promises kept?
Yeah. But after talking with Obama and learning that,
yeah. I mean, he does have all of Congress behind him, the House and the Senate. It's all Republicans. So he's well within his capabilities in his position now to repeal.
Yeah. I think he's just going to reform it. That's what I think they're going to work with him on him, which actually gives me a lot of hope for that fella, that he's willing to sit down in a meeting and then be like, oh, I didn't know about that. Because that was what I was saying before. This guy has like zero experience in most of these fields as a politician.
Yes, but he's got.
So he's kind of showing me that he's willing to listen and go, oh, okay. So that's and then make a different, assessment on how he's going to approach it. But then again, he's not sworn in yet. So I think he might be playing the I'll be polite right now. And once you're out of my way, okay, now I'll have, I'll step in and run the country. Right now, he's probably playing nice and polite guy.
Until he takes that oath.
Yeah, exactly. Just play along, be nice, But
he's gathering some very well-seasoned people around him.
Yeah.
I'm watching the overnight news here, and basically the majority of them are seasoned veterans of the political machine. There's a couple of oddballs, so to speak, like a gentleman from Breitbart, I forget his name, and then Dr. Ben Carson, for example. They're they might be appointed to a position or not. It was a surprise to me today that Governor Chris Christie is now not the head of the transition team. It goes to Vice President-elect Mike Pence, which is
true.
Yeah, I think it's part of the so-called baggage that Christie has, right? So it's like, oh man, they're trying to basically impeach him in the state of New Jersey. So it's like, man, it's too dangerous right now to have him on the team as some kind of leader. Maybe a contributor, yes, but he can't be a leader because it just doesn't look good to the public. On Obamacare, on Obamacare, the real problem is the insurance industry. I think single payer would be the best, administered by the federal government. That would cut out the middleman, but the middleman is putting too much money into politicians' pockets. So
yeah, man.
That's why okay, we can't repeal it all the way, but let's compromise a little. But the insurance industry doesn't want that. Oh no, But I guess cooler heads are coming around and saying, well, how about this? How about that? They have to rethink it. What surprised me is that coming out of the Obama camp, so to speak, Trump camp, Trump Reich, is that it's not going to be a wall anymore, maybe a fence. But Hillary was saying the same thing, just reinforce the fence.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh man, another disappointment. And I'm figuring, well, maybe he'll indict Hillary. Nope, that's not going to happen either. So here we go.
I'm not sure it is either. I think, like I said, it was all like a lot of that would have been like that WWE stuff, because they were good buddies back in the day. Hell, he financed a lot of their stuff back in the day. So I'm thinking, oh well, now that the fight is finished and she got KO'd, I think it's like, oh well, move on time.
Yeah, but
but the public started screaming for him to slap some hounds on her ass and get her in prison.
Right.
Like he said he would.
Yeah, but that's
because I know a lot of people voice that. That's all I want from him. People say.
Yes, it's support based.
So it'll be interesting how he goes about his. Yeah, it's all speculation right now. I think the real talk will be, all right, man. Now that he's sworn in, let's go. Because apparently some dudes are like, there was some other article that I read where he's ready to just jump in and start working. Like he wants to just do it now. Where most presidents are like, yeah, we'll get there. So that sounds pretty cool too. So I don't know. Yeah. Oh, there's only 4 watchers. So never mind. We can talk whatever the fuck we want. We can talk geek stuff, or we can talk.
Whatever you like.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just tired. I'm just rambling about random shit. Yeah, I think earlier I was like, I woke up and earlier I saw Thomas. What's his name? Shotgun guy, Marine.
Shotgun Rider.
Yeah. Apparently he had some shit go down with him and Vargas. Because I guess the way he was talking in chat, he was talking as if Vargas talked shit about him being a vet on Veterans Day or something, and he didn't take too kindly to that and said he wasn't going to come back. But then I came on later to find that, oh, he is still there, but I wasn't sure. I don't know. I don't know if there was what's going on there. Actually looked like a lot of shit was going on today that I missed out on.
Yeah, I heard something about the accusation was that Shotgun Rider sniped the chat, and no, wait a minute, I can't imagine him doing that. Okay, I just can't imagine him doing that. The Shotgun Rider is not the type, based on my perspective, to do anything like that. And well, the 2 days ago, November 10th, was the Marine Corps birthday.
Yeah. I remember talking to him about it. He's like, all right, I'm packing my shit. I'm getting ready to go. Wish me luck. Hopefully I make it back and all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I chatted with him, in text, and he said, man, I need a lot of electrolytes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think what transpired came after that. But I wasn't here to listen to that, so I don't really know. But the accusation is that shotgun riders sniped the chat. So I don't know, and Vargas was claiming that. So I really don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure either. Hey. Because it doesn't seem like him the way he was talking. I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It just took me by surprise because it seemed uncharacteristic.
Right. Same here. It just
I was like, whoa, that's not.
it's odd. No, it's out of place. It's just no. It's unfathomable to me. So
Yeah.
I don't know unless he admits it or Vargas has proof. But fine, we'll just leave it at that, until something gets resolved or nothing gets resolved and we move on.
Yeah. That's right. Who else? Looks like Mary's got a crush on you, apparently, to this chat.
Oh, Merry
Loves.
Christmas.
Oh, yeah. She loves that voice of yours, man.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you
That's
so
what I
much.
thought. All your fanboys you got.
Yeah, and all the fanboys, they get triggered when you say that to them. Man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, you got him. You got him. You got him.
Yeah. I don't even mean to. I just start talking because they all just chat. I'm like, why not get on the mic? You don't have to type. And then it's a lot of them that. Then I notice some of them that do get on the mic, they get all shy up, and I'm like, well, okay, that's understandable. But usually you give them a little breathing room, and they like to chime in a little bit and test the waters. But some dudes just freeze up and never talk. So I'm like, fuck it. That makes you a fanboy.
Oh, okay. That's how it's categorized. I call it stage.
Well, not really. That's my personal category.
Well, no, that's
even
fine.
that's not
fine.
really. That's just me being mean. I'm just saying that.
You
Yeah.
don't-
Okay. Yeah. That makes him a fanboy in my book.
Yeah, it might catch on. You never know. You never know. You never know. I mean, I call it stage fright. Right? They're pretty good in
That's
text.
actually what it is. I just didn't want to say that.
Oh, okay.
But I
Oh,
guess
no,
actually, I bet you stage fright's probably a lot more gentler than being called a fanboy. I guess.
Yeah. But then
Yeah.
again,
Okay.
we're not talking about an actual stage per se. Like this. I've known a couple of musicians way back when, right? Excellent, man. One-on-one, we're sitting in a room, right? They just, man, I'm astounded by their skill. And then, okay, man, you ready to go on stage? They freeze. That's,
Yeah.
That's where stage fright comes up. But since this is a different medium here, computers, and the stage is really just a chat room, so I guess fanboy would apply. Yeah.
Yeah. I think stage fright's more appropriate, though. Yeah. What else happened today? And what else did I miss out on? A lot of stuff.
Oh well, I wasn't here.
Because I noticed Lysar just starting to stir up the whole chat.
Yeah, the man can write. He can write. He's very, very intellectual, very good writer. He's been proven wrong a few times, but he becomes an autocrat when that happens. Because at one point he was claiming the Canadians burned down the White House in American history, right? And then I think it was Cap Dan or forget one of his nemesis. You're wrong. It was the British, and then he basically just blurbed something and then went on to something else. But there's been other times like I proved him wrong in science, and he really kept coming after me. And then there was this undergrad, because obviously he doesn't like me, agreed with him, but the undergrad couldn't prove that to me. But Lyser took it as a vote for him, and he kept going. And then I told him, look, just look it up. Just look it up. And then he basically just dropped it, went on to insulting other people. He loves insulting Christians. And myself, okay, that's their belief. Fine, I can respect them for that. And no problem. They want to believe that. That's fine. Until they say it's real, then I have to ask, well, where's your evidence? But then that gets into debate. But the idea, Go
I
ahead.
heard
Steve.
I heard he like banned. I don't know quite how the chat room actually works as a moderator with the wrenches, but I heard he had banned Captain Dan for a while,
Okay, I figured that out
which
recently.
threw a. Oh, did you?
Okay, so if you get a wrench, right? If you get a wrench and you hover your cursor over the right edge, you'll see 3 vertical dots.
Right.
And you click onto that, and it'll give you a list of options.
Yeah, I knew that, but I heard he actually banned fucking Captain Dan, which we all know Vargas doesn't like anybody being banned. That's like
Right.
the no-no kind of, unless
Yeah.
it's like someone way out of control that's just basically going to get you to, your channel dropped, like I guess porn bombing or whatever, all that other shit.
Yeah.
But no, he just because he didn't like the guy, I guess he just flat out temporarily banned fucking Captain Dan. I was kind of cracking up in a way, but yeah. So man, there was a lot of weird shit going on in chat that I was only able to like get a glimpse for like a couple of minutes at a time most of the time. So I could never complete how it all started and how it all finished and blah blah blah. And I'm like, man, I don't know. I can't even keep up with half these chatters anyway. So and so loves so and so. And I'm like, how can that be possible? Because it seems like none of y'all are like committing to actually buying a plane ticket. Otherwise, it's just bullshit love.
Cyber love. See, cyber.
Oh, is that what it's called? Well, bullshit love is
No,
what I
I
call it.
don't know. I'm making it up just for the sake of conversation.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
fuck.
A couple of days ago, Bob High. Well, I just happened to tune in, right? And
Yeah.
Bob High, right? I saw Bob High's panel, and it was well the standard avatar that he uses, but it was someone else's voice, and they were talking political stuff. And I got right to the end of it, and then they started playing copyrighted music, and I figured out how to mute them. Right, and I told Bob High later, and he thanked me for it. Well, you're welcome. But that's like the first time I ever muted someone in the chat. Well, this live chat. But it's like, okay, so maybe I saved the day, maybe not. But that's the first time I ever muted anyone, and I muted him, and I just waited there, thinking they would unmute themselves, try it again. But they apparently abandoned the chat, went somewhere else to snipe. But like I said, I don't know how it's done. That's another thing. I just don't know how it's done. So because I'm a novice at all this. I guess I got lucky, and well, okay, maybe we saved the chat, maybe not. I don't know. But it was someone else's voice, talking politics, and then they started playing copyright music. That's when I muted them.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Like I'll mute somebody if like I jump in, I just jump in the panel, right? Like I did that Pancho Petey, I don't know his name. Yeah, it was Pancho Pete, I think.
Yeah, I think it's Mr. Pancho Pete. Yeah, that gentleman.
Oh, okay. That guy, like when I came in, he was like full on yelling at you.
Yeah, he likes.
And it literally like blew my eardrum out almost. I was like, okay, I'm going to mute that guy for a second, and then I'm going to try to explain to him that I only did that so that I can get your volume down because my eardrum was like going to bleed otherwise. But he was cool with that. Like once he muted himself, I never touched his thing after that. And I think he understood that I was generally I needed to tone you down a little bit. And he also stopped screaming at you and just started to talk to you once again at a debatable level. And then, I figured I'd step in and take some of the brunt off you by, being polite to him and giving you a breather.
Yeah, it was fun chatting with him and
It sounded like you guys were engaged and.
Yeah, and then I would ask him questions, and then he would agree and then disagree automatically, and then I gave him examples and stuff, and and I realized that at one point, right, he just started to use obscenities, right? Actually, I don't know if you caught it, but he flipped me off, I think 2-3 times. I think he was trying to trigger me, and so I would go to his level, not that it's higher or lower, just his level. And get back, at him with obscenities and so-called flipping him off, and I'm not like that, so it didn't matter to me. It's like, oh, okay, however, and I keep pressing my point, and he had to basically agree to my point, but immediately he would change his mind and say, no, you're wrong. Okay, fine. I gave you examples, and you agreed. I proved theory to you. And then then he says, "How about this ashtray?" Yeah, I said, "Well, thermodynamics, the laws of thermodynamics come in because there's plenty of heat that goes into making that ashtray, and there's plenty of heat that does not go into it. And then he just kept on and on and on. I kept at it, right? I kept at it. So, and then you came in. It's great. I'll pause. Hit mute and just laugh at him because I wasn't laughing at you. I mean, you're civil with the guy, but he just wants to just basically just go off topic and start something else, and then you bring him back to topic, but he doesn't want to pay attention to that. But as I understand it, that's his standard modus operandi, right? That's how he does things. I'd seen him in one of those flat Earth debates, and I just tuned in for a couple of minutes, and I just listened to him, and he's going at the same pace with the same erratic conversation. So I got off of that, went and watched a good video. So anyway, that's just who he is. Yeah, that's who he is.
Yeah, that's his thing. And I noticed that with a lot of these guys. Like I watched out of curiosity, I watched like 5 or 10 minutes, like one of those episodes of the flat debater thingies, and I noticed that Armando's name was in it, and I noticed I think Adam was in it, and I noticed some of these other fellas was in it. And it was kind of dated older, I think. And I can see that they kind of get in character mode. Like, and that one, Adam wasn't trying to be the Adam that we know of. Actually, throughout I think the whole episode, he was actually very civil and intelligent. And in those days, or in that particular episode, I think he was arguing against Flat Earth. I think. I don't know. It didn't matter. I wasn't really trying to ascertain exactly what the hell their points were. I was trying to ascertain, personality patterns and evolution through these shows, and I think it was a year ago, or maybe I don't know. I have to look at the date again, but it was kind of funny to see, like that Palmy guy was in it that everybody likes to dislike, Mr. I Need Evidence, but no, so it's almost the point where it's just rehearsed, and that's what I was trying to explain. I think with Bob was talking about that, Bob and Big Al, and how they were trying to roast dudes or thinking they roasted dudes and won this and won that. And I'm like, the problem with a lot of these debates is they're going to try to get you in their topics and only their topics because they're rehearsed. They fought, I don't know, 400 or 500 times in the last 3 months with what they call ballers, I noticed. I'm like, yeah, but it's always your stuff that you preach your stuff. Like, give me evidence or doctrine that I'm traveling at and I'm like, well, and usually you ask them other questions, and they usually have a hard time debunking on the spot. So then they usually resort to Googling some video and then using that. I don't know. It's just like sometimes debating isn't even being about being right. It's just presenting a case for other people to believe you.
Yes, I've noticed that too. They want to stay on what they've, like you say, rehearsed over and over again.
Yeah,
but I like that. I like that because
so if you're going to walk into their realm and always go into their subject, you're going to get a beat down, even if they're wrong.
Yeah, one of my favorites.
Unless you're really good at if you know your shit and they call you out on the rehearsed thing. That's why I wish I could get my brother into this shit, because a lot of these things that they're using, he would literally be able to debunk it. He would literally be able to explain things. And then they'll say, what proof do you have? And he's like, well, if you came to my lab, I could literally show you.
No, he won't. But, he'll be interested.
But no, he would slam a lot of the shit in their faces because he knows
you don't know
stuff.
what you're talking about. No, you don't know. That's exactly what they do. That's their trick. They try to disrupt, the train of thought. And you know what? That tells me, like, if you got your brother into one of these things, and I'm listening, and I'm listening to your brother, right? And I follow it.
Oh, you would enjoy him because he would legitimately love to help you out on a lot of your experiments and explain to you how you could improve them.
Oh yes, well you could present,
or how you could just not even do it because it wouldn't work out the way you expect, and then give you a hint at what you're trying to do and what to use. And I don't know, he always used to like correct me, and then I'd be like, oh, but he's like, no, I'm telling you now, that's not gonna work because you get into this and this and that and then blah blah blah. But you are gonna want to try something like. And he wouldn't spoil it for me. That's what made him cool. He wouldn't say,
that
this is
tape-
what's going to happen if you do this. He would just say, well, what you want to try is this. And it's like, well, what's going to happen? Well, you find out. You write down your own notes. You come back and you tell me. But he kind of already knew what was going to happen.
Yeah, he was just wanting you to take the
Yeah.
step. So you
Because he
could-
was always one of the guys that was like, how can you people not want to know how things actually work? I mean, I'm like, I don't give a shit. I just want to flip the light on and it works. Or he wanted to know why the light would go on. You know, what wires worked better? What conducted electricity better? What the temperature of the electricity was, you know, and the current and all this weird shit I don't give a shit about. But that was always him. He's like, Dave, how can you not want to know how the light switch works? Well, I do know how it works. You flick the switch, it flicks this thing that makes this electricity thing go across this wire, and he's like, but how does that all do that though? That's what I'm saying. How you guys not want to know that shit? Well, because it works. I don't know. That was always him versus me. I was like, I don't know, man. I just or my uncle once said, I'd rather hang out and learn stuff and have your brother manage certain things in my life, but I would rather party with you, Dave. And we were both looking at each other like, what the fuck was that about, Uncle? He had this uncle named Gary, and he was kind of a party animal, but yet he was kind of a stupid ass. So I always liked my brother around. I'm like, so my mother never let us get with him again.
Wise woman.
Funny, though. Yeah, our family's kind of weirdo on her side.
One of my
Back in
favorite
the days when you know it was a big deal to get divorced and you were looked down upon. Them Christians would really what do they call it when abandon you from their religion? Excommunicate your ass.
Communication, yeah.
Yeah. So she's like, oh well, fuck it. Fuck you, middle finger. I'm moving across the coast. And I'm like, see, there's certain things I like about religion, and there's certain things that just drives me nuts. So I'm like, fuck religion.
No, I can understand, the positive aspects of it, the spirituality.
Oh yeah, the spirituality,
Yeah.
the moral compass.
What drives you nuts in particular?
Oh, hypocrisy, and how people use it as a government tool, basically, a mind washing tool. Like they depict the Bible and how God and Jesus is, right? But they don't even aspire to that. They look at half the churches; they lock their fucking doors. Well, Jesus and God that I know of would never lock his doors to anybody at any time. And if someone came and got his gold, he wouldn't call the police or anything, right? So therefore, there wouldn't be much gold in there. Like, well, you obviously needed it more than we did. You know what I mean? So they depict these most angelic freaking dudes, and they themselves, make excuses on a society that is basically governed into almost a cult-like atmosphere. Like I look at this chat, right, and you got Lysers, just attacking Christians, and then you got these Christians attacking them back, unchristian-like, but yet they want to teach everybody the Bible all of a sudden, as if they're saintly. And I'm like, well, you're not a very good example, though. So, basically, you're using the book and following it as if it's okay to do whatever the fuck you want because you're forgiven always. That's not how it works, mate. If you want to go by your own belief, you sitting here swearing online and you keep repeating it every fucking week, you're not actually obviously repenting, are you? Because you would be trying not to do it again. You learn from your mistakes, and if you do so, then you get repented, right? Then you'll be forgiven if you genuinely are trying not to swear at other people. But no, they get on here and they troll and they preach the fucking Bible like it's the goddamn end all be all, but they themselves are not good examples. Therefore, it's full of shit. It's a marketing tool in this case. In this case, they're just using it for a show. and trolling and stuff and making it a subject. I'm like, well, if you truly believe that, like I would say one genuine dude would be that that British guy, Grizz. I don't see him too often, fire off at dudes just randomly getting in chat and just. Not that I'm judging. I don't have the right to judge either, but he does seem like he's a genuine Bible guy that genuinely tries his best to be who he is. Where other dudes in here just attack and then rebuttal by trying to be saintly all of a sudden and convert everybody and then attack again. And it's like, well, the problem is you're repeating the process over and over and over. To be forgiven, you have to generally try to stop what you're doing, knowing that it's wrong. But hey, you're going to use it as, well, it's okay though, because every Sunday I'll just go ahead and pray, a few Hail Marys and be forgiven. All is lost. All is great. I'm cleansed again. Doesn't quite work that way according to the Bible. And then they're going to turn around and they're going to say, hey, come to our doors every Sunday and give 10% or 15% or whatever. When clearly, and then they use that to get everybody together, and then they tell them what they're supposed to be doing by these hierarchy priesty people. And I'm like, well, how do you priesty people know what God tells me to do? Maybe I'm not supposed to go on a mission or pay what I can't afford, even though the Bible says if you can't afford, just don't do it. But anyway, I don't know. I mean, it's like they got these high priesty dudes trying to tell a whole populace what to do. And then say God's doing it. It's like, well, no, God, according to the Bible, God's pretty personal. Yeah, he has a few times in the Bible, he's used other people to send a word to masses. But it's not like it was an everyday thing. So like the Catholic religion believes in that where you go in that little booth. What was it called? I don't know. Where you talk about your sins. Really tired. Damn, I was a Catholic schoolboy once too. But even that, I was like, you go in the little booth and it's between you and the priest. Confessionary. That's right. Confessionary. I'm like, wait a minute. How is this dude supposed to tell me how to correct my sins and that I'm forgiven? I thought that's God's job, not this guy. Which is clearly stated in the Bible that, we get to heaven through Jesus. And Jesus and God, I guess, make the final determination if our heart is pure or some shit thing. I don't feel like looking at specific scriptures because that's not the point. And then that's where I was like, well, okay, Catholic's full of shit because ain't no priest going to tell me what God's telling me or that God's forgiven me. That when I pray, I know it, assuming that I believe in all this crap. It's just the other problem is people are fighting over details. You take one scripture and suddenly I like doing that sometimes and I'll be all saintly for a moment. I throw people off all the time. I can be who I need to be. And they'd be, playing along with the Bible and I'll be like, okay, here's one that always gets everybody arguing. Let's I'll bring it up all gently and sincerely-ish and questioning about it. And then what I'm really doing is feeding them something to argue. And they'll do it every time. Like the Cain and Abel is always one that everybody argues about. Who the hell he married? And is it all incest? Well, according to the Bible, it is. But then they'll say, no, because that's a dirty topic to them. They want to, can't have incest. Well, where do you think it came from? Adam and Eve, they had kids. Where do you think they had kids from? Brothers and sisters, right. The other one is the very end of the book. What happens after, what happens at the end? It's usually debatable. What happens when you die? Okay, well, they can kind of agree with that, but I'm like, okay, once you die, you're into heaven. When is he going to kick Satan's ass? Because it's kind of going to happen, right? So what happens when he does so? And that's usually where different religions disagree. So you have your Jehovah Witnesses believe their thing, and then you got the Christians believe their thing, like the Catholics and I can't name half of these religions. And then you got the born again Christians, and then the Mormons, they have their things that they believe different things. So I'm like, well, see, that's the problem. And they all think the King James Bible is the end all be all, and that everything in there is intact. And I'm like, well, you know, there's a dude named King James, right? You know that basically the text is edited to his approval, right? So that would have meant that there was some shit in there that they would have omitted. I'm pretty certain that there's probably some omitted shit in the Vatican right now that never made it into King James publishing.
Yes.
And then you go before that, you know. And so as this book is being written, how much text did not make it into the book? So we're only being told part of the truth, apparently. But they never want to talk about that, and they always deny it. They're like, well, because the Bible is the way it is now, that's the way God wanted it. Well, no, that's other men telling you what to publish. So, you know, if God had people write down everything and wanted to publish, that didn't happen because men told other men what to publish. They said, well, we don't necessarily want that page in the book, so we're going to leave that one out and publish the rest. And how many times that happens throughout history. And then I try to talk to them about the evolution of language. Like Old English sounds nothing like what we talk right now. You could probably even YouTube Google Old English, and it sounds like a fucking foreign language, literally. Which was one of the first things I remember being in elementary school. And they took us to some museum. And they had like this little mini Renaissance fair. And that's when the guy talked about it. And how the language, the Old English sounds nothing like today. Like absolutely nothing. And they played this old school recording of this dude playing like doing a play or something or a poem. And none of us could understand anything at all, except for syllables at best. Like, I believe the word parrot is pretty close to what it is today. But yeah, you can literally do a YouTube, Google video and go, whoa, shit. None of that sounds like English today. So that's amazing that these words are, you know, King James would have been speaking in a language none of us could understand. But yeah, hey, it's perfect English right now, or Chinese, or Japanese, or whatever. So none of them want to talk about the evolution of language. Like half these slang words would have never existed. So I'm like, well, see, evolution of language, you know, different words mean completely different things nowadays. Just like the swastika. Every time you talk about the swastika, it's all about Hitler Germany. But then in that movie, which is pretty much also facto some of the things they used in that movie with Tom Hanks, where he depicted that the swastika was before the Nazi Germany's, and it actually meant like some nicey hippie shit. I forgot what he said. But then I remember Googling it after the movie. I was like, no fucking way, really? So I Googled the swastika, and I was like, holy shit. I don't remember anything of it. I have to re-Google it, but I remembered confirming that that movie, Tom Hanks' character, what he talked about was generally pretty accurate. So I was like, well, there you go. See, even symbols change over time. So what used to be good and love and all this weird hippie shit, I don't quite remember exactly, is now depicted as, you know, your typical skinhead radical Nazi motherfucking symbol. And that to me is the problem with the Bible as well. Is like, well, shit, you know, half these things that are stated in here would have never been this way because Old English sounds nothing like it is today, and words get changed to mean different things. Just like Shakespeare, half the population can't understand reading that shit. I have a hard time reading that. I can't even understand what I'm reading when I read Shakespeare. I have to have like translation to know what the fuck it's trying to say, how people talk. And that's my number one concern about the Bible, was like, well, I like the message, I like the stories. I don't know if they're true though. But you can teach a moral compass based on stories. So you could take Charlotte's Web and learn a lot of good things. It's got tragedy in it. You know, the spider dies at the end. Spoiler. So Wilbur now has to deal with his very best friend dying. Yes, Wilbur's the pig. A children's book has dying, you know. In fact, the whole barn was sad. So in a children's book, you can teach your, you know, some very good moral lessons here. It even has, basically bullying and ridicule in it. Pretty much the early part. They were like, "Oh, what the hell? You got this little pig in this little, fair against these top-notch big-ass pigs." And that's when Charlotte stepped into the story and said, "Okay, let's shut these assholes up." And no, that's what I mean, though. It's like, well, they're going to take the Bible as fact. Well, no, it's not quite fact. But you could argue the other way around with it. Like
Right.
Like my favorite thing is, well, why can't you have evolution in the Bible? Because the Bible doesn't tell you how man's made. It just says made from dust or dirt or whatever. It doesn't say how he did it. So you can't use the Bible to debunk evolution because literally it doesn't talk about it. It just says, poof, man appeared from dust or dirt. And it says 7 days. Well, then you turn around and tell me, well, it's sort of a measurement, not literally 7 days. Well, if it's not literally 7 days, then how many millions of years did it take this piece of dirt to turn into a man? It doesn't say that. It doesn't give us a definite time frame. And it doesn't say how this little fucking dust or dirt or rock turned into Adam. So theoretically, this dirt, whatever, could have over time evolved into a man.
Yes, but the real purist will say it's literally 7 days.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go. So things are an accelerated. And actually, I could probably support evolution easily with the Bible, which I did the other night. I said, look at the Bible and look at how things are made in order. Let there be light. Okay, that's just natural light. And I said, you can explain that because that's. And they say, well, sunlight. I used to think that was sunlight, but no, he invents the sun way later. But he said, let there be light. And I was like, well, how the fuck would he just poof and there's light and there's sky? Well, no, it doesn't say sky because sky comes later as well. The night and dark and all this shit. Well, light could be explained by magma. Yeah, the core of the planet, the lava. When it's burning, it's pretty fucking bright. But then it goes on in order. I'll skip a bunch of how the Earth was actually made with, what order of the stars, the moon, and the fucking, the Earth and the water and all that shit. The first living organism was in the ocean, according to the Bible, right? And the first living organism, according to evolution, was from the ocean. Well, that one book kind of, the Bible kind of agrees with evolution so far. The next thing that happens in the Bible is birds. So I think, well, okay. So you think that birds came out of nowhere, just poof, appeared on land, flying around all over the globe. It actually doesn't even say where the hell they were flying. It just says, poof, let there be birds. I'm like, well, that's sort of evolution as well, because it's more likely because dinosaurs, they used to be thought of as reptiles, but then the scientists discovered they're more closer to birds. Dinosaurs are more inclined to be, ancestors were birds. Okay, so now going back to the Bible, so from sea creatures, now you have birds. So it's more likely that, the flying fish started flying around doing the jumps, and then it eventually evolved into flying around. Because it'd make more sense than fucking crawling up on shore and becoming a fucking slug. So why not have a bird just fly in the middle of a continent, and then that's when he made cattle and all the fucking ground shit. So far, it sounds like evolution to me, because man's not born yet. All the animals were. So you went from the ocean to a fucking flying bird to four-legged animals. Well, that sounds like evolution to me. Just accelerated into, if you're talking literally 7 days, but then I have other Christians that tell me, no, it doesn't mean literal. It actually just is just trying to put it in layman's terms so that we understand. Well, either way, if God's so powerful, he could do evolution in, I don't know, a half a second flat if he's so fucking powerful, which he is. I'm not going to sit there and say he's not, because he's an alien. He could be flying over in some big-ass starship that's like translucent from other dimension that we can't even see, and he just presses a button, poof, big bang, poof, magma ball, let there be light, poof, now we're make land. Oh, wait, hold on, we want water too. Poof, we have water. Oh, wait,
I don't even know if I'm doing the right order anyway, because I'm not going to break open the Bible in Genesis. So I'm like, why not? But anyway, basically the Bible, you could argue that, well, that is evolution, basically. Doesn't say it's not, just says he made all this shit happen. Doesn't say how he made it happen, just says it happened. There you go. So, you know, it's letting us know it happened. It doesn't tell us how he did it. That's what, you know, a theory of evolution is how it happened. Because also in the Bible, yeah, it talks about cleanliness in days before people were even clean. That way you avoid basically diseases and things. That's pretty scientific if you think about it, in a time that had no science at all, which is why it talks about burying people. So when they break down, they go back into dirt. Yeah. And that way diseases don't spread. And also in the Bible, it tells you dust to dust, dirt to dirt, or whatever that phrase is. Well, that's basically saying, yeah, man, when man dies, yeah, man breaks down over time. Man, decomposes. Doesn't say how, it just says he does. But scientifically, we know how a man breaks down, what happens to all the body fluids and the gases and all that. But in the Bible, it doesn't tell you how. It just says, man, dust to dust. Well, through science, we learned that, well, yeah, that's true, actually. So, the Bible's actually quite scientific, but it doesn't tell you how any of these sciences are done. But it tells you it happens. Therefore, science, we ask, how does it happen? So anytime the Bible guys want to say, well, can't have evolution. Well, why not? Where does it say in the Bible that it does it otherwise? Because it says poof, he snapped his fingers and it happened. Well, it doesn't say how it happened though. It just says he did it. Yeah, but nothing. Doesn't say how he did it. It happened. Yeah. Well, that's all you can prove. That it happened. Doesn't say how it happened. So as far as I'm concerned, Bible versus science, you can't use the Bible to debunk science.
But many do.
I know.
Claim that.
And every time I say it, well, it doesn't say how, it just says it did. Until it says it does, and until it explains how, then I can use science to prove that it did or didn't happen. Evolution is a theory. Yeah, I agree. And creation is a myth. Well, something was created. The earth was created. Man was created. Maybe. Yeah, maybe it's a myth, but that's why I say, trying to argue science with the Bible is like, well, the Bible never tells you how anything's done. It just says it happens. And it just tells you to clean yourself. Doesn't say why particularly, but you can use common sense to figure that out. And it's also talking clean yourself spiritually, but it also literally has a text where the guy talks about, washing, and that his skin was. Oh, damn! I don't want to say that out loud yet. I'm waiting to use that scripture against Armando and his buddies.
Yeah,
I've got preloaded.
Save it.
Yeah, I've got preloaded ammo. Yeah. But no, I mean, well, that like a buddy of mine there. That's when I realized. Wait a minute, it does talk about burying people and how we go dust to dust. Okay, but then science has shown us how we die, and how we can become rock and all this shit. And there you go. See, still thinking about this evolutionist theory, creationist myth. That's a good statement that will probably get me thinking. Swastika is an ancient Hindu. Oh, there you go. See, I'm being corrected. See, I knew it was some happy love shit. Well, Hindu is happy love shit, I'm telling you.
No, that statement is correct. The swastika, and it's still to this day displayed.
Well, I didn't mean literally hippie love shit, because I was just using that as an over-exaggeration of Hindu. I had a Hindu friend, and he moved from California to, I think it was India or some fucking weird place like that. And boy, did he come back, and he was ultra hippie mode. Had all sorts of weird, like, little things that you would go, you'd bang. Well, you wouldn't bang it. You would like, you'd it was like this little thing you bang against this. I hate to use the word bang, but I can't think. I'm like, it's so late over here, and I'm so tired and exhausted from work. But you used to hit. Well, hit's not right. I'll just say bang against the side of this little glassy thing, so they make this like ambient sound that like soothes relaxes you and shit, and you can like, yeah, different sizes for different notes, and these big like metallic bowl things you'd hit there, and it'd be like, oh, all this weird like enlightenment bullshit, because he was into Buddha and Hindu and all that shit. That was cool stuff. There's 50 billion incenses for different reasons and weird shit. To me, it sounded hippie. Cleaning oneself is common sense. I didn't know any hippies. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't trying to be exact on the hippie, Hindu, Buddha. Buddha's all about enlightening, not necessarily even about emotions. Just yeah. I actually kind of like that Buddha guys, man. Let's see how long I can sit in the corner just because I want to know what it's enlightening me on. What happens to the body if you were to do that? Plus, what happens to the mind and spirit? And actually, dude, I saw this movie. What the hell was it called? The most awesome thing I ever saw in a long time. Oh, there's this movie, called Samsara. It's like one of them. Pardon me. It's kind of a new age movie. It's not about nothing really. Just like weird music with different images from all over the world of different like cultures and tribes and technology and just weird shit. And there was a sequence with like these Buddha monk dudes. I don't know if they're Buddha or Taoists or whatever they were. It might have been Tibetan monks actually. I'd have to rewatch the film, but man, they were making these elaborate like artwork pictures with sand, like literally different colors of sands, to the point where they were like very intricate. Like you'd almost swear they're getting a pencil and drawing shit. And yeah, it was awesome, man. You'd watch these kids run up these billions of stairs to get this big giant bell, at which they would like go around clockwise, doing a certain thing to this bell. And then they ran up some more stairs and get to these monks that are literally drawing pictures. There's like 4 or 5 of these monks working on this picture of sand. And these kids were like admiring their artwork as they were working on this thing using all sorts of different color sands, blues, blacks, orange, yellow, greens, so many different like colors. And by the end of the film, they just kind of take a minute and check out what they finished. And then, yeah, okay. And they sweep it up. They clean it up. Bye-bye artwork. And then I guess they'll start again in the morning. I don't know. It was like crazy. It was awesome, though. I was like, man, that's sand. They're making intricate pictures with sand. That's some hippie shit for sure, man. That was awesome. All right, I rambled forever. That's probably a record.
Oh, keep going. I like listening to you.
Well, I don't know what else to talk about. I'm now reflecting on this image of this movie was called Samsara. One of the ones I liked too was this made by the same dudes, and it was before that one. It was called what the hell was it called? Baraka or Bayreka or something like that. I actually like that one better, but yeah, it was cool. Like in Bayreka, there was just like this palace looking thing. Like they went into different palaces and churches and all over the world. And a person that worked on it, he told me that they were the first, like remember I think it was Desert Storm actually. I can't remember. Yeah, I'm pretty certain it was the first Desert Storm. Might have been. I get confused the first time or the second time, but I think it was Desert Storm when they went in there. Was it Desert Storm when they thought they had weapons of mass destruction? I'm pretty certain it was.
Yeah, I think so.
So they went. That's right, it was too. So they go in there and they kick ass, and then as Iraq had, I think it was Iraq, had realized, well, there's nothing left they can do. They're getting their asses kicked. They're surrendering. So then they start running around lighting all the oil fields on fire. like all the oil pumps and shit. And that's pretty much what sums up what we were really there for, to be honest, which is why they torched it. Tried to torch as many as possible. Anyway, so that's a conspiracy conversation. Probably go for a long time. Probably save that one for another time when there's other dudes that know about that stuff. But the point of bringing that up was that in Baraka or Bayraka, or I don't know how it's pronounced, but they had those things in there, and the guy that worked on that film with the director and all the other cameramen and shit, he said that they were the first there to film those things on fire, like before the news people even got there. And he said, "Well, this movie did a great job, but the only thing we wish we could do is find a way we could give the audience the smell of some of the stuff we film." So anyway, no, it was just interesting to know that they were the first ones there to film that, and because that's in the Baraka film, the oil fields being on fire, and they were there before the news people. Yeah, I remember having like a debate on chat, and I was like, dude, until you guys like travel the world, it's really hard to talk to you about different cultures. And it's like, dude, you can talk to me about that. And I was like, yeah. You probably what, two vacations? Like, actually, I've been on the road for like 12 years in Africa alone. And then he told me about this project of his, and I was like, oh shit. And then no, it was kind of cool though, like all the shit. And every time I get my mind like some people go back to the Bible to like get their senses back, right? To get their sanity back, and to get God to give them spirituality and all that, which I don't know. I kind of believe some aspects of it, but not in the way they do. Like they can say, well, you're more Christian than you are theist or whatever the fuck the words they use. I'm like, well, I don't even classify myself, man. I know my relationship, and that's for me alone, not for you to judge. You can judge me all you want, but it doesn't affect me. But anytime I want to get my spirituality or my common sense and my sanity back, I just go back to like Baraka movie or Samsara and just play some of it. And I'm like, man, you were there. You were there in the pyramids, standing next to shit that's older than Jesus. Like, you could touch it. Like, one of the things they filmed was like in China, those big ass statues of warriors, like that are like life size, I guess. And there were like tons of them, man. I was like, man, you were there. That would have been the coolest thing to be there in person. Shit older than just time almost. You know, it's like, man, shit's still around. It's just insane, some of the crap he got to film. And like there's a couple sequences in that Samsara that makes me want to go vegan, because he films like a food processing plant in China. And they said they tried to do it in U.S., but none of the U.S. food processing plants would allow them to film. So basically, they started with the Burger King or McDonald's sequence, and then it goes off to some, China food processing camp with all the chickens and the beef and the pork and the. I'm like, man, that makes me want to go vegan. But they did film a little bit in Baraka about some of the food stuff, like how they mark the little chiclets. They like have these little hot things they burn the tips of the beaks with to mark that they're there, that particular factory or whatever. And I don't know, it's just a bunch of weird, interesting, random shit. Some of the tribal tendencies and things that tribes did around the world were kind of funny or cool. Or yeah, I always get my sanity and humble. It's like watching those films make me go, man, I'm so small and such a small. All this shit doesn't matter, man. We argue about shit that literally doesn't matter. Like, it's crazy. It's like you want to sit there and read your Bible, but the Bible's got a lot of conflict in it, a lot of struggle, and it's hard to understand. Watch shit around the world and realize how old shit is, and why, just, man, I don't know. I can see that stuff. I can't really see anything in the Bible. Or I can see like some of those old statues in the pyramids, or the Tibetan old school like ruins, or some of this old school shit that's like, man, or some of the monks that are still around, still practicing the way they did, 1,000 years ago. It's just mind-boggling. Like we sit there and we take things for granted, like a simple television where we're out in the Amazon. They don't care about TV. They don't have any need for money. They're community. You know, we look at these people like they're savages, but yet they don't really have crime. They don't sit there and murder each other, or they have these weird, strange rituals that keep them in line. They're not trying to steal each other's cars or mug each other, and you know. And then you go to Africa, well, it's a whole different ballgame with all the warlords and the. But yeah, some of these tribes are like, man, they don't have any need for shit. They don't know the concept of this sports team sucks and it's making me mad watching this game because my team is losing, and I'm going to go on the internet and I'm going to like troll people. I'm going to argue about stupid shit, and I'm going to call a Clinton person a name, and the Clinton person's going to call a Trumpster a name because they can't agree on policy that they don't have any say in the fucking first place. And it's just crazy. It's like anytime I want to get my sanity back, I just watch one of those two films and go, yeah, fuck the world, because they're all fucking insane bastards. Almost everybody on the internet's got problems. Probably not, but it feels like it. Because a lot of people on the internet, they suddenly get like, 6'8" and 280 pounds of Greek god muscle. And they know everything. Everybody knows everything all the time. Mike out. So I could suck my Mike out again. So I could suck my tea. Oh, Mike out again.
Okay, I had to hesitate there because you had mic'd out like 30 minutes ago, and you kept going, and I figured, oh, this guy is tired, man. You're just fighting it. You're just fighting it. But hey, you covered a lot of topics, and all of them very, very interesting, by the way. Very interesting to me.
Yeah, man.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, man. Agreeing with you. High-fiving you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to high-five you.
No, I'm just having fun with you now because, you're...
All right.
You're enjoying it, but you're tired. And I've been in those situations, right? Man, I got to go to sleep, but I just can't stop going. It's like, yeah, I got to rest, but I can't stop going. So, yeah, I'm enjoying listening to you, one point that you had made with those, I don't know what they are called, but they were doing that sand drawings, right?
Yeah, man.
And incredibly intricate. I saw a segment of that many years ago. And well, right now, while you were bringing it back up, I was thinking, okay, what is the reason for that? What spirituality angle is that? And what occurred to me while you were explaining it, it's like they were trying to basically say, you build life, and it gets very, very complex. And they take hours, as I understand it, hours to basically build up, that whole pattern of colored sand and everything. And basically, it's an allegory, as I perceive it. Like I said, this time when you were explaining it to me. And I thought to myself, okay, it's an allegory for what? It's an allegory for life. You start, right? You start with your outline. Start life, right? You start with your outline. Then you color it in. And you make it more complicated. And everything, over hours, right, gets, intricate detail to the end of life. And then you stand back, you look at it, and then you sweep it all away. It's gone. You start over. That's what I got from that's what I got from. Well, see, initially when I first saw it, I looked at it. I really didn't have one thought one way or the other. I thought, okay, this is some kind of ceremony, and that's what they do. But when you repeated it to me, right, I thought, well, what is it? What is the reason for this? They have to have a reason. Obviously, they didn't say it because I don't remember hearing it during that segment originally. And when you explained it to me, and you were pointing out, yeah, it got more and more and more complex, and then they kept going. It got incredibly intricate, and then they stood back, they looked at it, and they swept it away. Oh, okay, it's an allegory for a life. You start, you basically start up. Life gets a little more, obviously intricate, more complicated here and there. And then, but it's got all of these colors, different facets of a person's life, right? And it got all, and at the end of it all, it gets swept away. It ends, and then they do it again. So that's where I thought, oh, okay, an allegory for life.
Yeah. Actually, I never really thought about it that way, but it's so right, because that was some of their things they do. Hey, those I think they're Tibetan monks. I like I said, I have to rewatch it and break it down, but a lot of their stuff has that hidden meaning of life, like they do things for a reason that seems strange for us, and then you think about it and you're like, actually, life does kind of work out that way, Well, I gave you a link. I don't know if you ever saw it, but this movie called Baraka in 1992, apparently, I think is when it's made. And you can watch that on YouTube. I gave you a link to it whenever you get time anyway. But that's sort of one of the ones I watch when I'm like, man, the world's crazy. I'm pissed off. Someone says this shit, and I'm reading too much in chat and getting annoyed that dudes are trolling, and I'm getting suckered into the fighting them back, and then I feel bad that I said certain things, and I watch it movie and go, you know what, this is all just bullshit. Like, it's all just like entertainment to make myself feel better, or to make somebody else feel better at my expense, or even when my sports teams are struggling, which they were. It's like, just take it in context that it's just especially the sports thing. It's like, they're to entertain. It's not the end of the world that my teams lose or win even. Same thing with the election. Okay, I thought Clinton would win, and I thought, I'm still not sure who I would have voted for, to be honest. But I was probably more or less, I probably would have voted. Oh God, I probably would have voted Clinton, but then I keep changing my mind. Well, damn, she's a criminal though, man. She's like she's got the experience, but then, I can't really. But then I'm thinking, you know what, fuck it. Just vote and get it over with, and just don't move on. Fine. Which I did. I was like, well, I predicted Clinton would win, and technically the polls were accurate because she got more votes than the other guy. But the electoral, that's where it counts.
Yes, you were right. Absolutely right.
Yeah. So, and I also said, okay, I'm going to predict her to win because, and she did get more votes. But I also backed myself, though, in a hidden way that I don't think that many people believe me, but I was like, dude, I'm telling you, whoever Ohio backs will win. That's just fact. It hasn't changed since 1963. So, and the streak continues. Ohio backed Trump. Trump won. It didn't matter all the other shit. To me, it was like, all you got to do is watch Nevada, New Mexico, because they're pretty good at predicting who's going to win. But if you don't get to see their shit, and you see Ohio picking somebody, that's who wins. The rest of it, you don't even have to spend the rest 2 hours waiting for tallies. It's inevitable. And Ohio went with Trump, and I knew right away. As soon as I heard Ohio is Trump's, I was like, well, that's it. I don't even need to watch the rest of this shit. I can get on the internet and talk shit now. But you know what? Like I said, I was always a firm believer. Okay, so my candidate didn't make it. Let's assume that I voted for Clinton. All right, I'm not even going to lose tears over it because, quite frankly, both of those candidates were. I would have voted for Bernie any day of the week. If Bernie, I don't understand how. I think that was rigged myself. How Clinton beat out Bernie as a Democratic. Anyway, that's a whole different subject. But no, people are getting like fighting over this shit. I'm like, why? It's over now. Okay, fine, you can protest, but do it peacefully. Jesus. I'm not going to change anything. And quite frankly, the guy's actually starting to impress me with some of the things he's talking about and how he's carrying himself and how he's listening to the current president. But then, hey, we'll know when he's sworn in. Okay, he's probably playing a game right now. But I have to admit that I'm pretty impressed with how he's conducting himself. So I'm thinking, well, I've been trying to say that to people too. Man, it's not the end of the fucking world, man. People are just going nutty. It's pissing me off. It's like, man, come on now. When can we talk about how we all hate Dallas Cowboys? Or talk about chicks, troll people. I don't know, make it funny. I'm sick of fucking Trump, and I'm sick of Hillary. I'm sick of hearing the liberals. I'm sick of hearing socialism, which we're all cracking up on this side of the world going, wow, you guys want to pay a lot of money for your health insurance. That's okay. That's cool with you guys. That's why I don't want to visit there. I don't want to get in a car accident and go, oh, well, fuck, I'm fucked now. Can you fly me back to New Zealand so I can get fucking treated?
So how is the healthcare system there?
It's a social.
Oh, excellent.
Let's say
Excellent.
you get a let's say you, Ronan, want to come visit my ass, and you get a tourist visa, right?
Right.
And we decide, hey, let's go look at glowworms in a cave, and you trip and twist your ankle or something. I take you to the hospital. They look at your visa and go, oh yeah, sweet ass. Put you in a cast, and there you go. No charge. We'll take care of you, buddy. Government's got you back.
Yeah, but here we have the insurance lobby.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you know
And the
that
people
one.
are happy with it. They're like, fuck it. Hey, this guy's going to give me cheaper rates. Well, why do you got rates in the first fucking place?
Right.
Okay. So, okay, yeah, you'll probably have to pay for your, your painkillers and stuff. But then if you live here, you get subsidized. So you only pay a portion of it. And if you're somebody that's elderly that requires a shitload per year, or even a diabetic, you only pay a portion of that, and the rest of the year is basically on the house. So, yeah. So you pay basically, I think it's what, 100? Is it $100 now? I don't know. I lose track. Or is it?
Yeah, basically a processing fee.
Yeah, I think it's like $200. But see, we pay $5 an item until you get to $200, and after that, it's on the house. And so my missus is diabetic, so she goes through a shitload of stuff. So I think, about half a year we'll pay like $20 or something every time we go and get a new stash. We get new stashes. I don't want to get too detailed, but other than that, it's like, man, we're going to the doctor's office and hospitals and shit, and like you do have doctor fees, but you can go to the hospital for free. So the difference is do you want to wait for 2 hours, or do you want to just be seen on an appointment basis? Then you pay like $15 or $20 for an appointment. Or you can go to the hospital and just sit there for a couple hours and get seen and treated. It's like insurance. What? $400 a month, or $200 a month, or $150 a month?
It's
And then
a little more
you
than
still have to pay your what is it called, the what's that thing? I forgot what you guys
Okay.
call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like even in a car accident, you get in a car accident, you still got to pay your $50 or whatever, or $500 or whatever. Deductible, I think is what it used to be called.
that. Okay, deductible? Yes. Or
Yeah,
a
we don't
copay?
have that shit. We just go to the hospital and go, yep, sweet. Thanks for the cash, buddy. Sucks that I had to sit there for a couple hours, but oh well. Oh man, I gotta go to the chemist and get some painkillers for $20. Oh wait, it's only $5 thanks to the government. They'll take care of 2/3 of what I gotta pay. Never mind that fucking how much shit. Last a year before I moved, and this was a long time ago. A friend of mine was getting married. I was the best man, and the problem was he was in the Army. I think it was Army, or was he Marines? No, he was in the Army. That's right. And but then so he was out of state, and then he'd told me what his flight was and all this shit and blah blah blah. So I planned all this shit, right? And then he calls me on the day that he's gonna fly over. He says, "Oh, I'm gonna drive over, so now I'm gonna get there and blah blah blah." I'm like, well, fuck, that changes everything. I had to cancel everything, and then I got to try to rebook everything, and nothing went right. So I thought, fuck it, we'll go to some canyon in some state. I don't want to get too specific, and we'll just have a big drink up. And so, anyway, I get passed out halfway in a stream, man. I drank so much shit that I'm like passed out literally halfway in a stream at night. So you can see where this is going. I drank like fucking shitload of Bacardi. And then they figure out that, oh shit, I think he's suffering from alcohol poisoning. Oh shit, he's got hypothermia. So they fly me down this fucking canyon at Mach 20,000. Apparently, I don't know. I was fucked up. I was out of it. But anyway, so I go to the hospital and they treat me there, right? An electric blanket and a blood test is pretty much all they really done for me. And then when I was all right, sweet as, they sent me on my way, and then that was the night before the fucking wedding. So now I'm going there all fucked up in the summer with fucking Hangover City with the dry heaves, trying to be this dude's best man as best as I can with no plan gone right. But that little escapade costed my mother $2,100 fucking dollars. I'm like, wow. You mean you didn't have good insurance on my behalf for that hospital run? An electric blanket, a blood test cost $2,100 back in those days. Jesus, which president was that one? I remember seeing the hospital bill going, damn. So now we got to look, call the insurance people, and we got to pay the deductible, which I don't remember how much that was. So a portion of that bill, most of that bill would have been, insurance, but you still have to pay a deductible, which wouldn't have been cheap, because it has to also fund like you had like HMO, you have it's complicated, the insurance there. It takes like fucking ages to have an insurance agent even just fucking explain shit to you, and you're like, fuck, man, which tick box do I go for? Because when you get a job, you like fucking have to tick a box of, let's see, do I do this, this, this? And the worst part, which is one of the things I think he wants to change, and I hope he does, because if you now live in a different state, but you haven't had time to convert your plan over and some shit goes down with you, you're kind of fucked. So you got to find a way to get back to your old state. Otherwise, you have to cancel your insurance and get the insurance in the state that you're in. So, or if you go on holiday and you have some shit to go down, half the plans are only good for the state. So you can't buy over a state, which looks like that's one thing I love about Trump. When I read his, what he wants to do with the healthcare, it's like, oh, okay, so now he wants to make it to where you can buy it across state, and it works across state borders. Well, that's that. Why wasn't like that fucking back in the 70s? Oh shit, I got to read the chat. I'm sorry. Let's see here. Yeah, well, sorry, Jose. How you doing, buddy? 10 to 12 hours. Oh, that population up there in Ontario, eh? Yeah. 10 to 12 hours. Wow. That's almost like go over there, check yourself in. I'll be back in a couple hours, or text me when you're you keep coming back every hour. Let's see, try VA sometimes. That's through the Looking Glass Healthcare. Oh, okay. In the US, the first thing to address is profiteering by doctors and pharmacy. Hey, a friend of mine's a doctor, and he went to some kind of like university here, and then got a job in the States. Let's just say he came back because he said, well, the problem with doing medicine in the States is we're so worried about dotting our I's and crossing our T's because it's more about not being sued than actually practicing medicine. Yeah, you guys pay good. You pay way good for medical, as a job, but people want to sue you. You're doing more paperwork than actually treating people. And so a lot of doctors are then turning dudes down to specialists and deflecting. So he's like, fuck that. It's not even about medicine. So he came back and he's like, here, I feel like I'm a doctor. I feel like I treat people. I'm doing what I like to do over there. He was so scared of being sued. And a lot of dudes were like that, he said. It's like, nah, anytime you worry about, a certain patient and you're not quite 100% sure, the first thing they're going to do is going to refer you to a specialist, just because they don't want to deal with extra paperwork and making a mistake and then having to be sued over it or fought over in the court, because the insurances will go after them as well. So he's like, man, there's a lot of shit that the doctors go through over there that people don't even think about, that it actually hinders the doctors from doing their fucking job. And then I've got a friend that she's a professional basketball player. I'm not going to say who she is, but man, she had to insure each leg and each arm and all sorts of funky shit. And she's like, man, the Americans over here, anytime you even buy a goddamn, you watch an ad. And this is the other thing I forgot about, actually. It's been so long since I've been over there that I forgot that it was this way even back when I was there. That you watch an ad on any kind of like vitamin or aspirin or anything, and it's like, oh yeah, you can feel great. This will help you build your metabolism to burn weight. But the side effects are for a fucking minute, and 2 minutes later, and it's only $4.99. Well, fuck 2 minutes of side effects. Really? Can I just buy an Advil? Oh, well, the side effects are... Dude, I have a headache and I just want a fucking an Advil. Or whatever they use nowadays. It's like, wow. You got to cover your ass everything over there. Fucking dot your T's, dot your I's, and cross your T's just to buy an Advil. And that's the joke I always get over here in New Zealand. They're always like, hey, where are you from again? How long you been here? Yeah, I know. You haven't lost your accent. No, I can fake it, though. Not good, but I can do it if you want. No, you are who you are. Hey, you're not going to sue me, are you? That's the joke. You Americans like to sue everybody, hey? Well, I guess. It's kind of funny. I'm not trying to rip on it. It's just one of them funny things to them. Oh, damn, going to a pharmacy over there, you got to fucking, sign 1 billion pages. That's because they're going to get sued, right? Oh, shut up about the sue joke. I don't know how to respond to that one. Ontario. 10 to 12 hours in Ontario. Wow. Holy shit. That population is massive. Need more hospitals, man. Yeah, well, I guess I'm talking to myself.
I'm listening.
Oh, okay.
Man. Captive audience time with me, okay? I'm listening to you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, Mohawk 26 is in, too. ETI, Extraterrestrial Intelligence by Blue Oyster Cult. Oh, yeah. Dude, I liked Godzilla song from Blue Oyster Cult. They used to crack me up because in California back in the day, they had this... there was these radio morning show guys that were hella funny. Something and Todd or something. Can't quite remember their names, but they were funny. Actually, California had some very funny morning guys. Because that's one thing I do miss. Because the traffic sucks balls so bad. They have amazing radio shows. But they had this fucking Sunday morning fucking show where they showed these crazy old school fucking Godzilla films. And I always liked them because I hated doing laundry, but I had to do laundry. But that was great to sit there and do laundry to fucking some old school fucking, Godzilla shows. While these two morning dudes, made jokes and stuff throughout the hosting of the shows in between commercial breaks. And so I became kind of the fanboy of Godzilla. And then my brother's like, oh man, you should, God, we're playing some video game. It was like some old school fucking wrestling game in the 16-bit era, like on Super Nintendo or something. And I would always label my dudes I'd be like, Godzilla for the body slam. They're like, dude, that's Hulk Hogan. I don't care. I'm calling him Godzilla because that's my wrestler name. So he's like, dude, you should have the Godzilla song. I was like, oh yeah. He's like, no, I'm not talking about the movie one. I'm talking about the rock and roll one. What? He's like, Blue Oyster Cult did a Godzilla song, man. All about Godzilla. I was like, oh, fuck. So I like that song. Blue Oyster Cult's badass, man. I like them. They're cool. They did all sorts of cool songs. Don't fear the Reaper. Yeah, I don't sing. One thing I'm not good at, singing. Never will be. NSA, privacy crap. I don't know. We don't really talk politics. It is what it is. I should probably record one of the news shows. You guys crack up because each segment's 2 minutes long tops. Oh, look, they raided some dude's house mistakenly. Oh, look, Kim.com got raided. They found him hiding in some secret room that he had made for him. And yeah. Oh, and it was all a mistake. So the government apologizes to him. Now on to sports. Who you gonna vote for? My dude John Keys again. Oh, he's a bastard. No way. He's great. Oh well, want a cup of tea? Yeah. Choice. Sure, bro. That's kind of how a political conversation would go here. Nobody gives a shit about I mean, we care, but but we care through voting. So we don't We don't sit there and debate each other. We just vote for this fella. Who are you going to vote for? I'm not going to say. I'm going to go vote, bro. Oh. And if they say, then it might be like a one-sentence debate. Oh, okay. So how about them All Blacks? Oh, they stink, bro. Ireland beat us. Hey, how about them Kiwis? Oh, shit, Scotland played us to a draw, which is considered a loss in our book. Oh, okay. Want a cup of tea? Or do you want a beer? Lager? Yep. Want to go fishing? Okay. NSA privacy crap. I don't know. Let me look that up. I don't even know what that is. I know we're not happy. That's why we hate keys. We're like, hey. And then sending it back to America? Fucking that's awesome. Not. So they spy on our shit. And then they can send all our shit back to those fucking secrecy agencies in fucking good old USA. Because even though we're not NATO, we're NATO's buddies, man. They love our SAS guys. Oh, yeah, they do. Those guys are always fucking working for them US bastards. All right. NSA. What was that? Let's check this out. I think I know what he's talking about, but we just can't really do shit about it, so why worry about it? NSA New Zealand spy shit. Oh yeah, there it is. New Zealand NSA spying. Yeah, I remember that was on the news a little bit, but it was like, what can we do about it? Nothing. Fuck it. They're gonna spy on me drinking, maybe smoking some deck. That was funny when they raided old Kim.com though. And they're like, oops, sorry, bro. Hey, did you guys see that dude, that New Zealand politician get a dildo to the face?
No, you had mentioned it before.
Yeah, I can link you a video if you want. It's funny. And at the end of it, they asked him about that, and he's like, I don't know. I thought it was funny. And then on the talk shows that they had like these dudes dressed up as weenies, dildos, like using balloons and shit to simulate and made all the jokes on TV about it. It's pretty hard to piss off a Kiwi, man. Actually, a client that I took home today, they were talking about how, yeah, they were at a dinner party with junkies and there was no Secret Service and shit. And I'm like, why would there be? We're teeny. What are we going to do? We're going to invade your country with some sheep. Actually, I know how I would do, like when that dude was topping off about how all of the Commonwealth and all its allies would come after America if Hillary made it. And I thought, well, they wouldn't make it past the Navy. When I thought, oh, actually, I'm pretty certain there's operatives there that nobody knows because they're all undercover. So you could do some black ops shit that way. But other than that, no, we're not going to. Yeah, I don't think Australia and the Anzac and the UK and other little legions of little Commonwealth's Navy will make it past the big bad American Navy anytime soon. Especially with the air superiority they got. Now, if China helps us out, that could change things a little bit. But then I'm always thinking, well, why would they do that? We're allies, man. That's stupid. Stupid talk. Honestly, though, that's a topic that, like, this NSA thing, it was on the news, but like, I don't know, like people don't dwell on shit like that. Might be a 5-minute conversation tops. Yeah, it sucks, bro. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Chill out. They seize computers, phones, documents, premises confiscated, Foreman's passport, blah, blah, blah. Some other dude they raided. Yeah, Yeah, there's not a lot we can do with it. So maybe the next prime minister will say, nah, fuck it, we're done with that plan. But see, the MI6 have been doing it for years all over the world anyway. So people don't know about it. MI5, MI6, whatever the fuck they're called. So shit. Look up, actually, you want to get all NSA and see spy shit? Look up Operation Mockingbird. And then if you scroll down that Wikipedia, Operation Mockingbird Wikipedia, look at 2007. And in 2007, basically, the CIA had tapped every news person's office. So first you learn about the Operation Mockingbird, and then they supposedly shut that down. I forgot when. But only in 2007, they decided, fuck it, we're going to bug every news person's fucking office. And then there was something that happened in 2012. I don't know. I don't really follow U.S. politics that much anymore. Oh, Dave Simpson wants to sing, hey? Yeah. Well, it's a cool subject if you want to research it and be all hobbyistic about CIA and the NSA and those things and how they did shit and what did who, and because it's a world game. It's like poker. Can't win the hand of poker without bluffing the other guy, right? And so you figure out how ways to look at his hand, so you know he's not bluffing. So you got spy shit everywhere, hacking everywhere, information trade. Like conspiracy theories love that stuff, and who killed JFK, which they talk about that now, I guess. I don't know. I guess it's supposedly been proven. And then they talk about spy shit, and I don't know, it's cool stuff. I like Tom Clancy. When you get into CIA, Tavistock, etc., it's crazy. Right. Canadians, all great Canadians. And grab him by the pussy, eh? America's new theme. They should have like T-shirts and flags, man. Every time they go to other people's countries, I'll just grab him by the pussy.
I'll be back in a few minutes, Uncle Bay. Mike out.
Yeah, I'll sit here and entertain myself and everybody else. Yeah. CIA's caused a lot of shit. Huh. Probably true, though. Lightfoot is a god by now. I don't even know how half of these people are. Lightfoot. Let's look him up. Okay, Lightfoot. CIA, maybe. I don't know. No. What is Lightfoot? I don't even know how to look it up. John Stockwell. Yeah, I like Alanis. Alanis Morissette was good once. How about Iron Maiden, man? Anybody like Iron Maiden? Black Sabbath. Oh, wait. I was going to look up that other spy dude. John Stockwell. Oh, CIA. He's an actor. Comedy film Losing. A Carpenter horror film, Christine. Oh, I remember that guy. I like that movie. Maybe I looked up the wrong Stockwell. Yeah, I probably did because it says actor. Hold on, let me look it up proper. The CIA guy, not actor. There we go. Let's see here. CIA. Okay, yeah, there we go. That's the right guy, not the actor. Let's see what we got here. John R. Stockwell, born in 1937, is a former CIA officer who became a critic of the United States government policies after serving a seven tours of duty over 13 years, having managed America's involvement in the Angolan Civil War. Okay, oh, gotta highlight that and know what the hell that's about. Probably the SAS were in that one too. Okay, as chief of the Angola Task Force during 1975, covert operations. Yeah, SAS would have been in that for sure. They're in everything. We just never know about it. He resigned and wrote A Search of Enemies. Oh. I noticed that a lot of dudes are coming out of like all these secret agencies going, man, they're real shits we did. As a Marine, Stockwell was a CIA paramilitary intelligence case officer. Congo crisis, Vietnam, Angolan War of Independence. He was major. He claimed that the CIA was a counterproductive to national security, and that its secret wars provided no benefit to the United States. Of course not. They got to get rich somehow, right? Government pays like shit. Oh, some place in Africa. Oh, okay. Yeah. Most murdering fucking. All right. So now we know about John Stockwell being a. That's like actually I remember on CNN or something. I remember hearing about this former Marine dude that was basically denouncing his American citizenship because some of the shit that they were doing in the Middle East as Marines and shit, and like some of the orders and the reasons for some of these things and blah blah blah. I didn't quite understand it, so I don't know. It seems like games never change. Money and power, man. Got to control shit. The whole world, man. Like UK is trying to get their little grips and everything, and Tommy Douglas, NDP, Canadian father of healthcare. All right. Rufus Wainwright. That's pretty cool. Don't know that one. Bobby Robertson, eh? Robbie Robertson's pretty cool. Do. Needs some singing or something. Oh, we're naming all the celebrities of Canada. Musically, that is. Actually, I like Bryan Adams. Are we playing like a... Hold on. All right. Bare Naked Ladies, Canadian. The Guess Who? Bryan Adams. Tragically Hip, Alanis Morissette. April Wine, Cowboy Junkies. Blue Rodeo, Arcade Fire. Gordon Lightfoot, Simple Plan, Nickelback. I didn't know Nickelback was Canadian. Rush was Canadian? Are you shitting me? I liked Rush. They were awesome. Okay. Bachman Turner Overdrive. Really? That's a surprise. Broken Social Scene. I don't know what that band is. Our Lady Peace. Celine Dion. Nelly Furtado. Neil Young was Canadian? Really? I liked him too. Shania Twain? Wow. Paul Anka? Leonard Cohen. 1934 to 2016. Wow, that's an old fugger. Arville Loving. I can't even say that name. Michael Bublé is Canadian. Yeah, figures. Johnny Mitchell. Sarah McLaughlin. Yep, went to one of her concerts back in the days. Sam Roberts, Holly Cole, Matthew Good, the new pornographs. Justin Bieber? No, he's not, is he? Yeah, okay, Justin Bieber. Yeah. Yep. My grandkid's in a few of his videos. Katie Lang, Oscar Peterson, Big Sugar, Loverboy. Loverboy was Canadian? Wow. Corey Hart, Drake. Bruce Cockburn, Burton Cummings, Diane Krall, Matthew Goodband, Jeff Healy. Jeff Healy was Canadian? Hey? Jeff Healy was cool, man. Steppenwolf. Anne Murray. Steppenwolf, really? 3 Day Grace, Theory of... Great Big Sea, Barney Bentel. Tons of people out of Canada. Great musicians. Didn't even say Bryan Adams, I don't think, because somebody else did. Can't believe Neil Young was Canadian. Wow. Huh. That's awesome.
Hey, Uncle.
Yeah, man.
You didn't know Rush was Canadian?
No, man. I just like their music. They were badass.
Oh, yeah, man. Anvil is from Toronto.
Yeah?
Oh, we have so much talent here, man.
Yeah, man.
The Guess Who, Cody Hatch, Max Webster. Just to name a few.
Yeah, man.
Gordon Lightfoot from Orillia, Ontario. That's 45 minutes from where I am right now, actually. Stephen Leacock, famous writer. He's from that area, too.
Hey, you guys get to claim Bieber.
Oh, yeah. That's pretty cool, eh?
Yeah, man. Well, like I said, my step granddaughter's in one of those videos, or a couple of them.
Bryan Adams from out west. Sarah McLaughlin.
Yeah, like I said, I went to one of her concerts.
Yeah, Jen Arden.
Which I didn't even know she was Canadian. I just thought, oh, yeah, saw McLaughlin, got some tickets, let's go. Do-do-do. Heaps of people.
I'm
Heaps.
trying to.
This list is huge.
Yeah.
I haven't even heard of half these things because, like, I'm not really that much into the new, like, rap stuff or.
She was. Alanis Morissette was big in '95.
Oh, she was huge. Oh yeah, yeah. I remember that album. That's the one album that was.
Avril Lavigne. Everybody knows her. Of course, Bieber.
Yeah, yeah. I said that because, like I said, my step granddaughter's in a few of those videos. They got the Royal Palace dance troupe. Some of that stuff over here.
Drake.
Katie Lang was yours? Huh.
Oh yeah, yeah. She's
Huh.
from out
Okay.
west.
Yeah, yeah. I remember her back in the day.
Yeah. Many country artists as well.
Yeah, yeah. Well, like, isn't Shania Twain? Did I say that? I read off a big ass list, and I was like, really? She was hot.
Huge. She broke a record, eh?
Yeah, man.
Mutt Lang produced that album. Nashville didn't take very kindly to her, way.
Oh well, all the guys liked looking at her and listening to her, so screw Nashville. Those kind of days are kind of like, who cares nowadays? Or back in the day, Nashville was a big deal. Now it's like, not really now. Not in today's media day.
Yeah, there was a documentary Rush did, eh? Beyond the Lighted Stage. It's on YouTube, man.
Oh yeah? Okay, I'll check it out later.
You see the famous Hollywood people, mentioning, how big they are fans of Rush in that documentary.
Yeah, man. Well, Rush was so awesome, man. It was like, yeah, I might actually have to, a Rush-a-thon, I think.
Oh, that would be cool, man.
Yeah.
I remember being introduced to 2112 because I remember hearing, the other stuff Rush did, but when 2112 came out, it was like, wow, man, good stuff, eh?
Yeah, man. Man, there's so many lists here. Yeah, good stuff. So what have you been up to today, eh? You got any plans?
I got to get out and take care of some business.
So not fun stuff. Yeah, I hate those days too.
Got to do it though.
Jim Valance? Hey? No way. Let me read him. Oops.
Don't forget Phil Hartman from Brantford, Ontario.
Oh,
Wayne
yeah?
Gretzky.
Well, I was just going musicians.
Yeah.
Wasn't even going to cover actors in sports,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, man. John
a
Candy.
lot of actors too.
Yeah.
I just can't believe Jim Valance was yours. Wow. He was a badass writer. I mean, he wrote like Ozzy Osbourne stuff and Alice Cooper stuff, some Kiss. Oh, I didn't know he wrote for Joe Cocker too. He wrote for like all the big dogs.
Bob Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
He wrote. Geez, we're talking this subject when Ronan's not here. This is like he loves his.
I know, eh?
I know, right? He leaves at the wrong time. I'm sitting there just jabbering and waiting for dudes to come in here. Nice to have you here, man.
Where'd he go?
Raining Dance by Big Country. Hey, Bob. Hi. See you, Dave Simpson.
Dave coming in?
Oh. No, I think he said see y'all later. Just checking out some of the chat. Been reacting to some of these guys, man, because I'm so tired. I'm like almost delirious. So I've just been rambling and talking, and then I'll occasionally check the chat and go, oh, that's a good subject. I'll ramble about that for a minute. Or I'll learn some new stuff. Like they point out this CIA guy, John Stockwell. A quick rundown on that fella.
Don't forget Buffy St. Marie.
Buffy St. Marie. Who's that?
Aboriginal. Aboriginal music artist,
Oh yeah.
Canadian legend.
Oh yeah. Cool, man. Ooh, pardon me. Oh man. Man, chat's been quiet all day, it looks like. Maybe they're all debating about something in some other channel.
Yeah, I heard you earlier. You were pretty good, man. You were on.
Oh, I just don't want to debate all the time is the problem. Like, I can't do the same shit over and over, right?
Yeah, it's just a waste of
Especially
energy.
about the same subject. It seems like I've looked at past episodes after I talked with Hank, and I really didn't want to debate then. But then I thought, well, Roden needs a little guidance, so I'll steer him away. And then I took over by accident. Didn't really mean to, but it just happened. And then, and it was like, I'm like, huh? This feels scripted in a weird way. I just felt like it was kind of scripted, and I'm having to like wing it, literally wing it. And hold on, let me look this up. Oh, okay. And then I get an idea in my head. Well, how does this work out? Because if it was flat, this couldn't happen. And I look at it and go, oh yeah, see, I'm right. And then, well, I'm right in my own head. I don't think I convinced him any, but in a debate, it's usually judged by others. So, and that's why I keep telling people, you can't judge your opponent on who wins, and he can't judge you on who wins, because in both your eyes, you always win. Which is why debate's always judged by others.
You were talking about the healthcare and your experiences there.
Right. Oh, that wasn't debating anything. That was just me rambling.
Yeah. I was listening to that, and that got me thinking, about our system here,
Yeah. Well, I had some bad shit happen when I lived over there, right? When I was a statesman, and things could have been different.
Right.
And what's funny though is just before the debate that Michael Moore guy released a movie that, like I said, I've been flip flopping like every fucking day, almost literally, on who I would have voted for. Man, my God, I just couldn't believe it. I was like, why couldn't Bernie Sanders be the guy? I think actually they did kind of a poll thing that pretty much was pretty convincing that I think a lot of people would have voted him in for sure. Like a lot of experts. A lot of experts reckon that if Bernie had ran, Trump would have had no chance. I don't really care to say who's better than who right at this point. Trump's the president. Fucking hey, let's support him. I'm over trying to say, oh, it's doomsday. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Fuck that. Let him. No, he's there now. So.
No, Bernie, he was impressing me.
Yeah, me too.
Going along and stuff, and I was listening to him, and I'm like, you know what, this guy. This guy's all right, man. He makes a lot of sense. He's talking about these social issues that mean a lot to the salt of the earth, these American people that have been waiting for this change. This guy's going to do okay, and he was impressing me, right? And then all of a sudden, the negative stuff started coming about, right?
Yeah,
and then he let down his followers, eh? And I was like, wow. I wasn't surprised.
The thing though is he never had a chance to run for president though. It was like I think that was rigged. Hey, let's put a fucking female up. Let's try to outdo the black guy. That worked out well for you. She hasn't won yet. She's still 100% loser. Oh well, you got another 4 years to think about having Democrat to select somebody else.
And then when that went down with Bernie, he stepped aside. I said, you know what? I've seen this before. And we know what happened after that.
Yeah. But, oh well, Trump's in and he's starting to impress me, actually. But then again, when he takes that oath, that's when we're really see. And I don't really give a shit anymore. It's like, come on, people, move on.
Yeah.
Stop calling each other names just because someone keeps supporting Hillary, and it's over. And those Hillary fans, shut up already. Support Trump now. Hillary's done. She's politically dead, forevermore almost. I can't see any other way after this beatdown that the Democrats would ever give her a chance at running again. I just don't see it.
At the end of the day, they're all Americans. It's it's
it's not a hard concept, but over there, I guess it is.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, that person seems just as patriotic as you, but guess you're not American if you're a Hillary person. And yeah, what a time to. I don't think I would have opened my mouth. Like if I lived over there and people ask me who you voting for, I don't know. I haven't decided yet, really. Even on my heart, even if I had a decision, I'd just keep quiet because this is too much hate. Too much hate. Yep. Want to make America great again? It ain't the president. It ain't the government. It's the people, man. And I'm sorry. Until the people turn around and be like, awesome, well, go fuck yourselves. Not literally, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Hey, you know what? You guys want to argue about, being the best? Well, you might want to look up some stats, man. First of all, you got to be happy. If you want to make America great again, you got to be happy first. And you can sit there and say, oh, but our health sucks, and gun laws almost got taken away with us, and this and that, and bitch, and whine, and 2 jobs, and all this crap. You know what? Take that away. You still going to be happy? It's never enough. It never has been enough over there. You need more. You need more insurance. You need a bigger car. You need a fucking, a fucking Volvo becomes a Volkswagen. Volkswagen becomes a Beamer. It's still not good enough. You need a fucking Ferrari. Now we need a fucking Lamborghini with a fucking $20 million mansion. Oh, fuck that. You don't need $20 million fucking mansions and a fucking $2 million fucking Lamborghini to be happy. Fuck, you shouldn't even give a shit who the president. Well, okay, the president's kind of important, but it doesn't make you happy. And then once you're fucking happy, and then you can look at the other guy and go, you happy, bro? No, I got fucking 2 jobs, mortgage, and that. Man, everybody got that worldwide. Fucking A. Work sucks. Stop complaining about it. Change it. Tell the business guy you're charging too fucking much. Because that's where the real problem lies. Ain't the president going to turn around and say, you know what? You businesses are charging these people too much money. All they can do is give you more jobs. Doesn't tell you how to spend your money. Doesn't tell the business guys how to fucking, charge you. Unless they start putting a cap on it. So, quite frankly, wow. You're going to pay $150 for shoes? Of course you're not fucking happy. You got to fucking pay $150 in insurance just for a car if you're, I don't know what age group, young. Can't remember, 16, 17. You got to fucking buy health insurance for everyone and then dental insurance. Of course you're not fucking happy. And then you got interest rates and fucking mortgages and fucking got a ticket, got to go to court, got to pay the fine because they're assholes. Fucking life sucks. Well, yeah, your happy index is pretty shitty in America.
Susie's dancing lessons.
Susie's dancing. Oh, yeah, the education. Oh, that's terrible shit. You should look up where you're at on that. Not very good. And you pay for that? Really? You pay that much money for that? Damn, that should be better. Like 207 million? Isn't that what the population is in America? And it's all mediocre statistics. Except the military, hey, you spend more money than the whole world combined. Or allies, at least. But, oh well, I wouldn't be happy. Susie dancing lessons that keep growing. And then you got to, oh my God. I think the biggest thing I don't miss is that's my biggest thing I don't miss, man. Like I have a conversation with friends back home and all they do is complain about the job, the mortgage, the kids' fucking lessons. And
Got to take Timmy to the arena to play his hockey game and his practices.
Yeah. Well, that's cool, but man, the money it costs to do that is just outrageous.
Yeah. It's all right if you can afford it.
Yeah. It's incredible. It's like, man, can't people be happy? No. They have to bitch on, whining to each other, make themselves feel good. I'm smarter than you. You're a dumbass. Okay, well, great.
That's what the Joneses.
Keep up with the Joneses. Keep track of celebrities. Who did Brad and Angelina, you know, when they split up? Actually, I remember watching this YouTube video, right? And they ran around different universities, like UCLA, and they asked a black guy, who won the war, or who won the war, North or South? And he's a UC, or was he USC? He couldn't tell you. Then they went to like some other college and asked some Sheila, hey, who won the War of Independence? She couldn't say. I'm like, oh, you got to be shitting me. Really? You're at UCLA or USC or one of these schools, and they can't fucking answer the very basic fucking questions of who. Well, if you didn't win the War of Independence, I'm sure as hell no, you would be seeing God Save the Queen over and over.
Right.
Or some other song written by the Commonwealth.
How many people did they ask before they got the one that made the mistake?
That's true. That's true though. That's true. It didn't quite say how many over and over, but there was a lot of dudes that were answering some. Oh my God, I can't believe you didn't answer that shit. But then I chat with people on here, and they don't even know how the fucking system works. The voting. Like that what's his name? That dude that you got in a fight with the other day, Ronan. That North Carolina guy, I think Buddy W. And when I was talking about electoral college, he thought I was talking about college kids voting. It's like, no, I wasn't talking about that. But oh well, probably a good guy.
Hey,
though.
Ronan. Hey, how you doing,
Ronan?
Ronan?
How you doing, buddy? I'll shut up. I'll give it the mic to you guys. I'm just being a dick,
Oh, man.
I guess.
Oh, you're doing good.
No, I'd been listening for a while, but well, go ahead, gentlemen. Go ahead, please.
All right. Well, okay. Yeah. You go to a movie, right? Who dictates the price of that shit? Since when did popcorn? I don't know. How much you guys pay for popcorn now?
Well, it's over $6 up here, man.
I don't know. I don't go to movies.
Yeah, and they'll say inflation, right? Right? I mean, they always say inflation. Well, who sets inflation? And then they want to go into this big ass, man. You talk about inflation, it starts to turn into a fucking like myth, theory to myth, like business knowledge and practicality, and they start talking more shit and more shit. You talk to business dudes, more shit, and it starts to turn into kind of a theory and babble talk, make believe numbers, and then it starts turning into a myth. Hey, well, this money covers that money. This thing covers that. And we'll put this in a piece of paper that we're going to bring these stocks together, all these junk stocks, and we're calling it a package stock, and we'll call it package A and sell it to some butthead, even though it's worthless. But we're offloaded that way, and we'll call that money to pay for the real dog. It's stupid. It's like, wow. I'm going to pay $6 for popcorn when it used to cost $5 or $4 and $3, and you can go to the grocery store and buy it for half the cost. But hey, we got to watch our movie and be happy and be stupid about how we spend our money, so the business people are like, yeah, man, yeah, let's keep raising prices because these fools keep buying it.
Right, man.
That's the whole world, though. I'm not talking just the state, man. It's like that here too. I just look at the kids nowadays. I'm like, you really want to pay $200 for that?
Cost you pennies for
yeah.
corn, and do it at home, man. You know,
like nobody thinks about what it costs to produce it, to have the materials, production, and then employees. Okay, so it costs you maybe $2 to make it, and you're going to charge me $200, and I'm going to be happy buying that shit.
Yeah.
And then we don't teach our kids that. We just go ahead and bow down to the kids what they want, and it's like, well, okay.
Make them happy, right?
Yeah, man. Humanity's just fucking walking sheep, man, when it comes to consumerism. Hey, man, let's pay-per-view it up. Every channel's now bought, and we have to spend money on that. And then thank God for Freeview. Fucking A. Pay-per-view my fucking ass. I was pissed when that. Oh, what? It went from HBO boxing to fucking pay-per-view boxing. Thanks. And y'all fell into that trap. Everybody fell into that shit.
It's like $150, $160 for a package up here for a phone, cable, internet. You know, by the time you pay the taxes and that, it's over $180 a month.
I know. I'm gutted too because I have to have it for my job. So I've got like
Yeah.
all the.
It's a necessity
Man.
for you.
Yeah, I'm like, man, if I didn't do my job, I wouldn't have any of that shit. I'd be like, fuck it. I got my $20 cell phone. And if I'm going out to have fun, I'm leaving it at home. I'm going old school, man. If I'm out my house and you try to call me, I'm not home. I'm out doing my thing.
You know, people who live off the grid, man, I admire them, buddy. Honest to
Yeah,
God,
yeah.
they get it, you know. They know who's screwing them.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like I look at here, like here, there, Canada, fucking Europe, and we're so like, we're sheep, man. When we start spending money, like I got in a debate once with this fella, and it was literally the topic was pay-per-view versus live streaming. Because one guy was like, "Hey, can you stream this game for us, people that can't afford it?" Well, that's why you guys are dumbasses. No, I'm not going to stream it because I can afford it. And I'm like, well, that's good. You're stupid enough to pay double what we paid, 5 years ago for your satellite dish? Your
Right.
I think over there it's called DirecTV.
Yeah.
I used to work for them back in the day. I was a tech guy. Used to help Kmart and or Walmart and half these stores set up their shit.
Yeah, man.
They'd be like, "Hey, man, how do we get this? Okay, let me go through all the access cards with you guys, and we'll pair them all up, and we'll get all your displays working for you." Nope, we're closed, buddy. You have to try us tomorrow. Anyway, yeah, actually, I liked that job. DirecTV was fun. But anyway, fucking A, man. I'm just like, wow, people are brainwashed to buy this shit for this price. Back when I remember cable was kind of expensive, but at least you got I don't know, some kind of good idea. But even then was like, wow, people start spending money on water. Remember back in the day when like we weren't pussies. We'd walk around. Oh, look, there's a water fountain. I'm thirsty.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
how it
look.
works.
Yeah, man. Shit, now it's like everybody's all scared and, shit, germs and rabies and I'm over exaggerating. But it's like, man, now we spend a lot of money on just drinking water. Well, those people that don't have, water streams and fire and
You know, Uncle, I met a guy. He said he had a friend who's a truck driver. They were loading water off of on Georgian Bay and doing that, truckloads, and taking it down over the border to have it processed by a big company. I won't say the name. And that was business as usual.
yeah,
So
man, crazy.
all it was costing the big company was to transport the water that they were depleting out of the Georgian Bay, for their profit, to process it, clean it and process it and put it out on the market.
Yeah, man. And the worst part is this inflation word. Yeah, inflation. Man, there's probably some documentaries people I should highlight for people and then make you go, damn, we're idiots. Damn, we're sheep. I'm not going to do the old Pancho Macho, whatever his name was, and say that, oh, well, all that crap. Don't pay nothing. But, it's crazy how society is because it's like, man, you got to pay for trash now? But see, they sit there and they raise prices. The business guy makes us little peons pay more money for the product being produced or the service that they're giving us. And they keep raising prices. And, and the inflation, and then they turn it into inflation and inflation. Man, the wages haven't gone up any. Now we got to work 2 jobs or both parents have to go to work, for the low man. Not these higher end people, but for the low guys, back in the day, you actually had a middle class. Well, now it seems like there's low class and good class, rich class, low class. That's basically what we got. I think that's another world plague problem, whether you're talking UK or Australia, New Zealand, America. I don't know, maybe Canada. Can't speak for you, but it just feels like it's a world plague. And it's like, well, inflation's gone up so fast, so furious, and wages stayed low. It's like, okay, you work for some farmer or you work in some factory, making
Yeah.
minimum wage or slightly over it, when it costs them fuck all to have the materials and labor and insurance, and then they charge like, I don't know, 1,000 times the product cost, and they're just
Yes.
banking it and not rewarding the
man.
workers, which is something
Right.
Roman talked about. That's a
Right.
subject he's good at.
Yeah. The point I was trying to make with the water is the government definitely was in collusion with the company. They knew,
Oh, no shit.
once it got to the border, where did this water come from? Like, it wasn't just one truckload. This was like 10 truckloads a day. So they were saying that water belonged on the lake for everyone.
Yeah, man. Oh, that's correct.
That story,
Yeah, that's pretty right. I wouldn't. I imagine that happens all over, doesn't it? If you think about it.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just like stories like that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm still cracking up over the pay-per-view debate. I was like, huh. So you're the smart one that can afford paying $70 a month so you can watch sports. I'll go to the pub for free and drink beer. I'll take that $70.
Right.
I'll get loaded and watch the same game for free.
Yeah. And many people do that, Uncle.
Yeah. And then if everybody said, you know what, $70 or $60 or $40 or whatever your package is around the world, they said, fuck this, man. Fuck this. We're sick of paying that much. The company would have to reduce their costs. But no, they just keep charging. And actually, it's funny, like over there too. Like, I remember thinking, man, I would love to get that package. It gives me like 300 fucking channels. Well, who's going to watch that many fucking channels? Now you got internet. So actually, I don't need pay-per-view at all. I just like, oh, well, fuck it. I'll get on the computer and I'll watch it there. Actually, I just download it. I rip it. It's like, oh, well,
It's like $7 a beer up there, man. In the bar. There's a bar.
Oh, yeah?
$7. Yeah.
Wow.
Remember,
See, even that's expensive.
You remember we took the tour there when you did it with a computer of where the dock is with all those boats?
Yeah, man. I remember that.
Yeah, $7 a bit. $7 a beer in there, man.
Damn.
Canadian.
Wow.
Currency.
Probably just go to the shop and drink it on the beach. Oh, you guys probably have liquor ban on public, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking, oh, well, you just go to the grocery store, get a case, crack them open on the beach. Because we have that here too. We don't.
No,
Never
you
used to
can't
be like
buy it in the grocery store. Not yet, anyway. You can buy it at the beer store.
Oh, well, okay, liquor store then, or what do you guys
Or
call
the
it?
liquor store. Yeah.
Yeah. Go to the liquor store, get a case, go home, save your money. But but you're right. I mean, if I wanted to watch a game for free, I'd just go to the pub, get a few handles. Because I just simply refuse to pay fucking that much money for TV. I'm like, are you shitting me? Everybody else is fucking loving it. They're like, oh yeah, I'll fucking dump to. I bet you if they raise prices to double, people would do it because they're just like, I don't give a shit. I gotta watch the game. Okay. Wow, you are stupid after all. Go for it, man. You might as well just jack the price up by double. Go for it. Pay-per-view should be double, or satellite TV should be double. Fuck it, just keep juicing it up. And I love like how DirecTV used to repackage deals when all they do is like switch out one channel for another one that's virtually almost the same, and then they would oh well, today's special is, guess what? You now get USA Network instead of well, now there's way more channels than when I worked there though, but I just crack up with some of the packages just to add another $5 here and there, and some of the shit we used to say at scripted was like, are you shitting me? Wow, people, you are dumb.
Yeah, they're good at that.
Yeah, it's like, wow, people are actually paying that much money for that stuff. Damn, get out of your house more, man.
Yeah, there's a world outside. Go live it.
Yeah, man. What's worse, these damn business dudes are like, okay, maybe I'm charging too much after all. Never happens though. I remember in LA we used to go on like fucking petrol strikes. Well, actually back then it was gasoline. Like, fuck this!
Did you ever go Whiskey a Go-Go?
A Whiskey Go Go. No.
Yeah, that bar.
Nope. Nope. Never did. Sorry. Doo-doo, doo-doo. Actually, oddly enough, when I was in California, I didn't do a lot of bars.
Sunset Strip.
Been there like twice. See, in Torrance, I was more about the beach because we were so close to that. I did a lot of scuba diving and just beachy shit. And
Oh, okay.
I was 1 block away from Del Amo Mall. And I mean, I did the Sunset Strip here and there, but it was cool. Wasn't, yeah. Yeah, it was cool. I liked it. Actually, looking back at it, no, I guess I did it more than 2 times on the strip, but I was more like in the street, though. I just talked with people on the street. Did the street stuff. Played a lot of ball, played street stuff.
Cool stuff, man.
Yeah. Especially like yeah, walking down the street, you get the dudes just cranking out the guitars. Fuck it.
How about Venice Beach?
Yeah, I've been there. But didn't need to go there. Like I said, in Torrance, like, we had our beat. Well, no, okay. Yeah, Venice is cool, but Venice is very touristy. It's cool for that, but
yeah,
like I said, there's a little beach called Rocky Beach. I love that beach.
Right on, man.
We used to, man, there was like this, I think that was the one where, I have to get my dive catalog, but there was a particular beach where they used to have like this dive boat, right? And we'd look off the distance, be like, I don't know, can we make it out there? Yeah, I think we could paddle out there. So we would, like, we're like, fuck, we're not going to pay money to get on that boat. Well, I think we can make it. Because, like, we were both athletes at the time, so, you know, our flippers are fucking twice as strong as most normal people at the time. So we're like, fuck yeah, we can make that. So we just like, we just go, we do a beach launch, you know, walking into the water backwards, fucking with our flippers and shit, if we wanted to do it that way. Or we would just walk in and then put the flippers on, depending on how bad the waves were and the surge. So we just enter off the beach and then fucking paddle out to where the boat is, and then fucking dive, you know, go under and make our way back to the beach. And then there was Morro Bay, California is nice.
Nice.
I don't think I've been there. I'm just responding to this Sedgwick guy. Morro Bay.
Cool, man.
Can't remember it. I think I've forgotten more shit over there than I remember, to be honest. Huh.
Yeah, you have to be a good swimmer to be, you know, dealing with those waves and undertows there, man.
Well, with flippers, it makes it a lot easier, though. But
right.
Yeah.
Gotta be in top
Now,
shape.
we were pretty
man.
good back in the day, yeah. Like, I remember, actually, I'm sure it was Rocky Beach is where we used to just, fuck the boat. We'd just go out there ourselves, paddle out there. There's a place called Shaw's Cove that was nice for that, too. We were like, fuck, that's awesome. But in Rocky Beach, I remember, because they had, like, the Victoria's Secret people there doing their photography shit, and we're like, ooh, we're gonna take a break, because I remember we'd like wear our wetsuit and all our gear and shit, and then hike across, and by the time you're going down the stairs, you're like fucking sweating it up, man. You're fucking roasting, and it's like fuck, and then you jump in the water and all sweet again. You know what I mean? Like you're just fucking starting to get heat. It's almost like you're getting heat stroke by the time we get like park the car. Half the time you're like you're parking way up the street, man, like fucking wages away, hiking about almost a mile sometimes. And so by the time we were getting towards the water, we're like fucking almost heat stroking it up, you know, over exaggerating. But yeah, we were very sweaty and starting to get. But so we get there, we're like fucking marching our shit. We're like hike. And then we're like, fucking hey, here we go. And there they are on top of these rocks and shit. There was a girl and a guy fucking doing some filmings and this photographer shit, and they're like, no, you're not gonna go down there. And we're like, well, fucking hey, we're going down there. We're diving. This is a public area. No, just let us get some shots. We're like, nah, man, we're going down. We're going down the stairs. We're gonna get on the fucking beach down there. We're gonna go off in the water. No, we don't want to. Here, how much will it cost to keep you guys from going down there? We're like $50 for every 5 fucking minutes. And they're like, all right. So about 10 minutes later, we're like, fuck it, man, we're dying. We didn't want to strip down either. We're like, all we had to do was like basically just, throw the flippers on and we're going. So we're like, man, I'm not taking off my fucking tank. I'm not taking off my vest. Because usually, we literally carry that stuff. And then when we get to the stairs, we go down to the bottom of the stairs and then we suit up down there with the tanks but we're like, man, I'm not fucking unzipping my wetsuit here. Fuck that. I'm going through. So we're like, 10 minutes later, we're like, fuck it, we're going. So probably in some fucking really old school fucking Victoria's Secret, you'll see the back of us or the back of our heads out in the ocean. And
Cool, man. That's cool.
That was funny. I was like, yeah, $100 and we're still going. Fuck it.
James Bond movie, man.
Yeah, it was cool. Actually, the dude wasn't in like this tuxedo-y thing and with this fucking bikini-esque chick. It was funny. But I was cracking up because I was like, fucking after 10 minutes, we're like literally dripping sweat off our heads, man. It was like constant fucking like raindrops off our heads, drip, drip, drip. We're like, fuck it. I'm not unzipping, man. Because once you're wet and shit, it's like fucking, it would be a mission to put it back on. It's just sticks so tight. So we're like, fuck it, I'm going. And then we jump in the water. Oh, yeah. And in that particular beach, I think there was like about 50 meters inward. That's where the shark was. They had the same shark. I think we dived there at least 5 times in the summertime. And every time there was the same fucking shark there. And we're like, hey, do we tell all these parents that their kids are swimming around with a little shark? I think the thing was about 5 feet from nose to the back fin.
Right.
So it was pretty neat. Yeah, it was a pretty neat shark. But we're like, hey, do we tell these surfers they're probably like hanging out above the shark? Nah. All sorts of cool shit, man. Yeah.
Fuck.
I liked goddamn, what was it? Shavko's was cool. Because they had like these amazing canyons, I think, under the water. But the problem with that was there was a lot of surge, so it was like if you're one of these fucking photographer divers, man, you'd be like, you better be taking like drive-by shots, because you'd be kicking just to stay in one spot, and then the surge would kick the other way, and it's like, whoa, 50 meters backwards, and then
you in the water when the shark was around.
Oh yeah, fucking A, we were swimming with that bastard. That's why I was saying, like all 5 times. Yeah, all 5 times he's about 50 meters off the shore.
Wouldn't take in
and he would just
with him.
Yeah, if that was a great white, no fucking way. I'm calling somebody on that.
Right.
Even a baby great white, it's like fucking problematic at times.
Yeah, man.
No, but I remember the first time I swam with that bastard. It was like he did the circle around us and then took off, and I was like, okay, we're sweet, because we paddle out and then we'd stop and then we'd just fucking go to the bottom and just sit there for a minute, and he must have just inspected us and then fucked off. And then the second time did the same thing, he or she, and then after that, wow, it fucking knew us almost, but I doubt it. It just felt like it anyway. I don't know. Hey, if he wants to take a bite, then fuck it. What can I do about it? We're already down there. That's his world.
You're braver than me.
Well, if that was like a mako or a tiger or a great white, yeah, I'm going back the other way, and then I'm going to call somebody on that bastard and say, well, you need to do something about it. No, there was a lot of cool. I mean, shit, half the groupers are bigger than that fucker was.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of them in Australia, eh? Great Lakes.
Yeah, I gotta. Yeah. I don't know if I'd have the balls to do Australia, man. Fucking just being there, like in Perth and shit. Like I had a friend that had he was in the wheat belt, so he's about 2 hours inward from Perth, and I'm thinking, so which farm is yours? He's like, dude, as far as your eye can see in all 360 degrees, that's us. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, and it's fucking red dirt and fucking, oh my God. Talk about Crocodile Dundee shit here. Dude, they had like these ant hills that were 6 feet tall. Like fucking no shit, 6 feet tall. And these fucking white ant things were like as big as your fucking thumb.
Wow.
And I'm like,
deadly ants,
yeah,
eh?
so fucking big ass white. Yeah, I don't know what they were, but I remember sitting there having like a cup of tea or having a sandwich. We're playing Uno or whatever fucking card game. And I look behind. I turn my head, and like the corner of the wall is about 2 feet from my head. And when you first turn your head and you see this big fucking ant that's as big as your fucking thumb, it looks a lot bigger at first glance. It looks like it's as big as your fucking head. You're like, ah, shit. And then, you know, they don't tend to do shit, though. It's not like they like. But then they have these little crazy black bastards, man.
Right.
And those fuckers are aggressive.
Yeah,
like,
man.
They have these red ones, too. Like in the States, they have these, I guess they call them fire ants. They
I
can
know what they
sting
are.
you and shit, but yeah. But in Oz, it's opposite. They have these fucking black ones that are just fucking, they're downright attack anything, man. So,
Right.
yeah, so anytime we saw like this, and they're little, they're your typical like termite sized little ants.
Yeah.
But man, they fucking hurt. And it's like, yeah, so on this farm, whenever we found like a nest of those, and their ant hills are nothing like those big 6-foot white bastards that you almost never see any ants, to be honest, those big white ones. But then they have,
I think they call.
but those black ones
Carper
are like,
ants.
yeah, those little black ones are like regular ass little ant hills that you almost can't even see. But when you find one, we were instructed to tell about it, and then we'd go out there with that 8 ant poison spray shit and get them.
Yeah.
Because they literally will just gobble up shit. So if a little kid's playing around, then fucking they'll try to defend their turf. And then fucking lizards can kill you, snakes can kill you, spiders can kill you.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like,
man.
everything in Australia can kill you just by looking at you, it seems. Like I remember, and even their trees are like fucking extreme. It's like, fuck, everything here is extreme. Your dust storms are extreme. Your fucking animals are extreme. Your fucking insects are extreme. Your fucking birds are extreme. Your sharks are fucking extreme. And he's like,
That whole
hey,
environment.
go get that. Go. Yeah. And he's like, go get the axe. Chop that tree. And I go get the axe. And I'm like, sweet ass, fucking I'm Paul Bunyan. I've cut wood before. And I hit this fucking, they didn't tell me, not to hit it a certain way. So I swung down and I hit the fucking branch and it trampolines the fucker. You can see where that was going. Made me look like an asshole. And all it did was like this teeny little fucking scratch. And I was like, really? And I'm like, well, shit, you know how our dust storms get. Yeah, that's true. So they're fucking tough as like fucking granite almost. And they're flexible too. Some of these trees, they're really flexible and tough. And I was like, yeah, can I have the chainsaw now? Because that's what they mainly use.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty funny shit in Australia. Yeah, I don't think I would. I don't
I
know.
remember seeing Dundee the first movie. That was pretty funny shit, man.
Yeah, I like Crocodile Dundee. That was funny. That was a bit over exaggeration though, but it was funny. Yeah, they are hard cases.
Mate, this is a knife.
Yeah. That's not a knife. This is a knife. Yeah. That was brilliant. I remember. I think. Yeah. That was I remember getting dragged to that movie going, I don't want to see this movie.
Yeah,
I never heard it. I never saw an ad, right? And my mother was like, come on, I want to see this movie. And I got nobody to take me. And because the stepfather, he was a railroad guy. So there'd be times he's like gone for like fucking 3 days at a time, going from one side to the other. Rio Grande, I think, is one of the trains. The fucking... They changed their name to Union Pacific now, I believe. But anyway... So I'm like, oh, this is going to be a chick flick. What's it about? Oh, this dude from Australia, and he meets this lady from New York, and I'm like, oh, fuck's sake, sounds gay as fuck. And then I remember just, man, that was funny. That was hella good.
Have a leading lady, have a plot,
Oh, yeah. No, I really thought, I was in the Die Hard and fucking Lethal Weapon and Commando, and come on, man, I remember that Sly Stallone Cobra was cool back in the day. And then going into the 90s, we had some cool shit in the 90s.
That's wrong.
Wrong? What do we got now? We got what?
Hey, Drew First Blood.
I love Grizz, man. He's the best.
How are you guys?
Hey, Grizz.
You
I'm
guys
good,
all
man.
right?
You?
Yeah, I'm all right. I haven't joined for few days because I'm bored of politics after watching that Trump thing.
Oh, me too.
Right.
Jeez, talk about draining.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it's good to talk about something else. Hey, Grizz?
Yeah, definitely. What
Fucking
you
A,
guys
man.
speak about then? Because I just joined. I didn't watch YouTube, bro.
Oh, dude, I've been okay. First of all, it was me and Ronan, and I just literally been rambling about everything.
Right.
Like just because I'm tired, man. I did a lot of work today. It's like fucking what 3 a.m., 3:30 a.m. now. This weekend's been a good weekend for us, but unfortunately that means a lot of work. So that means I'm tired dealing with drunks and shit and people and stuff.
Working a bar.
Being nice. But that's it. I talked about movies. I talked about musicians from Canada. I talked about politics of CIA. Well, not necessarily politics, just like philosophies.
Right.
I don't know, just random shit, really. And then I'll just look at the chat room and see what they're saying and respond to those guys. And then they teach me stuff, and I respond to some stuff. And
Saw people complaining that Light Surge had been banning people or something.
I noticed like I got to like log on at like 2 minutes at a time to see chat, and then shit, the Thomas guy's going nutty against Vargas, and then I have to go do stuff, and I come back and I log on, and suddenly Lysurge has banned Captain Dan, and that was a big stink up, and I didn't know the ending to that or how it got started, so I logged off, had to do more shit, and then I get on, and then my bookings started happening, so I had to go treat my clients, and then fucking I get back, and it's just me and Ronan, and some cool little fellas here in the chat.
Right.
And let's just say, I'm out talking Ronan big time. He just loves listening. I see him hard at work in the chat, though, with his good buddy W.
Yeah.
And then, so me and Ontario here, we've just been talking about movies and celebrities from Canada. And
I'm looking in
I talked about money and how people, businesses have they just love increasing money while keeping wages the same, and then we're stupid enough to buy stuff.
Oh, I was speaking about that with Debet the other day, like hidden inflation in food. Like you can see, like for example, you see those new Toblerones that they're going to be doing.
Okay, so they got new Toblerones. Okay.
Yeah, but like it used to be just like a full triangle, like the chocolate. Now it's like half of the triangle. So they're like putting out loads of chocolate, pumping chicken with water and all sorts of shit.
Yeah.
Like, if you've looked at like those Christmas sweets, like the chocolates you get, like Quality Streets and stuff, like the amount that is in like the grams per box is just ever decreasing as well. It's just hidden inflation.
Right.
Oh, exactly. And the consumer endorses it. We the people, like, I have to watch my movie. I must buy $6 popcorn, even though it only costs like $2 at the grocery store. Oh well, service, man, service. Oh, I must watch the next fight on pay-per-view. Why not go to the pub and watch it for free?
That's right.
And visit with people. Why do you pay 60 to 80 to 100 or whatever dollars? Who sets that? Who sets that price? We, the consumer, because we're dumb enough to keep buying, and they raise prices. They add a channel. Who the fuck watches 300 channels? I don't. You know what I mean? It's like, wow, 300 channels or more? You fucking kidding me? You're gonna pay $80 or $60 for fucking 300 plus channels?
Yeah.
Wow, you're dumb.
Bruce Springsteen wrote a song, 55 channels and nothing on.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. And then the kids, they want their trendy stuff, and you can't explain it to them because they just don't know any better. So it's trendy. I need it. I need it now. I want it. The rest of the kids have it. Okay, here's $200. There you go. For one T-shirt or one shoes or one something. And the business owner's like cracking up because he's paying like minimum wage or just slightly over. while he's profiting by thousands%. Ain't no president going to stop that.
That's right.
So to make America great, to make UK great, to make the whole fucking world great, we're sheep. We're not going to ever be great. We're all just mindless fucking. I gotta fucking download that thing, which means I need to spend money to the communications company so I can have my internet, my phone, and my fucking minutes and my gigs and my texting and fucking all that shit wrapped into one package.
It's like that Pokemon Go thing. You remember when that first came out? Everyone had to get it. I don't even think it like cost anything, but it's like sheep mentality. It's like a herd. Like because a few people were saying, "Oh, look how cool it is." Everyone started just playing it, and then that's all people were doing for like weeks.
Yeah. Dude, they have professional trendsetters even. People get paid to walk around, trying to set trends and predict trends. And like those nightclub guys where they get paid to like literally mingle with people around the city and get them to bring them to the nightclubs and shit. Like
oh, I didn't know they did that.
Yeah. But hey, it's cool. I guess it's a job though. I mean, I suppose that's not bad though, because going to nightclub stuff can be a social event. Like you can't exactly sit there and text while you're at a nightclub. Well, I suppose you can, but then you're wasting your.
You can if you're a weirdo.
Yeah, you'd be like, "What the fuck are you doing in a nightclub texting?" Whatever. Don't even get me started. Social behavior's funny.
I saw like this thing where people had gone like to like Nando's or something to eat, like all the friends. Like it was like a viral picture on the internet, and
yeah, man.
Instead of like speaking to each other, they were all like on the phones texting and stuff when they're like next to each other with their friends. So dumb.
Yeah.
They were paying Paris Hilton to show up at these clubs and stuff, and she would be there for 30 minutes and stuff. They'd give her big money, just to promote her club, their clubs. That's been going on for quite a long time.
Because people get celebrity worshiping and whatever celebrities like, everybody likes.
That's what I've never understood, how people can like become obsessed and fixate over celebrities. To me, like who gives a fuck if Justin Bieber's here? He's just like another person and whatever, Like
that's
people like, literally start like crying if he like does weed or something. I mean, what the fuck? Makes no sense.
But that's definitely the way it is here. It's pretty casual. Like it's not it's not like we don't ask for an autograph, but we don't go out of our way to rush over to meet somebody. If they're in the same video store, not that they have, well, okay, we don't really do video stores anymore per se, but 10 years ago, I remember seeing one of our league players back when, it was like, hey, do I go ask for an autograph? Nah, I don't want to be a dick. But then working, there was a particular athlete that was in the club, and I was like, we had to go get a client out of that club. So I was like, I'm going to be there anyway. I might as well ask him, hey, can I have an autograph on the back of my job sheet here? Yeah, man, no problem. Sweet, thanks. See ya. And then he's off dancing again or mingling with whoever, and yeah, it was cool.
Yeah.
And then I ended up getting a couple of those clients from that club, from those players. So I was like, sweet.
Right.
But no, it's like, we're in the States. I used to be all like, oh, I'd love to meet so-and-so. And if he went to the mall, I would fucking rush over and meet this fucking whatever. Maybe go to the concert and fucking try to get the or you measure your fucking country by how many fucking celebrities you got. Well,
America.
That's right. I'm like, well, let's look at per capita because, quite frankly, you're not that good. If you want to go down to per capita mode, I think Canada kicked your ass. When you go per capita mode, same thing with UK. You want to go per capita mode? Well, shit, it takes you people like 400,000 to get one thing, one famous person. Like looking at Olympics. I love when they say, "Oh, New Zealand sucks at Olympics." Not per capita. When per capita, we're top 10 in history. Now you look at America, you're ranked like Rio de Janeiro, right? Okay, they won like tons of gold medals and silvers and stuff being USA. And I'm like, that's cool, man. I love Michael Phelps. That's legendary. But god damn, it takes you like 400,000 people just to win one medal, man. It takes like the rest of the world like 100,000. So what makes you great again? The fact that you have a tons of babies to fucking do next to nothing, maybe even grow broke and be bums, but then you have like the 1%ers that may get you a medal, but it takes you 5 times more people to get the same fucking medal that the rest of the world get.
That's right.
In Rio de Janeiro, per capita, USA ranks 64 and below.
I think I saw that where it was like showing like the teams come out.
They might
then,
even rank 128. I can't remember, but
yeah, like when most of the teams were coming out in like the opening ceremony, so everyone can like see the people in the teams before the events like begin. Like most of the teams were like like average size, and then America came out, and then it was like
and they
just
took
like
up the whole stadium.
10 years long. I mean, they brought that many people.
Yeah, that's why I was laughing. Like in the Rio de Janeiro, especially because they all had like the stadium, and you have like one country come out with like 12 guys and girls. I mean, with the ushers, and then you have like some other country like Australia, and they come out with like 50 people or whatever, which would be kind of considered. And then you had like Nigeria come out with like a handful of people, and then USA happened, and it was like fucking this long continuous stream where it filled up like the whole fucking stadium inside the stadium, basically.
Right.
I was like, okay. And then some of them had to be wrapped around so they could make room for the rest of the teams behind them. And I was like, that's what I'm trying to say. You people just say you're the best. You've won 160 something odd medals or more. I don't remember. I lost track. And was like, so then I looked at per capita and I was like, good God, they suck. Damn, you should. Damn. With that many people, if you were to like match the per capita ratio, shit, man, you should be like 500 medals, not fucking 160 something gold medal. You should be like fucking 500 plus.
Right.
Wow. But it was surprising looking at some of the other countries going, damn, can they even afford the plane ticket to get over there?
Some good stories though from the Olympics there. That young American gymnast, she was inspiring for a lot of young girls. I have to remember
Which one?
that too.
They had a lot of them.
Yeah, they had quite a few. I don't remember
historically or Rio de Janeiro.
Rio de Janeiro there. I forget her name.
The black lady, the black one.
Yeah,
the
young black one.
I'm not trying to diss the fact they got a lot of like gold medals and stuff. Like probably one of the biggest ones ever in Olympic history worldwide. Michael Phelps by hands down.
Oh yeah.
That was one of the biggest highlights of Olympic history. Was that guy still going at the age he is? This is like the most legendary athlete in Olympic history.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the other great thing was that that Jamaican sprinter was fucking awesome. Doing kind of the same type of thing. Yeah, Usain Bolt, being that fucking old and doing it yet again. And then there was a lot of first-timers there, too. That first time that country ever got a medal, much less a gold one. I mean, Fiji's never had a medal in their life, but then they get the gold medal in rugby sevens. But there was like, like first time for so many different sports for different countries. It was like, man, this is cool. It's not dominated by Russia or China or USA in some of these events that they're typically good at.
Right.
Like I was expecting Great Britain to kick ass at cycling, but they didn't. Because Great Britain for like the Commonwealth Games and the Olympics before that were fucking awesome, man. And I like cycling.
Know.
Yeah, they were like awesome. They were unbeatable. But this time, man, there's so many countries good at it. I was like, man, this is cool, man. This games is cool. It's awesome.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, me too. I had a lot of fun with this Olympics. I can't wait for the winter one now.
Yeah, man. Hockey.
Yeah, I like that curling too.
Yeah.
That one I like drinking too, though. You sit back. All right, go. The first starts off kind of fun. But then as you drink some more, you're like, come on, knock that son of a bitch out that circle.
So many good curling teams too, man.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, I'm going away for a bit because I'm gonna make some food. So I'll just mute myself. I'll be back in a bit.
All right, buddy. I'm not going to bed soon, but I should actually give Ronan some time on the mic. I've dominated him, which people are probably like stunned. But there's only seven viewing anyway, so it's not like our typical 12.
Yeah, I'm stepping out too, Uncle.
All right, I can sit here and read people's shit and just randomly ramble, I guess.
Talk to you later, man.
Yeah, man, that was awesome. I liked hearing that many. That was eye-opening looking at that many musicians. And I just say musicians.
Right, man.
God damn, I didn't know Rush was Canadian. That's cool because they're kind of one of my icons, man. It was like, God, let alone actors. You could like look up actors and they got tons.
Oh,
that would probably surprise me. Actually, I might do that in the near future.
Triumph as well, man.
Oh yeah, they were awesome too. Oh, all right. Yep. So you're gonna go take off too, are you? Ronan, do you saw my question? That would be C. Did you see my question, Becky? Okay, let's see what it is. Morning, Buddy W. Well, that's a question. No, it's not. It's a statement. Buddy, I'm good. Thank you. Hope everyone. Okay, where's your question, dude? Not that he believes in conspiracy theories, which Armando always tries to mislead us with, but how come the Hollywood predicted that Trump will become president? Oh, yeah. Well, that's a good question because in 2000, there was an episode in Simpsons that depicted Donald Trump was the president. A cartoon in 2000 predicted. And I think there's other Hollywood shows that did the same type of thing. Well, there you go. Think about that conspiracy. Whole bunch of Hollywood little quips about him being president as a joke leads to be reality years later. Huh. Who knew? I'm sure somebody did, right? Oh, I see. Buddy and Ronan are duking it out. And I'm back here by myself again, talking to all you great people. Anybody have a question or statement or troll? Okay.
You were going to give me the mic, but you kept talking, so I'd rather listen. Mic out.
We got to step in, though. I can't wait for 20 seconds before you respond. Oh, you're awesome. I think he was asking about how did Hollywood predict Trump would be president, or how come? That's one of the questions I saw. I don't know if he had any more. Oh, Back to the Future. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I don't. Damn. I'm going to have to do a Back to the Future marathon. So basically, Honest Packy is asking you, Ronan, actually, it wasn't Ronan that stated it, unless you did state it. But I stated that Simpsons in 2000 had an episode. But he's asking, how come Hollywood predicted Trump as president? years ago. Mike out. Mike in. Hey, buddy. Mike out, cunt. See you, New Zealand.
There you
fucking
go.
geek.
Keep going. Keep going. Mike out.
All right. Well, I gave you like, a whole minute and you didn't come in, so buddy wants to talk shit.
No, you didn't give me a whole minute. No. You're just having a great time of it because you got plenty of mic time. You don't have mic fatigue today, and you're doing great. Keep going.
Oh, well, I'm very fatigued mentally, so I'm just babbling random shit out of my ass. But, buddy,
is it one of
New
those
Zealand
situations
fucking
where
geek
you're
pussy,
too
eh?
tired to sleep? You see, you're still going. That's great, man.
Yeah, man, I'm fucking delirious at this point in time.
Yeah, but see, you're still coherent. You're still making sense.
God, that's better than most. Most dudes have to be awake and alert to be, make any kind of sense. I'm over here fucking delirium mode. Carving it up, I guess, on the mic here. Morning, Packy. It is morning, isn't it? It's like 4 a.m. Yeah, it is too. For me. For you guys, I don't know. Fucking Sunday morning already. Wow. New Zealand pussy. No, we don't bitch and moan like Americans do. Bitch moan about the job. Oh, job, mortgage, racism. Oh, too many fucking this. Immigration, that. Fucking bitch about Clinton versus fucking Hillary for fucking a year. And still bitch after it's over. Holy shit, talk about pussies. Jesus Christ. Go brain dead being in America at times. Hey, let's go to the pub. No, I don't want to talk to those people. No, I'll stay here. Get online and talk to people around the world. I'm kidding. I like Americans because there's a lot of cool dudes over there. It's just media draws it down. Fucking like, God, it's almost like Matrix over there. They got dudes plugged into the fucking, they got these plugs in the back of their heads, except for they're like invisible or something. So they're all like fucking juiced up. CNN, Fox, MSNBC, ABC, fucking 200 other fucking channels for $60 a fucking minute. Fucking running around like Trump, 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 Trump. Oh yeah, and it's aliens, man. I'm telling you, it's fucking aliens. They control America. They're like fucking sitting up in some interdimensional fucking spaceship in orbit over some Ron Hubbard planet, preaching Scientology, which is Christianity, which is fucking Mormonism and socialism, which is a good thing. Socialism is good. I don't know why you guys fucking bitch and moan about that. Fuck, I've had two surgeries. I've had two surgeries. You know what I paid for? Nothing.
I never said socialism
Absolutely
was bad.
nothing.
You didn't
Thanks
ask
to the
me.
government.
You didn't ask me. And now back to Scientology. Old Tom
Oh,
Cruise
okay.
is like Tom Cruise is one of the top people in Scientology, right? But
Yeah,
part of
so is
but part of Scientology is that you don't communicate with your family. However, Tom Cruise communicates with his daughter. That's hypocrisy. Mike out.
well, that's him changing the rules. Exactly. That's what's funny is like there are so many celebrities into that. Like probably the next biggest one I can think of was that John Travolta. But see, he was always been humble about it. It's not like he's been Mr. fucking forefront of the media like Tom Cruise here, Mr. fucking successful motherfucker, still making top shows here with Mission Impossible and all that other shit. And now he can literally change the rules, and it shows, doesn't it? Hypocrisy at its finest, in my mind. And a religion in which the guy basically admits it's all bullshit anyway. A fucking science fiction writer literally fucking makes shit up. How dumb is that? And he even relabels it. He originally, from what I understand, originally it was basically a self fucking help book. I forgot what the original title was. And then the media was like, "Oh no, because it was supposed to be meant as an actual medical psychological book." And I think I forgot how the God, been way too long. I forgot how the medical board does shit, but they declined it. So he repackaged it and turns it into a fucking religion. Jesus is the Savior. Oh, who can unite all Abrahamic religions? Okay, maybe I have to put a lot of thought into that one. Like I have a theory about that. That'll be when I'm awake. That's why I think there's a God, because there's so many books, so many religions that all have similarities, but they're never finite. Nobody can ever agree. So there must be something for everybody throughout history to say there's this one motherfucker that's badass.
It was ignorant.
He keeps having messengers.
It was
and
ignorant.
So it's alien.
It was
an alien.
ignorant. It was ignorant. We as a species have the same IQ. It doesn't matter what time in history you're talking about. It's the same IQ. You have the smart ones and not so smart ones. The difference is the smart ones in early times did not know science, so they made something up and entitled themselves over everything, especially women. Okay, now that
so how did it all get started? Let's skip humanity here. Let's go back to the beginning.
Okay, are you talking about the beginning of our species, or?
Yeah, why not? Let's start there.
Okay, so we diverged from the apes. Okay, and what happened?
So we're going with the evolution.
And what happened at that time that we diverged is that all of the apes were hit by an endogenous retrovirus, a troglodytes, it's called. I can post a link to that video if you like, and you can watch it later.
Oh, no, I believe you. I'm going to take your word for it.
This is explained by a real scientist. And our species, our limb, it's not a branch, it's a limb, because we're related to great apes. DNA proves that. Our limb basically evolved higher order thinking skills. And in our infancy, right, it's called pareidolia or something like that. I can look the word up. I got it written down over here. It's basically where the mind tries to perceive something that does not necessarily exist. So man, being curious, decided to say, oh, we have a creator, a God, Yahweh, whatever, any number of gods. And some people, like the American Indians, they believed in a sky god, a sky spirit, and a spirit of the land, for example. So all humans came up with something, no matter where they were located on Earth, until the advent of science. Okay, that's about 150 or 200 years ago, right? And then people, start, because of the same curiosity, started to develop things and ask more questions. Because then those times, one small group, an oligarchy, call it a religion if you want, was in control of everything and everyone. They basically kept the masses ignorant. They wouldn't allow for those things. Then we have people like Newton, and this guy was, part of the establishment, religion. But because of his mind, he had questions and he developed ideas within, the general populace of the establishment. That was the difference, right? He had the opportunity to think and he thought, and because he was a theist, okay, they kept him around because he had ideas. Great. But then other people started thinking and they came up with more ideas and communicated and things developed and things evolved. And then they started to accelerate exponentially, right? Then you have the advent, well, for example, of the industrial age, right? And then, well, you have science come in. And now science is to the point where it's just beginning to scratch the surface of knowledge. Okay, but we're still the same species. Nothing has changed. Now, I can say, for me, this is my perspective. Something created what we perceive as reality, but had no control over the outcome. In other words, something, they want to call it God, right? But he did not predetermine anything. It just got out of hand, and this is where we are. But for the fact that history has established it as a God, after that history was developed, those generations keep the idea to control everyone. And all of the religions now want to control everyone else, and women are still the least. In spite of the fact that women are the reason we exist. And if we want to go way before that, cell division. The egg came first, not the chicken. The egg. It's called cell division. And over time, long, millions of years, we got to us, the human species. That's basically the idea. In other words, right now, they're still trying to promote religion about something imagined that they have no evidence for. Right? Like I said, but there is something that created this, they call it God, but it had no control over the outcome. Nothing is predetermined. Nothing is predetermined. Otherwise, you'd still be in California paying taxes and complaining about $200 shoes. You decided to travel somewhere, like everybody else decided to travel somewhere. Some people like it where they are, some people don't. So they leave or stay. Doesn't matter. But we're not infants anymore. We're kind of like toddlers. Right, we're curious now. We're curious. Like we're still very young as a species, and that's the whole point of it all. We have to realize that, okay, something they call it God in the past, put it in a museum, great, but science has to prove it, so that's different. But religion still wants to impose its will on others, especially women. Okay, so we're still toddlers. Now, there's no way God came down, pulled a rib, made Eve, and then Adam had sex with his own rib sister or wife or companion. We'd be a bunch of inbreds, a bunch of dumb inbreds. And guess what? Cain and Abel, hey, those two boys there, they must have married their sister if there were more children. So we're still inbreds. Then Noah's flood came around. So we're still inbreds. We can't be. We're not dumb. We're still curious. We still basically spread out all over the world, and we're still all related because, a single man can go from here to another part of the world, meet a most beautiful woman, and still make babies. So the same species. So there's no way that the races can say those are lesser people than us. There's no way, because I have evidence that I can fly that very same races to another part of the world. He can have sex with another woman that's dark complected and make babies. It's called slavery, child molestation. That's what it is. We have evidence. It's in the Bible. Right? So common sense tells me, okay. So we didn't know much then, and those in power wanted to impose their will, especially on women, to this day. Right? But no, things are changing. Curiosity is basically overruling ignorance and spirituality, blah, blah, blah. But that sense, paroidia, is still there. We still have that curiosity, and some so-called spiritual people have peace with that. Many do not. Those many are the few that are in power. The Pope is a good example. The head of the Mormon Church, Scientology. The whole scam continues because they want to basically empower themselves by using emotions against others, not reason. That's the difference. But I'll repeat it when you're so-called sober, because right now, apparently, you say you're delusional. I think you're very lucid. You're quite clear. I mean, you're rambling, so to speak, but, it's not incoherent. It's not detached. You're talking about specific points. You're aware of what you're saying. You chat with others, and you've ruled the mic for the last let's see, it would be 3.5 hours. You did great, but you can continue now because I'm going to mic out and pester the other people in text chat. Mic out.
Yeah, man. No, I was just gonna say though, you know, science and the start of things, and you started with the 8, and I was thinking, well, what was before the 8?
Before the 8, it has been proven. The channel is named Aaron Ra, one word, ARON, capital RA, right? He gives scientific explanations, and he even fills in the missing links because there's been many more human fossils found, and they've filled them all in. And it's Aaron Ra, ARONRA, one word. Okay, yep. He's got a bunch of videos, science videos.
I believe you, but trying to go back to the start of time, man.
Basically, we were tree dwellers. We were related to a tree dweller that came to the ground. Okay, and before the trees were on the ground, and before that, we came out of the water. Before that, we were single-celled organisms. And
okay.
That's like, it goes, like
before
I said,
that? No, let me roll with this one, Grizz. Let me roll with this one.
All right, for an hour and a half. Mic out.
No, not for an hour and a half. I'm just.
No, man, I want you to go. I'm 2 hours.
No, I'm asking you a question. Like, what was before the single-cell organism? How was that possible? Was it a random explosion in space?
Just a bunch of elements. Just a bunch of elements getting together.
Oh, okay. So it was a random Big Bang that just.
It's a random Big Bang.
Happened.
Like I said,
yeah.
something
okay,
created.
Nice. That's where I wanted to get with your thought process. Was your origin of how everything happened was the Big Bang? Okay, no, right. I'm fair enough with that.
Yeah, but see, like I said, something created this, but had no control over the outcome. It's a random process.
So something. So you're agreeing with it could be an alien species that is so advanced we can't even conceive.
No. Okay. From my perspective, I can only deal with I side with science. Okay, let's forget all this other stuff about imagination.
Basically, as far as you could tell, it was a random explosion.
As far as it's basically it's a hypothesis, right? It's not a theory because they can't.
Yeah, I mean we can't technically.
But the idea is we're getting closer and closer and closer to the origins. Like I said before, right? They couldn't prove how a magnetic field was created, and I explained an idea that would explain the creation of a magnetic field. But before that, that's going to take, I don't know, maybe another 200-300 years before they get to that point, right? It's going to take that kind of time. It's not instantaneous. It's not a light switch. I know that.
Oh, Buddy W is trolling me, eh? Can't make it in California.
You're a new hero.
To be honest, that was starting point. I haven't even revealed a tenth of my life. I've done more things than Buddy will ever even have witnessed. I've had offers.
Yeah.
I've done so many things. I don't need to. Actually, you know what? I'm just not even going to read them.
Yeah,
that's just funny to me.
If he's the one that was in
the poor Buddy, you're just jealous. I know, Buddy. He's a fanboy.
If he's the one that was in the chat, all he's going to say is, I've been to Asia. I've been to Asia.
Yeah. He's been to so many third world countries called Philippines. Actually, I don't doubt that he has been to several of these.
Oh, yeah, I believe it, but it's limited. It's limited.
It is. It's him running around on a fucking helicopter in Vietnam or something.
Right. But like I said, that's all he says. That's all he talks about. And then he says, you can trust me on this one. You can trust me on this one. You can trust me. I don't. You know, because he can't change, right? I've been to Asia. And then the next thing he does is basically suggest a bunch of homosexual acts, which are probably secret sexual desires, right? And he projects them on others. So anyway, when he gets back in here, we can pester him some more. Mike out. Go ahead.
Yeah. Did you know that was actually my first job ever? That's pretty fucking good, actually. Yeah, pretty proud of that job, actually. I've saved a couple dudes' lives.
What was that? Submarining?
No, no, no. When he referred to my history as a special education, and he failed to mention that it was against the troubled youth. It was part of the troubled youth program, which also means gangster. So yeah, I actually was in danger with that job because them little bastards at those days, fucking A. See, now to get in schools, you know, you have, man, they're still smuggling weapons in. But no, there's some bad dudes, man, bad kids that just legitimately were. I'm fucking proud of that, actually. I'm glad he brought that up. That's bringing back great memories, actually, because I saw some of those kids 10 years later, and they fucking thanked me every time. Yeah, it was like fucking A. I was sitting in some restaurant one day, and one of the kids walked up. Well, he's not a kid at that time anymore, is he? And he says, "Man, without you and your influence, I probably would have been dead or in prison." So I'm glad you brought that up, you know, Buddy W. At least I did something for Americans. What did you do? You bitch, complain, whine? Fuck, yeah, the fucking immigrants this, and fucking tax that, and fuck this guy, and fuck this country, fucking needs to be fucking great again. Also, make it great again, buddy. What are you going to do about it? You're sitting on the fucking internet talking shit all day, wishing you were fucking something you're not, eh? Yeah, you're going to bitch and complain and fucking troll everybody and think you're fucking done something great. You're going to go back to the fucking trolling dudes and fucking, you know, not explain anything what you've done great. You've done nothing.
Well, maybe a couple of things, but
look at them laughing,
yeah,
ripping on a country that's outranks the U.S. in some major categories. Dumb fucker. Yeah, he's funny. I love that guy.
Yeah, yeah.
Shit, my first job, I did more for the country than he's fucking probably did in his Vietnam days. Oh,
Yeah.
wait. That was a war that shouldn't have fucking been. Nobody looked good on that war. Hey, fuck, they got their asses kicked. The whole country was fucking up in arms against it. They get back and fucking, they were treated like shit by the American people. Whoops, bad time to be born that fucking generation, wasn't it? What you got to say about that now, buddy? You gonna come on here and tell me to suck your dick? You got that homophobe thing going? I know you like boys. Shit, you probably have your son fucking suck your cock, eh?
Damn, you guys are so triggered.
I know. Hillary supporter. No, I'm not. I didn't support either of them.
That's right.
I'm over here laughing at you guys, fucking running around, fucking preaching and whining and bitching, and God, the whole room's like, oh fuck, half of us didn't even log in because we're sick of these guys. They still go on Trump, Trump, Trump. Well, shit, I've even told him the things that I liked about Trump. And it's funny that he's turned around and saying, no, I'm not going to get rid of Obamacare. I'm just going to change a bit. So that actually impressed me that he's like willing to listen to dudes that know their shit. But hey, I don't mind having a label.
It wasn't the politician, okay? It's the insurance corporation bribing the politicians to not completely repeal it because they got loopholes in there so they can raise their prices, okay? It's not Trump at all. He's now a puppet. Otherwise, he would have lived up to his words.
That's right.
Oh,
well, they're all puppets anyway, though, to be fair. So that goes for Hillary and Trump.
Trump, 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 Trump. Yeah, let's keep it up.
That was funny when we started doing that first, man.
Dude, I forgot. Like, Packy actually brought up a cool thing because I brought up that I remember seeing on a thing where like in 2000 they had the Simpsons episode that depicted him as the president, and then Packy asked Ronan a question, and he's like, "Hey, it's just more than that show." And then he brought up the fact that it was clear and evident that then Back to the Future they depicted that, and I was like, "Shit, I'm gonna have to go through those movies again because they were classics, man."
Back to the Future, what?
I thought that's probably in the second movie.
What was in Back to the
when they're in the future?
Trump.
Yeah, I don't remember that, but it could be true.
I saw, yeah, Trump's actually in that Home Alone movie, in Home Alone 2 or something. You know, where
is
he? Yeah, you know when the kid goes to that, like, toy store?
Man.
The kid. And then, like, the thieves are in that toy store too. And the kid asks for directions, and then Trump says down the hall and to the left. So I'm guessing they used Trump Towers to film that.
Yeah, that's probably true.
And someone like
Wonder
turned it into a meme. So it said it like in the end, because of like he's got all these charges saying like he's been touching women and grabbing them and stuff. Someone made him say down the hall and grab her by the pussy or something. So
yeah, I'm waiting for that to be the next T-shirt. Like, I'm serious. That'd be funny. They'd be walking around all fucking like, yeah, we grab pussies. Grab him by the pussy.
That's right.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Pretty good stuff, though. Mediocreans. Wish they were great, but they're not. And they never will be, because they can't ever agree. And they like to fight with each other instead of making things better. Wonder how many like windows are smashed in Seattle. No, I haven't really kept up on that shit in the last day and a half. Been too busy doing stuff. Working and outdoors, man.
Why is that guy triggered anyway?
I don't know what his problem is. I'm just laughing because it's like, dude, man, I carved his ass up and I'm like deliriously fucking sleepy. Like,
I think
his ass is like talking about eating steak, so he's like in his prime hours here, eating Trump steak. Yeah. Second-rate steak. That's right.
I think Ronan triggered him, and he's still triggered from.
Oh, is he still triggered? Yeah, probably. I did see him and Ronan duking it out while I was just rambling gibberish. But I don't even want to read it because, like, usually when Buddy talks, it's like listening to a fucking Southerner, a trailer park trashy kind of guy that just fucking maybe can speak a sentence and a half that involves usually 4 or 5 fucking swear words and tries to make it a sentence that's funny. When it's like, wait a minute, I have to get my caveman brain cells into gear here. Yeah. Oh wait, let's see. Let me get a fucking yeah. Oh, okay. So after looking past those 4 or 5 swear words and usually gay innuendos, what's he actually trying to say? Well, nothing except for his desires to his own dick, apparently, which usually involves Ronan. So I swear that guy's gay. So it's not that he has a Filipino wife. He's got a Filipino boyfriend, I'm thinking. Maybe. I don't know, man. I don't care.
I think they call him
pretty funny when he gets weird.
I'm just trolling along.
They call them lady boys.
Lady boys, right.
I prefer to.
So I suppose they got that... Actually, yeah. I can't even think anything great out of North Carolina. That's like the state nobody talks about. It looks pretty out there, I guess, to be honest. I guess some of it. No, can't really think of anything good about North Carolina, to be honest. Jose, let's see. Buddy's just laughing, and it might be time to actually go to sleep finally. Dude, I haven't seen Tudor in here much, other than in chat just to troll. What's his name? Lysurge, I think it is. But see, now the whole room hates that guy, so they all just gang up on that dude. And then
did he ban loads of people or something?
Well, the only dude I know he banned was that Captain Dan, but I never got to find out how they resolved that. And because, like I said, I log on for like 2 minutes, and then something comes up, and got to go do stuff, and come back. Log on for 2 minutes. Oh, got to go to work now. Actually, I had to nap and then do work, and then I get back, and I'm like, okay, I'll probably have in about an hour until the next booking. Oh, no, fuck, someone needs it now. Okay, let me go work again. Come back now.
What do you actually do then, like with these booking things and stuff?
Oh, no, I'm not talking about that. This is work
Oh,
shit.
oh,
Nobody
sure.
likes talking work, right?
Yeah.
Work
I thought
talk
you
sucks.
was like,
Just like
yeah.
politics talk sometimes. Like, oh, man, I've hashed so many good and bad things that, God, and they just come back with one word, two words. It's like, dude, it's done. Now you just got to wait for him to be elected. I've already read his list of to-dos, and it's very aggressively in a positive way that this is probably the one president that actually does want to sit down and fucking attack. Get work done. When I say attack, he literally wants to get in there right now and start working and changing shit. Where most presidents get in there and they have to fucking do the bureaucratic bullshit.
Right.
Where this dude, I was reading it, it's like, wow, damn, you want to get shit going right now. No waiting, no bureaucratics. Just fucking, as soon as that dude's sworn in, it's like, okay, go time. Almost want to sit there and say, Donald Trump's going to say Thunderbird go here in a second. Just fucking fly down there from fucking Trump Island on Trump Tower with his Trump satellites and his Trump fucking staff fucking signing with his Trump pen, making Mexico to pay for wall and fucking cleaning house the White House first, while not getting rid of Obamacare, but changing some stuff. Oh, so now he's retracting promises. And none of that list has anything to do with Hillary going to prison, by the way, so far. Big WWE match. But no, it's neat to see him do that.
I think I'm gonna.
Why would I be fucking jealous of a country that's like fucking substandard?
I think I'm gonna.
Of course, I'm not that much with it. Oh, yeah, me too, I think.
I'm gonna make a cup of tea.
I keep hoping for something to talk about, but nobody ever comes up with something good to talk about except me, you, and some other fellas. And then you get talking to chatters, and oh man, okay, same shit every fucking minute, every second. See you, Grizz, by the way.
Yeah, see you too. I think it's better later on when there's more people. You know, like when it's like.
That's true. When Armando starts throwing shit around, dudes start banning each other again.
Except Dave when he's singing. Anyway, take care, Dave. I mean, Uncle. I'll see you there.
Yeah, man, see you. Let's see if there's anything productive. Wait, Joy flirts with Captain Dan? Oh! Okay. Did not know that. Fanboy is on? Yep. Who else? Someone's got to keep the fucking show going. Might as well be me, the asshole. Cricket. Yeah, Europe owns America because of Soros. That's awesome. I'm going to remember Buddy W is a big toilet bowl with a piece of shit. Yeah, that he regurgitated. Yeah. All right. Who else we got? Oh, Jose. Oh, the 17-year-old little girl. Yeah. The shy little girl. Yeah, we got that one. The fanboy. Nice new pick there. Makes you look even gayer. Yeah. Let's see. Dave Simpson. He's awesome. Like that guy. Albert Gunn. Awesome. So far. What else we got? John Campbell. Now that's a patriot. That guy. Fucking A. Cap Dan. True patriot. Hey, Cap Dan. Who's your prediction for next election?
We haven't even sworn in this president. Come on.
Oh, okay. That's true.
I'm predicting Trump is going to be on the golf course at least once a week.
Oh, why not, man? That guy's the most powerful man on the planet, probably. Actually, it's interesting. Like I said, I read this his to-do list as soon as he gets sworn in, right? A lot of it's very interesting, but then like after reading that, and then today I read about how after meeting with President Obama, how now he's reformed the fact that he isn't just outright going to totally smash the Obamacare, but just make changes. I thought, oh, okay, so that statement is what you wanted to do before you gain knowledge. So now it's changing already. Okay. So now I'll have to wait until he's actually sworn in to see if I read any of his new stuff.
Actually, Big Pharma gave Obama a lot of money. Okay, that's why Obama probably said, hey, you're going to make a lot more money if you just, take it easy on repealing all of Obamacare, because the insurance companies are going to give you a lot of money. So just, give a little, so much as, just take the good parts away from Obamacare, and the bad parts that they're going to tout as great things are going to be the loopholes that are going to raise everyone's prices. That's the trickery. That's the game.
That's true. Maybe. I don't know.
No, it's fact. It's fact.
It's probably true, though, man. The big powerhouses, they're, those big fucking monopoly monies. Because insurance is huge.
See, because if they repeal all of Obamacare, the insurance companies can't work through the loopholes and raise their prices like they did for this upcoming year. Right? See, that's why they want to keep part of it in there.
I don't know. I don't think I should be speaking badly about that stuff. I might get sued.
We're not in New Zealand.
That's true. Where real men settle their differences. It doesn't cry about it with fucking sue. We're going to sue you or fucking, I don't know, or bitch at you for a long time. Dude, I can't believe I'm still doing this shit. I should be in bed.
You've been doing great for
these guys are cracking me up, though.
You've been doing great for the last 4 hours.
I know, right?
Oh yeah. Like I said, you're steady. You appear lucid. Well, you sound quite lucid. you know what I mean? You're not like rambling on incoherently like Buddy W.
Dude, I felt like I was. I'm like using like fucking 1% of my fucking sanity here. Just randomly spitting shit out.
Yeah, I was talking to that guy. What's his name?
But you know what that Buddy W's probably eating? He's probably eating a tube steak. He always talks about meat. A meat in his mouth. He'd be fucking chomping on that.
Yeah, he's got an oral fixation.
He does. He really fucking does. Especially when
really
you eat too much. I was like, Jesus Christ! Every other fucking word is sucking his dick. Sucking his dick. Oh, that's all you guy says is suck his dick. Well, no, I don't swing that way, bro. That's you and your gay club. Okay, Buddy W. Now I know what new. Okay, I'll never visit fucking North Carolina because Yeah, that's all about being gay over there, I guess. Oh boy, Albert must be all over this Jose dude. Whose butt hurt? Armando gave who what last night? I don't. Oh well, I missed a lot last night. Hey, I like Buddy W. Almost. If he can ever get dick out of his mouth, Jesus. That guy probably swallows more cock than fucking any whore in fucking Hollywood.
Yeah, Buddy W is the kind of guy that keeps glancing at every other guy's crotch when he's at the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because face it, Uncle May, you and I, we didn't even discuss things like that. I mean, we discussed sophisticated issues, we discussed science, but all Buddy W seems to talk about is the same obsessive terms. And it's like, oh man, can he flame any more than that?
I don't think so, man. He's just got to play that card all the time.
Yeah, but it did.
That's the only card he's got.
Yeah. Well, he must have.
Dude, I'm convinced he's born of incest, man. His mama and papa were like fucking yeah. Yeah, he's definitely incest child, man. I think that's how they roll over there.
Yeah, now there's Jose de Jesus, which means Joe of Jesus is into trannies now. So it's like, wait a minute, can he talk about, something else?
Oh man, this is getting too makes me want to hurl, actually. I'm thinking, fuck, I'm getting sick now, man. That guy. At first it was funny, but now I'm like getting pukey here. I'm like, fucking hell, that guy really is a cock gobbler. That's Buddy's new name, man. He should change his name to Cock Gobbler. His favorite pastime, hanging out in the fucking saunas. Gobbling cocks.
I don't think they have saunas in North Carolina or South Carolina, wherever he's from.
Yeah, that's true. They'd be in the trees and shit.
Yeah. Backyard
sucking on that tube steak, eh?
Yeah, backyard wash basin, maybe.
Oh man.
I mean, well, North Carolina, I'm sure you can find methamphetamine and moonshine. So.
Well, he has to get his partner, to stop stop sucking him, and he's got to get the cock out of his mouth. They even asked for moonshine, I guess. I don't know. Hey, he's the one that admitted eating, tube steak.
You like that?
Tube steak.
You like that one, don't you?
Well, he typed it out, right?
Oh, really? No, I missed it. I was focused on listening to you, so I don't know.
I don't know. It all looks the same to me, man. I just skim it and go, oh, yeah. Same shit every fucking minute of every fucking day in this thing. Who lives closest? Yeah. I like that Ontario guy. Yeah, he's cool. I like that guy.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Yeah, he's... Now I'm getting fixated on this goddamn chat now. All right.
Jose de Jesus is trolling you.
Oh yeah. He came on the mic the other day. I'm told he's a cool guy, and I got excited that he was on the panel, but he didn't talk, man. He just said that you could hear his I guess that was his phone that he was typing chat on. That's all you heard was dick, 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 and then you'd hear him giggle a little bit, and then like Big Al, Shabazz, Muhammad, and Bob and myself, all trying to get him to talk, but no avail. So he was quite happy to chat and talk trash through the chat box, but yeah. But at the end of the day, he just fanboyed it up. So I don't know. And then we got troll, a little troll. It was fun though, fun stuff. I've been ordered to like take it easy on him, so he's just a young dude. So I started throwing off some one-liners, and then I was like, "Hey, they're right. He's just a dude, young dude."
You know, I think you'd be fun on a long drive. You know, I could just sit there and just drive, and you just keep talking.
Well, God, I used to just fucking slam in some like Megadeth or Iron Maiden or AC/DC or whatever. Dude, I even like fucking Creedence, Kansas, Rush.
Oh yeah.
Crank that shit and just talk about everything.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I'd be happy.
That'd be cool, man. I reckon.
I'd be happy just to drive for you. Listen to the radio and let you just keep talking. I mean, because you cover so many topics. What's that?
Dude, we got some deep discussions though in the past, though. Some good stuff.
Oh yeah, except when everybody starts trying to talk over each other, but that's gets hectic here and there. But it's like I mean like Jose de Mello, yourself, myself, and a couple of other people. Man, when we have the time, we get it's a very good conversation, and I really enjoy that. Not that I don't enjoy, laughing at all these people talking over each other, but I'm just, muted because they told me to shut up, but I'm still laughing,
Oh yeah, definitely. It's good stuff. Like I said, I like to do variety shit, Like if we're gonna debate, let's debate, but then I don't want to do debate every fucking episode or every fucking minute on the panel as a debate all the time. It gets like mind-numbingly fucking. It's like, hold on, let me bust out the old law books here. Let me remember how to fucking go to court and do this and that and whatever. And what side? That's why I laughed. Like, I think it was just as the electioning was starting to happen, and I'm like, okay, what side do you want me to argue for? I'll be Trumpster or I'll be Clintoner. That's what I've been in the fucking chat rooms anyway. Like people always like, oh, you're the Clinton supporter. Well, I was for a day. Only because you guys were Trumpsters. And then you would see me in CNN, and that's when I'm Trumpsting. I'm Trumpster over there, man. Fuck, I've been banned on more channels just for fucking. They're so fucking insecure and shit. It's like, man, you guys are fucking. And what's funny too is like, let's see, all my friends around the world, man, they're like the fucking laughing stock. Like half the clients I had today, Jesus. So all they want to talk is how stupid Americans are. I'm like, no, they're not that bad. I'm telling you, I got some fucking good dudes over there, man. Got nice people over there, man. It's just, oh, well. No, well. They'll prove you wrong one day. Probably not, though, to be honest. But, hey, I'm trying to make them feel good. They know they feel good. And they're not bitching or complaining or trolling. I got way off subject. Okay, subject was... Yeah, I don't know. What time is it? Lost track. Jesus, 4:38. Can I make it till 5 a.m.? What was it talking about again, Ronan? But I gotta have variety, dude. I can't like debate every fucking 5 minutes. Because really, all you gotta do is lie and make sure you don't go into their fucking subjects all the time. Like some dudes will try to play the you try to call them out on something, and then they turn around and ask you the question. Well, how do you explain fucking math? Let's say, and they'll turn around and say, well, how do you? How do you explain a number? Well, I'm not the one that asked the question, dude. You're responding with a question. How does that work for you? And then you just always switch it back to them. They like to play that always question back, because they want you to make the mistake. They want you to dictate something they'll pull apart. And then you got you prove it all the time. You got to prove it because as far as I'm concerned, this is my way or the fucking highway, guys. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to sit here and prove it to you because you're locked in your mode. I'm going to prove it to, the other panel, the other peeps, and they'll make a decision. Because I'm not convincing a fucking pet rock, that's for sure. You're not going to win a debate that way. You can't fucking beat a pet rock. You can't fucking move stones unless you're water. Okay, so the water goes around and through, right? And then you got the fucking know-it-alls. Well, you know nothing, but you can argue better than them. So you argue through them, right? Right, there's debate. 3 strategies on debating. You don't even have to know what the fuck you're talking about. And then then we got the laugh at everybody and talk religion. That gets old. Then you got the constant trolling. That's all we do. That's why I like some of our talks, man. Like me, you, the mellow guy. What's his name? Jose. Ontario, dude. He's cool. I like that Grizz guy. Actually, I like everybody. Fuck, I don't hate anybody. Bob's awesome because he's kind of worldly like myself. Let me see let me see if there's anybody I actually hate. Can't think of anybody I actually fucking hate, to be honest. No, don't hate anybody. Can't think of one person I hate on here.
Have you ever hated anyone?
Yeah.
Okay. That's enough. Just one.
Yep.
That's okay. The rest is okay.
No, not on this chatty internet YouTube shit. I can't think of one person I actually hate on here. But I have in my life hated. Yep. What about you?
I've always left, before I hated. I've always, left, because one time I was, quite young, immature, and this one guy kept bugging me, and then one day I just told him, look, man, we're gonna have it out, let's go for it, and we had it out, and I left him quite pummeled, and then after that I realized, man, I have the capability to really hurt someone. And then I kind of decided right there, nah, I don't want to do this again. So in my life, right, when it came to that point, right, I walk away later, later.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it was like a shocking moment, you know what I mean? But I was a kid, right, young kid, and it was just one of those situations where this guy wanted to keep bullying me. He was bigger than I was, physically bigger than I was. And with just that situation, he kept bugging me. And just one day, it was like I didn't even think about it. It was more like a reaction thing, right? And so I just, like I said, I turned on him and said, "Hey, let's get it done." In so many words, I forget what I said. And then he came at me. I went at him, and I got the better of him and left him pummeled. And I can see him right now on the ground, bloody, hurt, holding his testicles. And I looked at him, and I, just walked away from that. And then, well, I didn't think of it consciously. I don't, you understand what I mean? I'm a child, so to speak, right? So I just, walked away. And after that, I just started using my wits, if you will. I could talk your way out of a fight, not that I didn't study martial arts. You know, I was athlete, right? I was athlete, you know, most of my life. But I knew martial arts. I studied martial arts. I was very good at it, actually. But you know, like I said, anytime it came up, you know, I could talk my way out of it. You know, talk my way out of it. You know, because it wasn't my fault. I didn't instigate the fights or altercation or anything like that. But I would just start talking, like I'm talking to you, right, or anyone. And you've seen me, right? You know, reply to some people insulting me. I just come up with some creative ideas and stuff. You know, why don't you try basket weaving? You know, just try to de-escalate everything and walk off. You know, and then later on, I
Let's
got
crack up the
lucky.
basket weaving.
Yeah, basket weaving. Yeah, I just made it up, right? I can make it up, right? And then, well, later on, you know, as I got older, right, because I was going into business and stuff, and I read like there's this one book called "I'm Okay, You're Okay." It's about verbal judo, and it basically explains adult, child, and parent ego states, right? And well, I did study a lot of psychology, right, to try because I was going into business, so and I'm meeting all sorts of characters, right? Some skilled, some unskilled that could be trained, some trained people that wouldn't change their minds, you know. So it goes everywhere in between, right? And because of my skill, because of what I could do in my finally whatever the profession I chose, I had to deal with all of these people and then people from overseas and stuff. So I had to do a lot of study, and so I kind of like honed my skills, and then well, obviously I had a very good career, so on and so forth, retired, so on and so forth, and it only got me to this point. So it's like, well, okay, so you're just trying to trigger me. Well, the current term is trigger me. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because I know better already. I'm not young. I just don't react anymore. I just, okay, I can reason this out, work it one way or the other. And, they want to trigger me. Okay, fine. You go ahead. But I'm going to come back at you with basket weaving.
Oh, that's awesome. Winning a fight by suggesting basket weaving. That's awesome.
Yeah.
No, there's one particular dude that I really hate, and I still hate to this day. Can't stand him. I hate him. Fucking everything about him. Everything he is. Everything about him. His fucking family life. Just everything. And I won just because life. It was like, yeah, no. I told you, people. And life, yeah, life's hard for him. So it's like, well, I told you so.
It sounds like it wasn't your fault.
No, not at all. Wasn't my fault at all.
Right. No, I'm not
just
asking.
stubborn. We're forced in a position we both have to fucking be in the same place at the same time often. And then over time that changed. And it's like, well, it is what it is. You tried to force me to not be here. Well, fuck you. I'm here. What are you going to do about it? Do something about it. Go ahead. Do something about it. There's nothing you can do. Go for it. Nope. No, well. Life's going to happen. No, life happened. Well, sucks to be you. Oh, well. Yeah. Actually, yeah. The one of the few that I hated didn't do anything about it. Because we just had to, though. You know what I mean? But then there's dudes I've been in fights with, and, life happens. Young man growing up, fucking, testosterone, prove shit to the world, blah, blah, blah. Hold your own. Social establishment and the order of things in schools. The same old routine, young kid growing up, blah, blah, blah. But never hated any of them. Like, I remember one kid, we got in a brawl, and then we ended up being best friends for the rest of the year. So, but the one motherfucker, life happened, and yeah, I'm cracking up every day I think about him now. I'm like, yeah, but I still hate your guts. Still hate your guts, but oh, it's so funny. We still got Dan. Oh, damn! Jose's going after Cap hard.
Yeah, but Jose went after you a little earlier than that. Uncle Gay, right? You know,
Well, that's cool.
That's weak. That is so weak.
Yeah. But he's going after Dan hard though. Like,
oh yeah,
that's ice. Because I guess Captain Dan, from what I understand, is him and Mary got a thing or something. I don't know. I'm waiting for that to actually be a thing, but I don't think it ever will be, to be honest. Hey, Cap Dan, when are you getting a plane ticket, dude? And, yeah. He's been laying into Mary hard. And Dan's like, hey, get the fuck off, man. That's my girl. Jose's like, ha. Cap Dan's, I'm telling you, that's my girl. All right. See you, Cap Dan. Get a plane ticket, dude. You'll like Australia. It's cool. All right. Jose's got Mary coming to him in December. Now, there's my free metal hat. Actually, that'd be cool, man. Do like the tour of the world, where we all meet up in Texas. I can crack some beers and a campfire and just fucking hang out. Get the guitars out, and then cruise up to Ontario. Then cruise over to wherever the hell Bob is. To do like the fucking tour bus thing.
I think we'd have to either sail or fly because Bob High's in Kosovo. Well, we'll be in Kosovo.
Yeah. Well, at that point, it is fly, right? I'm not going to fucking bust through water. That's some James Bond shit there, huh? Actually, wait a minute. It's flat Earth. Hold on a minute. That means the water's flat.
Right. That's right.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Hey, that means we could probably drive on water if we had an ultra buoyant car.
Yeah, but no. No, I mean, we'll lease a yacht. Let's go with that. Yeah, I think we'd have a lot more fun, traveling, but then again, if we want to get there quick, we'll fly.
Yeah, I agree. We're fucking fly on the flat Earth. That way we can shave time.
Yeah.
Fuck it, eh?
Just follow the edge all the way around.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. That Antarctic is a big ice wall that nobody can pass.
Yeah, nobody can pass.
Even though there's been international camps up there, filming shit.
Yeah.
And down there filming shit.
Yeah.
In which, you have a magnetic, polarity towards the North Pole always. How would that happen on a flat fucking Earth?
I guess they'd have to explain it to us.
Yeah, true. They would explain that that the fucking North Pole is basically the center of the fucking flat Earth.
Yeah.
Actually, that's true. They would say that.
Yeah.
Actually, I could probably just sit here and make a fucking list. That's too much fucking work for a stupid subject I don't feel like arguing over.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're stupid, but to me it's like, man, I guess when I die, I'll figure it out the easy way.
Oh no, I really do like. Well, one of my tactics is to say, okay, using your model, and then I make
Yeah.
something up. Right, I'll make something up. I mean, it's reasonable, but I said, okay, based on your model, where is the edge, and I can look up, out, and down. So long as I can do that, you've proven it. Do you have that?
That's
No.
true, because that's what they use all the time. Can you prove to me we are spinning at whatever speed? And half the time they have the speed wrong, according to half the stats that I've read anyway. And I'm like, well, no, I physically cannot do that. Other than saying when you're riding in a car, if you didn't hear, if you literally were asleep, like someone, I mean, the car doesn't feel like you're moving anywhere. You look at the speed on, you're going 50 miles an hour, right? Or 100 miles an hour, whatever, 75 miles an hour. And if it's a really ultra smooth road with really awesome suspension, air riding fucking Cadillac suspension, fuck, you don't feel like you're moving at all. You fucking sleep all day as a passenger. It'd be like, so,
Initially you feel inertia and then you stabilize, but that.
Yeah, exactly. Once you match a progressive speed, that is what you're used to, and now you feel stationary. And since the Earth is a constant motion, it's stationary to us.
Yeah, right.
In theory, I mean.
Well, yeah, but theory can be proven.
Even on flat Earth, though, you could even say in the car, we're riding a car, going on a straight line, and once we get from 0 to 75, once we maintain a 75 speed, we will constantly feel like we're just sitting there. And then if we were able to drive on the water, eventually we'll get to the edge of the Earth. But apparently there's a big fucking barrier on all four sides of the round disc we're on, right? Everywhere.
Right. And, I haven't gotten the opportunity. Well, I haven't.
How come we haven't flown off the edge of the Earth yet? I don't know.
Right. I haven't had the opportunity. I thought about it in conversation, but I was going to tell somebody, okay, so you experience acceleration, you stabilize, and it feels like you're not moving, but you can see outside and see things moving. Speedometer says, 60, 80 miles an hour, whatever. And let's say you come into a city and the speed limit is 35 and you slow down. What do you experience? Right? And then they'll stop, and then you experience deceleration, but your mind, the way you're perceiving things, looks like you're going very, very slow.
I was going to say that, yeah, like you're on the open road, fucking cruising for miles and miles at fucking maybe 80, 85. Nobody ever goes speed limit most of the time anymore. Anyway, let's assume that you do. It doesn't matter. And yeah, you're right. When you get into town and it's suddenly 35 miles an hour, man, you feel like you can get out and just walk and it'd be faster.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
I agree with that. That's fucking exactly what happens.
Right. That's exactly what happened. And see, I want them to explain that, right?
Yep.
Because they have no idea. Well, I just think they're closed-minded about it. And if they were, go ahead.
No, I agree. That's right. They say they're open-minded, but they're really closed-minded. They're locked into what they believe in.
Right. And a couple of them, not recently, but over time, have told me, you're very closed-minded, and it's like, really? Yeah, you really, Well, I'm thinking, I don't say it, right? Really, you're really saying that to me, because this and that, and then I ask them a couple of questions, and then they just change the subject.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Oh, exactly. Like, the other thing I like to do is if they're a rock, you can't beat a rock. You prove it to me. You prove it to me. Well, a lot of the shit I can't prove. Like we physically can't prove because we don't have the tools or the money or the budget to actually, go where these people can go, or we don't have the education these people understand. So they're talking math, what's 1 + 1 = 2 to us. That's like, for them, that's not even a thought. That's like the stupidest thing they've ever heard. But, their fucking math is like 1 + 1 equals 2 to them. But for us, we're like looking at it as if it's like fucking, well, that guy's a scientist, so he must be right. That's all we can look. That's the only value we can offer to them in their fucking conversations. Because I've tried hanging out with my brother and his friends, and I'm just sitting there as a fucking caveman. I'm just like, what the fuck are these people even talking about? Fucking all these fucking fucking equations and fucking lingos about fucking certain theories and fucking spacey shit. I'm thinking, am I in an episode of? I must be in a real life fucking episode of fucking Star Trek or something, because I don't understand any of this shit. But anyway, I'm losing my train of thought already. But yeah, so when they're like being a rock, and they're always doing the you prove it, then you're gonna play that same card, which is why they don't like Mark Taylor, because he does the same thing. So now you got fucking two rocks sitting there saying prove it. No, you prove it. No, you gotta prove it. I've said something, and you replied with, I have to prove your theory, your statement, but I offered you one which you haven't disproved. But then you're gonna fight, and if they do, they fire back with something that's sensible-ish, but usually leaves out the third fucking wheel or the third equation that would normally say it doesn't work that way, such as gravity. So they'll say, well, how does gravity work? They'll say density. Well, no, that's part of gravity. Because if something's more dense than the other, yeah, of course it sinks. But for it to sink, there has to have something that makes it sink. Therefore, that's gravity, right? Or else the heavier object goes nowhere. Because what's going to make it go heavier? The fact that it's heavier? Well, what makes it go downward? What if it went upward if it was heavier? What motion would it take? That's what the gravity is, not the fucking weight of the object or the density, which, by the way, density is a bit different than weight from my understanding.
Yeah.
And then they're going to say, well, buoyancy. Again, well, something has to govern whether you go up or down. Well, yeah, it's displacement in the particles in relation to the density. Well, let's assume that all that's in your favor. What makes it go down? Why not go up? That's gravity. There has to be force for any of those equations to have any bearing on which direction it's going to go. Or else you can't make something do something. That's, you know what I mean? So every time, not one bastard has basically convinced me otherwise, because they never equate gravity. And they explain gravity with density and buoyancy. And I was like, well, both of those forces have to have gravity to be functionable.
Yeah, but they lost you as soon as you tried to explain it. So they basically sit there dumbfounded, trying to think of some irrational comeback. And I've heard you, Uncle May. I've heard you talk to them, and you're explaining exactly what you explained to me just now, and I understood it the first time you said it. However, their reaction, never mind the response, because there's nothing coherent about what they were saying in the first place, right? It's just like so far out there, and it's like misinterpreting what you just said that it's like, oh, really? And you say we're closed-minded. Okay, fine, you know. And well, I continue listening, and it goes on and on and on. So it'd be even funnier if it wasn't so sad. Sometimes, all the time. Okay, I'm not going to be polite.
You know, I agree. It's like, well, you tell me these things, but you always leave a third wheel out, the main ingredient out. Every time, and almost everything. Like I asked them, well, you explain to me and your universe or your world how your solar eclipse actually works. And I got a fucking video of a guy on an airplane showing me a video which doesn't explain to me anything. It's like, okay, so you're saying the world is flat, and this guy filmed this event. Okay, so you're saying that, to me, that video shows that it's round. Okay, but to me, camera tricks. I could claim the same thing you claim anytime we want to bring up NASA videos. Well, that thing is photoshopped or however they do videos. But you still haven't explained to me how, solar eclipse actually works. why it's a solar eclipse. You've just shown me some dude on an airplane filming it, which didn't really convince me anything. Because you couldn't explain it to me means you don't know how it works. But you're going to tell me some statistics about how fast sunlight is. Well, how do I know where you got those stats from? And how do you know that those stats are actually real, since you don't believe in half the studies anyway? So if you don't believe in NASA and all the shit that they've done and equated to and thought out and measured, you know, the Earth's volume and size in relation to the diameter of kilometers or miles, whatever you want to call it, how do you justify their statistics? Oh, well, you're going to measure light? Okay, that's fine. I would like to know at what watt and power you think the sun actually is lit up at. Because, again, the way my brother explained light is it also depends on the watt. Because a light is basically can be a solid that has pressure. And that's a proven fact. But they don't know that. They never want to. They just only want to prove their little shit right. And just half-ass it doing it.
I think many of them are.
And so do I, though, at times, because I can't sit here and claim I've got scientific knowledge of all the shit that they want to talk about either. It's like, well, fuck. See, that's what I mean. We're two half-asses, half-assedly fucking arguing a half-assed argument.
Oh, come
based
on.
on other people's observations.
Come on. No, I must interject here. Give yourself more credit than that. You're trying to be overly modest, okay? You've got the idea. Granted, you can't express it in super sophisticated terms like your brother can, but you've got the idea. You understand principles. You understand theories.
That's true.
You're being polite, and I appreciate and admire you for that. But if it comes down to it, they don't know. So that ends the conversation. When I'm talking to them, as soon as they say, I don't know, okay, thank you for your time, Mike out. You know, that's what I say, because I know they've got nothing. And all along, I've heard, like I said, I've listened to you, talk to, you know, a couple of people, and all of a sudden they say, well, I'm going to give you the answer. And you're basically saying, okay, what is it? And all of a sudden they start talking about everything else, backing up, going to the side, going to the other side, but they just don't make that conclusive statement, something that you can really look at and question, because they just take up a whole bunch of time basically developing an idea that they're parroting from somebody else that didn't have a clue in the first place. And it just winds up going, you know, back around, back around, back around. And if they get lucky, and they usually do, someone interrupts and changes the course of the conversation. Fine, I'm being rude. Okay, I take responsibility for it.
Well, sometimes it's fun to be rude, just to break the monotonous fucking me wait for you, you wait for me, and we're both not listening to each other.
Well, no,
that's what happens.
You're not the one being rude. See, that's the point I'm trying to make. It's somebody else who's basically trying to back up that guy, because that guy didn't know what he was talking about in the first place, and the guy that interrupted you knows less. And that's the funny part.
That's true. I never really thought of it that way. Like I remember like me and Hank had some discussions, and you and Hank had some discussions, and it was kind of fun, and I had to go to work. So I explained to you and him that I did enjoy my time doing that. It was really hard work to sit there and not put the guy down either, because I hate that. I hate when if you're going to debate, let's debate the topic, not the integrity of the other person. Right. Because the integrity of the other person doesn't have anything to do with buoyancy or gravity or density or fucking speed of light and fucking inertia and all this other shit they want to fucking argue about. Oh, you know, just because they have a different understanding of things and are happy with it, that doesn't mean they're dumb or an asshole or anything. But as soon as they start being rude about it, that does make them an asshole. But that's not part of that's a whole different debate. Right. Someone's social reputation is a completely different debate than, say, flat Earth. So just avoid that, because you know, some people are better at putting somebody down than others. And but then I had to go to work, and then I come back, and suddenly I got the Pete guy, or whatever the hell is his name, Mr. Poncho Pete, and then there's that Adam guy fucking egging him on, and I'm like, what did Hank do? Go in there and cry and say we need an expert over here to slam these dudes, or is it just random? And by the time I got back, I was too worn out to even fucking considering taking that dude on and his shit. And I thought you were doing a good job, I guess. And then it was like, fuck, you know, if he's acting that way, there's no way I'm gonna jump in here being knackered as fuck all. And then repeating myself, and I had a hidden way of doing it. I was just like, can you explain to me politely what this is, or your belief on that? And I'm thinking to myself, well, no, they honestly can't. They're just going to show me videos that do it for them. And like I said, they still haven't explained the Antarctica thing to me. So I'm like, well, Antarctica and fucking Alaska and fucking North Pole and a lot of upper Canada, that you go through periods where it's just fucking dark for 31 days and it's fucking sunlight for 31 fucking days. So in their little map there, or their little fucking model of their sun and moon rotating around like on a fucking frisbee, that wouldn't be possible. Right. Now, if I wanted to make a model that was possible, I could probably sit down on a frisbee and, you know, paste a fucking map on it and go, okay, how would I make that? You know, I could probably make something up that does work.
Yeah, on that model that you pointed, that frisbee model, the way they have it, the depiction of that graphic, because you see that, well, the yellow spot where supposedly the sunlight goes through and stops, right? If anything, that's an indicator of a cone. Because if the light can't get to
that's what they say. They say that it's a cone, and that's my point, though. Is if it's
flat. But it contradicts what they're saying. They say it's flat. So if anything, it would be a cone. But then if the light striking cone wouldn't be shaped in a circle. It'd be more of an ellipse. But then again, they wouldn't understand that. So like I said, that's like, well, another point I was going to make, but I was interrupted. But it doesn't matter. In future conversations, if I get lucky, if the big condition, right? I'll use that, and you know, along with everything else I've used, and they still just avoid the point, start something else, and want to just protract the conversation, getting nowhere. You know, you talk about, you know, walking in circles. I mean, I guess that's why they believe it's flat, because they can't chase their tail long enough to catch it.
Yeah. It's confusing. Like, I really hate, like, the biggest one so far for me is gravity always. I'm like, well, how do you justify your gravity? Well, that's just fucking buoyancy and density. Okay. But what governs you staying on the surface? Because I'm more fucking dense and buoyant than...
Dense, I'll agree with. They are dense.
Yeah. I'm like...
My apologies. Go ahead.
Yeah. And then when they say, sometimes they'll literally say they're more buoyant. Well, no, they'll argue that air. Well, that's what I mean. Buoyancy has nothing to do with, like, man. So you have negative buoyancy to air, I guess, and you're more denser than air, but still doesn't explain what governs the force that makes you stay on the ground. I mean, you can't have buoyancy without gravity. It's impossible. There needs to be a resisting force from surface that's pushing you down. You know, so like when they'll give you the example of the ball in the water and it goes down and then it shoots back up. What they don't understand is what the hell is it explained? And okay, when you go down, but you're more buoyant, you have what's called an upthrust, right? So that's... And I'm like, that's my point, though. You may go upward till you hit the surface, and then you stop because you're now being pushed back down because you're not. Yeah, the density. I'm like, in the density, same thing. It's a measurement of because you're more dense, something pushes you some direction. Which way would that be? Okay. That would be downward on the ground. So if you were in space, let's assume there's zero gravity, right? Which means there is no buoyancy, and like everything's neutral buoyancy, I guess you could say. Same thing with density. Density no longer applies in zero gravity. Doesn't matter how fucking dense you are.
Right.
It literally does not matter how big or small or fucking how dense or fucking, yeah. Like that's the whole point of gravity. Gravity is not dictated. Like you can't have, density means nothing to gravity, and neither does buoyancy. Because that's what governs that. It's like, well, you can't have one without the other. That's just stupid. So you justifying gravity is because you're fucking heavier. Well, that doesn't work that way. So until they can explain that, they're just fucking blah, blah, blah. And then they're going to have the dude explain some wild, outrageous fucking things about it. And I'll just be nodding going, okay, I'll have to research that at a later date. There was a couple other ones that they've yet to convince me on too, that it's like, well, like I said, I would love for you to make your own globe of something. I don't even care. Write a bunch of numbers, letters, fucking all sorts of weird shit on this thing, and I'm going to ask you to write this three-dimensional object on a flat piece of paper, and then we're going to measure it. And I guarantee you the math won't be the same. Your shit will be fucking debunked in a hurry. And also your perspective, that's why there's a thing called horizon line, because if we're standing on the surface of a circle, it would be basically looking like you were trying to look over top of a fucking hill from the bottom of it. But our human eyes suck balls, so you get hazes in the distance. But it looks flat because it's so fucking big, mate. You would need to be in fucking orbit. I forgot how many miles, 200-something miles. Because I was watching like a fucking live feed thing, and it was trying to spit out facts, but I'm like, I don't know these facts, man. Yeah, like you come up with some things, and then they cut you off because they don't want to hear the truth. They say they want you to hear their truth, but they don't give you the opportunity to present yours. And then when you do present yours, they don't want to like research what you have and test it.
Right. Right.
I mean, I'm happy to test their shit. You know, you post it up, give me a fucking thing, I'll have a go with it and go, well, but then their scale is always wrong. Like, let's talk inertia with a pizza. I'm like, yeah, you mean a stationary object that suddenly goes fast, even though the Earth is constant? That's not even close to the same thing as ventricular force. That's not even comparable. I mean, and yes, an airplane does make adjustments for Coriolis. That's what a pilot friend of mine said.
Yep, it does. It does. I agree with you. But I remember that point in conversation. They were arguing back and forth. And I remember what you had said, and I looked it up, and yep, Uncle May's right. Right. And then it came back to another conversation where they use the same pointless logic. Right, and I'm sitting back, okay, fine, let them talk. They're not explaining.
Yeah, that's what I think. I mean, who might make them go test my theories or my understanding of things? Because they're not gonna, or they're only gonna test a piece of it, which is like half of their evidence. They're only looking at a piece of, an equation and not realizing there's more to that than what they're talking about. Like a fucking pizza. I'm like, really? You're gonna use a pizza dough and call that fucking a spinning planet? There's so many things wrong with that. I don't even know where to begin to start.
Yeah, it's like
or the spinning the tennis ball with water and having water flip off it. It's like, well, yeah, you're going from dead stop to fucking full motion and one spin with a flick of a wrist. Not to mention, it doesn't have the same, it doesn't have the same properties as so until you can put a sun next to it and a moon and give it all the properties that this planet has at this scale down to that scale, then you might can conduct that very same experiment. But you can't. So go ahead and put water on your little tennis ball and then spin it with a flick of a wrist because it's gonna, yeah, you're gonna have to clean up your table.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good.
And then, like, when the one guy was like, you show me a river or any water that goes upward, I was like, okay, you take a tennis ball, right? You fill up your bathtub and you spin it. Water will follow upwards. There you go. Tires in the rain. Yeah. Your tire grabs the water and flings it upward, which sucks because now I got to wash my car when following a fucking truck.
Yeah.
Ever walk down a road and fucking it's raining and somebody fucking drives on a puddle and splashes you? That's water going upward.
Yeah. Or try that on a muddy road. You'll really see.
Oh yeah, that sucks.
You'll really see mud fly with water.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Have your buddy in Australia there. Have Adam take a picture of the moon at the same time you take the picture of your moon up there in the northern hemisphere, and I guarantee you'll have a different map. Like you could draw different craters in different sections, which means that sucker is three-dimensional.
Right.
So if you got a flat moon, I don't know what they believe in moon-wise, though. I never did. I should ask them. But then again, talking to a flat earther, they all seem to have like different theories. Like now I'm being told that the Flat Earth Society is their enemies or some shit and thing. So I'm like, oh, great. So now it's like turning into another Bible where you have like dudes arguing over the same book. So I'm like, okay, so now I need to figure out, do you think your moon is fucking flat just like the Earth? Because if that's the case, then I guess you got a pancake situation. Like it's a fucking a coin standing on its side that fucking moves around the planet like the flat Earth, I guess. Because Australia's going to photograph one side of it, and North America or UK or one of them fuckers are going to fucking photograph the other side of it. And you're going to take notes and realize that, oh shit, the craters are different. And different positions with different mountains and hills. So I guess it must be a coin if it's not, if it's a flat fucking moon, which means it must rotate like when you flick the damn coin, right? From your thumb and you say call heads or tails. That's probably what the moon does. They'll say that's how the moon works with the different, full moon, half moon. Yeah, that'll be it. That's my new theory for flat Earth. The moon's like flipping a coin. What about the sun? I don't know what they believe in the sun. Like, Flat Earth Society had believed that the sun was 32 kilometers in diameter or some shit thing. So I looked it up on the internet, and someone made a model. And basically, they had a round spherical Earth, or even a flat Earth. It was a round thing with the map on it. And when you put the sun next to this fucking map, dude, it was like this teeniest little pixel I've ever seen in my life. It was like, dude, there's no fucking way that little thing is going to give that much light. It was really funny to me. They're like, really? If the sun is only 32 miles and our flat Earth is this, so you're telling me this speck of dust that you might need a fucking microscope to look at on my model is providing that much fucking sunlight for everybody? Question mark, question mark, question mark. It was funny. Okay. Oh, shit. We got chat going on. I'm sorry, guys. Forgot. Let's see. Flat Earthers also can't explain why navigation routes using arcs of the Great Circle are shorter than the straight line in flight. That's a good point. I'd have to research that one. Maybe I might have to get with my pilot buddy or what New Zealanders are notoriously famous for, world's best sailors, and ask them, hey, have you ever been to the edge of have you sailed around the, ocean? Or even ask the American yachties that show up on our docks, hey man, how'd you sail over here? How do you explain that shit so I can make my own tests up? Yeah, I don't know about that shit. That navigation shit is confusing. I'll have to research that and figure it out. I do like the one where they're sitting there like, well, if they're spinning and the plane goes up, then how come when we fly back the other way, it should be quick as? I was like, that's because it's spinning, wouldn't it? Like everything is. There shouldn't be shorter time. Well, that depends. Is it windy? And is the wind at your tail end? Then probably. Just like that. Dude, I didn't believe that they were arguing over 9/11 on this other thing I was watching. And they believed that the thing, like the whatever wrecked into the Twin Towers was going over like 500 miles an hour or something. And then it was like talked about how a 767 or some damn thing would fly apart at that speed, at that altitude. And I was like, well, maybe it did a last minute dive. I don't know. So I had to look it up and go, well, some of the dudes are. I'll have to ask a buddy of mine on that one, but I don't know if he knows that much about that big a plane. But he probably would. But anyway, so I'm like, oh, that's an interesting theory. But then I thought, well, if that plane at that size, I'd have to like look through how shit's built. Because my first thought was, damn, those planes are pretty fucking heavy. Going that fast, wouldn't you like go through the fucking tower? Because the way it's depicted, they didn't go through the tower, man. So I'm like, no, then at that speed, they should be cruising at that altitude around 200 miles an hour. 300. So 500, wouldn't you like go through right through the fucking thing? But then I thought, well, airplanes aren't exactly that dense. They're kind of versus a big ass tower.
Well, a big difference with the Twin Towers, it was not built according to standard engineering. What it had is a center core, right, of column, right? So the because of just the core, you know, being so concentrated with actual steel, right? The airplane could not have gone through there, and obviously it wasn't going that fast in the first place. So that's why the plane had to just break into the outer wall. And there's a space in between, and there's that center core. I think there were eight columns, like for utilities, and elevators, and things of that nature. So it was like basically a straw in a straw, if you will, right? Except the outside was square. Right.
Yeah.
And, and that's the way the building was made, and that's why the airplane just went in and didn't cut through, because it was not, standard construction, so to speak.
So it wouldn't matter how fast it was going; it's just going to stop in the right.
I mean,
I don't know. That was a fascinating subject someone brought up. I don't know.
I think the top speed is like 535 miles an hour, if I recall. But I may be wrong there. But
yeah, because they reckon, like whoever posted the thing or talked about it, so they reckoned that when they researched it, whatever hit the damn Twin Towers, because they believe these dudes that were debating, they believe it was not planes that did it. That the news was displaying fucking CGI planes because they think it was cruise missiles or something. Because they were saying, well. Yeah, whatever hit the towers would have been estimated at 500 and something miles per hour. But see, a 767, even though I think there were 747s, but the only stats that I could look up was a 767 at that altitude is not capable of flying at 500 and something miles an hour, or it would shake apart. But then this other guy stepped in and said, well, actually, it probably could, but you have what's called an aileron lock or some damn thing. And he went on to explain that. And I was like, well, see, now I'm confused because there's three different things being talked about by three different dudes I don't know anything about, with three different sources I don't know that are credible online. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I don't know. Let's look at this. You have what's called an anti-material weapon. Okay, that's called a Barrett 50 caliber. That sumbitch shoots a 50 caliber round through fucking bricks and cinder blocks like fucking nothing. And if it hits a human being, that dude's like red mist. So I thought, okay, that thing is like cruising at 2,000 miles an hour or something down. I don't know, whatever. but its weight is only in grams, that round, right?
Yes.
So something that with grams, and then I was trying to think to myself, okay, mathematically, how do I scale that to 500 miles an hour? How heavy would that have to be to have the same impact at that size? And then I gave up. I was like, I don't know, fuck it. That's too much math. So then I thought, well, see, an airplane's fucking tons, but it's not as dense as a fucking round, right? Dense is like a full-on just metallic object.
Yeah,
So
I
I
heard
thought,
that.
well, even that's not a fair comparison because that thing is, it'll fall apart on impact, I guess. The airplane, it'll crumble up and be pussified and disintegrate inside the building, I guess. But I thought, God, that thing's huge though, and the fuel and the weight of this thing would be in tons. But then I'm like, well, I don't know. So I had no fucking idea what to say. I was like, well, I'm not joining this debate because I honestly don't know. Seems a bit far-fetched to have CGI planes, though, and be displaying that for 2 hours.
Yeah, with one gentleman I was chatting with saying, well, that was CGI, those were missiles. Oh, really? If they were missiles, where was the launch site? Where's the launch site, I would ask. If it was CGI, fine, it's all CGI, right, okay, fine, CGI. But you said there were missiles. Where was the launch site? Well, it could have come out of the ocean, they said. It could have come off of land. Okay. If it came out of the ocean, we got plenty of satellites out there, taking pictures all the time, so there would have been evidence of that. Where's that evidence? Well, it was from land. Well, the radar would have picked that up. Where's that evidence? It's not like they're just going to investigate right there. If it was a missile, they'd look all over the world to try to find the launch pad, or if it was out of a submarine, well, where did it come out of? And a satellite would have picked it up. If not radar, land-based,
My thinking, if I were to have to theorize how they did it as far as missile attack, I don't know the ordnance, though. You know what I mean? I don't know the ordnance capabilities of certain things. So if I were to do it and make a theory and argue to say it was a missile, then I could only assume that it's those fucking drone things. And back then, those drone things, nobody even heard of those. Right? So maybe they had what they call an eye in the sky. But see, I don't know the ordnance. I don't know the capability of a missile, Tomahawk, that those things could launch, or whatever the fuck they launch.
Yeah.
So, would it be powerful enough to do, what they did? I don't know. It's about the best credible fucking argument I could even make, though. Because a submarine